4. Settler trade unionism. 1. The rise of white labor. Settler America got the reinforcements it needed to advance into empire from the great European immigration of the 19th century. Between 1830 to 1860, some 4.5 million Europeans, two-thirds of them Irish and German, arrived to help the settler beachhead on the eastern shore push outward. The impact of these reinforcements on the tide of battle can be guessed from the fact that they numbered more than the total settler population of 1800. At a time when the young settler nation was dangerously dependent on the rebellious African colony in the south, and on the continental battleground greatly outnumbered by the various Indian, Mexican, and African nations, these new legions of Europeans played a decisive role. The fact that this flood of new Europeans also helped create contradictions within the settler ranks has led to honest confusions. Some comrades mistakenly believe that a white proletariat was born, whose trade union and socialist activities placed it in the historic position of a primary force for revolution, and thus our eventual ally. The key is to see what was dominant in the material life and political consciousness of this new labor stratum, then and now. The earlier settler society of the English colonies was relatively fluid, and still unformed in terms of class structure. After all, the original ruling class of America was back in England, and even the large Virginia planter capitalists were seen by the English aristocracy as mere middlemen between them and the African proletarians who actually created the wealth. To them George Washington was just an overpaid foreman. And while there were great differences in wealth and power, there was a shared privilege among settlers. Few were exploited in the scientific socialist sense of being a waged slave of capital. In fact, wage labor for another man was looked down upon by whites as a mark of failure, and still is by many. Up until the mid-1800s, settler society then was characterized by the unequal but general opportunities for land ownership and the extraordinary fluidity of personal fortunes by old European standards. This era of early settlerism rapidly drew to a close as American capitalism matured. Good Indian land and cheap African slaves became more and more difficult for ordinary settlers to obtain. In the South, the ranks of the planters began tightening, concentrating as capital itself was. One historian writes, during the earlier decades when the lower South was being settled, farmers stood every chance of becoming planters. Until late in the 1850s ed. Most planters or their fathers before them started life as yeomen, occasionally with a few slaves, but generally without any hands except their own. The heyday of these poor people lasted as long as land and slaves were cheap, enabling them to realize their ambition to be planters and slavey owners, as so many succeeded in doing. But the day of the farmer began to wane rapidly after 1850. If he had not already obtained good land, it became doubtful he could ever improve his fortunes. All the fertile soil that was not under cultivation was generally held by speculators at mounting prices. While in the cities of the North, the small, local business of the independent master craftsman, shoemaker, blacksmith, cooper, etc. was giving way step by step to the large merchant, with his regional business and his capitalist workshop factory. This was the inevitable casualty list of industrialism. At the beginning of the 1800s, it was still true that every ambitious, young Euro-American apprentice worker could expect to eventually become a master, owning his own little business, and often his own slaves. There is no exaggeration in saying this. We know, for example, that in the Philadelphia of the 1820s craft masters actually outnumbered their employees by 3 to 2, and that various tradesmen, masters, and professionals were an absolute majority of the Euro-American male population. But by 1860 the number of journeyman workers compared to masters had tripled, and a majority of Euro-American men were now wage earners. Working for a master or merchant was no longer just a temporary stepping stone to becoming an independent landowner or shopkeeper. This new white workforce for the first time had little prospect of advancing beyond wage slavery. Unemployment and wage slashing were common phenomena, and an increasing class strife and discontent entered the world of the settlers. In this scene the new millions of immigrant European workers, many with old European experiences of class struggle, furnished the final element in the hardening of a settler class structure. The political development was very rapid once the nodal point was reached, from artisan guilds to craft associations to local unions. National unions and labor journals soon appeared. And in the workers' movements the championing of various socialist and even Marxist ideas was widespread and popular, particularly since these immigrant masses were salted with radical political exiles. Marx, in the inaugural address to the First International in 1864, says, "Crushed by the iron hand of force, the most advanced sons of labor fled in despair to the transatlantic republic." All this was but the outward form of proletarian class consciousness, made all the more convincing because those white workers subjectively believed that they were proletarians, the exploited, the creators all wealth, the sons of toil, etc. etc. In actuality this was clearly untrue. While there were many exploited and poverty-stricken immigrant proletarians, these new Euro-American workers as a whole were a privileged labor stratum. As a labor aristocracy it had, instead of a proletarian, revolutionary consciousness, a petit bourgeois consciousness that was unable to rise above reformism. This period is important for us to analyze, because here for the first time we start to see the modern political form of the Euro-American masses emerge. Here, at the very start of industrial capitalism, are trade unions, labor electoral campaigns, Marxist organizations, nationwide struggles by white workers against the capitalists, major proposals for white and Negro labor alliance. What we find is that this new class of white workers was indeed angry and militant, but so completely dominated by petty bourgeois consciousness that they always ended up as the pawns of various bourgeois political factions. Because they clung to and hungered after the petty privileges derived from the loot of empire, they as a stratum became rabid and reactionary supporters of conquest and the annexation of oppressed nations. The trade union unity deemed so important by Euro-American radicals, then and now, kept falling apart and was doomed to failure. Not because white workers were racist, although they were, but because this alleged trade union unity was just a ruse to divide, confuse, and stall the oppressed until new genocidal attacks could be launched against us, and completely drive us out of their way. This new stratum, far from possessing a revolutionary potential, was unable to even take part in the democratic struggles of the 19th century. When we go back and trace the Euro-American workers' movements from their early stages in the pre-industrial period up through the end of the 19th century, this point is very striking. In the 1820s-30s, before white workers had even developed into a class, they still played a major role in the political struggles of Jacksonian democracy. At that time the United States was a classic bourgeois democracy, that is, direct democracy for a handful of capitalists. Even among settlers, high property qualifications, residency laws, and sex discrimination limited the vote to a very small minority. So popular movements, based among angry small farmers and urban workingmen, arose in state after state to strike down these limitations, and thus force settler government to better share the spoils of empire. In New York State, for example, one liberal landmark was the Reform Convention of 1821, where the supporters of Martin Van Buren swept away the high property qualifications that had previously barred white workingmen from voting. This was a significant victory for them. Historian Leon Litwak has pointed out that the 1821 convention has come to symbolize the expanded democracy which made possible the triumph of Andrew Jackson 7 years later. Van Buren became the hero of the white workers, and was later to follow Jackson into the White House. adopted this national trend for the extension and not the restriction of popular rights, to quote the Voting Rights Committee of the Convention, involved the unity of Euro-American and African workers? No. In fact, the free African communities in the North opposed these reform movements of the settler masses. The reason is easy to grasp. Everywhere in the North, the pre-Civil War popular struggles to enlarge the political powers of the settler masses also had the program of taking away civil rights from Africans. These movements had the public aim of driving all Africans out of the North. The 1821 New York Reform Convention gave all white working men the vote, while simultaneously raising property qualifications for African men so high that it effectively disenfranchised the entire community. By 1835 it was estimated that only 75 Africans out of 15,000 in that state had voting rights. This unconcealed attack on Africans was in point of fact a compromise, with Van Buren restraining the white majority which hated even the few remaining shreds of civil rights left for well-to-do Africans. Van Buren paid for this in his later years, when opposing politicians, such as Abraham Lincoln, attacked him for letting any Africans vote at all. For that matter, this new, expanded settler electorate in New York turned down bills to let Africans vote for many years thereafter. In the 1860 elections, while Lincoln and the GOP were winning New York by a 32,000 vote majority, only 1,600 votes supported a bill for African suffrage. Frederick Douglass pointed out that civil rights for Africans was supported by neither Republicans nor abolitionists. These earlier popular movements of settler working men found significant expression in the presidency of Andrew Jackson, the central figure of Jacksonian democracy. This phrase is used by historians to designate the rabble-rousing, anti-elite reformism he helped introduce into settler politics. His role in the early political stirrings of the white workers was so large that even today some Euro-American communist labor historians proudly refer to the national struggle for economic and political democracy led by Andrew Jackson. Jackson did indeed lead a national struggle to enrich not only his own class, the planter bourgeoisie, but his entire settler nation of oppressors. He stood at a critical point in the great expansion into empire. During his two administrations he personally led the campaigns to abolish the National Bank, which was seen by many settlers as protecting the monopolistic power of the very few top capitalists and their British and French backers, and to ensure settler prosperity by annexing new territory into the empire. In both he was successful. The boom in slave cotton and the parallel rise in immigrant European labor was tied to the removal of the Indian nations from the land. After all, the expensive growth of railroads, canals, mills, and workshops was only possible with economic expansion, an expansion that could only come from the literal expansion of America through new conquests. And the fruits of new conquests were very popular with settlers of all strata, North and South. The much-needed expansion of cash export crops, primarily cotton, and trade was being blocked as the settler land areas ran up against the Indian U.S. empire borders. In particular, the so-called five civilized nations, Creeks, Cherokees, Choctaws, Chickasaws, and Seminoles, Indian nations that had already been recognized as sovereign territorial entities in U.S. treaties, held much of the South, northern Georgia, western North Carolina, southern Tennessee, much of Alabama, and two-thirds of Mississippi. The settlers were particularly upset that the Indian nations of the Old Southwest showed no signs of collapsing, dying out, or trading away their land. All had developed stable and effective agricultural economies, with considerable trade. Euro-Americans, if anything, thought that they were too successful. The Cherokee, who had chosen a path of adopting many Western societal forms, had a national life more stable and prosperous than that of the Euro-American settlers who eventually occupied those Appalachian regions after they were forced out. A Presbyterian church report in 1826 records that the Cherokee Nation had 7,600 houses, 762 looms, 1,488 spinning wheels, 10 sawmills, 31 grain mills, 62 blacksmith shops, 18 schools, 70,000 head of livestock, a weekly newspaper in their own language, and numerous libraries with thousands of good books. The Cherokee national government had a two-house legislature and a Supreme Court. Under the leadership of President Jackson, the U.S. government ended even its limited recognition of Indian sovereignty, and openly encouraged land speculators and local settlers to start seizing Indian land at gunpoint. A U.S. Supreme Court ruling upholding Cherokee sovereignty versus the state of Georgia was publicly ridiculed by Jackson, who refused to enforce it. In 1830 Jackson finally got Congress to pass the Removal Act, which authorized him to use the army to totally relocate or exterminate all Indians east of the Mississippi River. The whole eastern half of this continent was now to be completely cleared of Indians, every square inch given over to the needs of European settlers. In magnitude this was as sweeping as Hitler's grand design to render continental Europe free of Jews. Under Jackson's direction, the U.S. Army committed genocide on an impressive scale. The Cherokee Nation, for instance, was dismantled, with one-third of the Cherokee population dying in the winter of 1838, from disease, famine, exposure, and gunfire as the U.S. Army marched them away at bayonet point on the Trail of Tears. So the man who led the settlers' national struggle for economic and political democracy was not only a bourgeois politician, but in fact an apostle of annexation and genocide. The president of the Trail of Tears was a stereotyped frontiersman, a fact which made him popular with poorer whites. After throwing away his inheritance on drinking and gambling, the young Jackson moved to the frontier, at that time Nashville, Tennessee, to find his fortune. That's a common phrase in the settler history books, which only conceals the reality that the only fortune on the frontier was from genocide. Jackson eventually became quite wealthy through speculating in Indian land, like Washington, Franklin, and other settlers before him, and owning a cotton plantation with over 100 African slaves. The leader of Jacksonian democracy had a clear, practical appreciation of how profitable genocide could be for settlers. First as a land speculator, then as a slave master, and finally as general and then president, Jackson literally spent the whole of his adult life personally involved in genocide. During the Creek War of 1813-14, Jackson and his fellow frontiersmen slaughtered hundreds of unarmed women and children, afterwards skinning the bodies to make souvenirs. While some of Hitler's death camp officers are said to have made lampshades out of the skins of murdered Jews, the practicalities of frontier life led Jackson and his men to make bridal reins out of their victims' skins. Naturally, Jackson had a vicious hatred of Indians and Africans. He spent the majority of his years in public office pressing military campaigns against the Seminole in Florida, who had earned special enmity by sheltering escaped Africans. U.S. military campaigns in Florida against first the Spanish and then the Seminole, were in large part motivated by the need to eliminate this land base for independent African regroupment. The Seminole Wars that went on for over 30 years began when Jackson was an Army officer and ended after he had retired from the White House, though he still sent Washington angry letters of advice on the war from his retirement. They were as much African wars as Indian wars, for the escaped Africans had formed liberated African communities as a semi-autonomous part of the sheltering Seminole Nation. The first attacks on these African Seminole took place in 1812-14, when Georgia vigilantes invaded to enslave the valuable Africans. African forces wiped out almost all of the invaders, including the commanding Georgia major and a U.S. general. 2 years later, in 1816, U.S. naval gunboats successfully attacked the African fort Apalachicola on the Atlantic coast. 200 defenders were killed when a lucky shot touched off the African ammunition stores. The next year, in 1817, Army troops under Jackson's command invaded Florida in the First Seminole War. The Africans and Seminoles evaded Jackson's troops and permanently withdrew deeper into central Florida. The decisive Second Seminole War began in 1835 when the Seminole Nation, under the leadership of the great Osceola, refused to submit to U.S. removal to Oklahoma. A key disagreement was that the settlers insisted on their right to separate the Seminole from their African co-citizens, who would then be re-enslaved and put on the auction block. When the Seminole refused, Jackson angrily ordered the army to go and eat Osceola and his few. Fighting a classic guerrilla war, 2,000 Seminole and 1,000 African fighters inflicted terrible casualties on the invading U.S. Army. Even capturing Osceola in a false truce couldn't give the settlers victory. Finally, U.S. Commanding General Thomas Jessup conceded that none of the Africans would be re-enslaved, but all could relocate to Oklahoma as part of the Seminole Nation. With this, most of the Seminole and African forces surrendered and left Florida. Even in the Oklahoma Territory, repeated outbreaks of guerrilla campaigns by African Seminole forces were reported as late as 1842. Those who refused to submit simply retreated deeper into the Everglades and kept ambushing any settlers who dared to follow. In 1843 the U.S. gave up trying to root the remaining Seminole guerrillas out of the swamps. The settlers lost some 1,600 soldiers killed and additional thousands wounded or disabled through disease. The war, which General Jessup labeled a Negro, not an Indian, war, cost the U.S. some $30 million. That was 80 times what President Jackson had promised Congress he would spend in getting rid of all Indians east of the Mississippi. By the time he left office, Jackson was infuriated that the Seminole and Africans were resisting the armed might of the empire year after year. He urged that the army concentrate on finding and killing all the enemy women, in order to put a final, biological end to this stubborn nation. He boasted that he had used this strategy quite successfully in his own campaigns against Indians. Time and again Jackson made it clear that he favored a final solution of total genocide for all Indians. In his second State of the Union address, Jackson reassured his fellow settlers that they should not feel guilty when they tread on the graves of extinct nations, since the wiping out of all Indian life was just as natural as the passing of generations. Could anyone miss the point? After years and decades soaked in aggression and killing, could any Euro-American not know what Jackson stood for? Yet he was the chosen hero of the Euro-American workers of that day. While Hitler never won an election in his life, and had to use the armed power of the state to violently crush the German workers and their organizations, Jackson was swept into power by the votes of Euro-American workmen and small farmers. His jingoistic expansionism was popular with all sectors of settler society, in particular with those who planned to use Indian land to help solve settler economic troubles. Northern workers praised him for his opposition to the old colonial elite of the Federalist Party, his stand on the national bank, and his famous equal protection doctrine. The latter piously declaimed that government's duty was not to favor the rich, but through taxation and other measures to give aid alike on the high and low, the rich and the poor of settler society. Jackson was the historic founder of today's Democratic Party. Not only in organization, but in first welding together the electoral coalition of Southern planters and Northern ethnic workers. He was the first president to claim that he was born in a log cabin, of lowly circumstances. This redneck posture, enhanced by his bloody military adventures, was very popular with the mass of small slave owners in his native South, and with Northern workers as well. Detailed voting studies confirm that in both the 1828 and 1832 elections, Jackson received the overwhelming majority of the votes of immigrant Irish and German workers in the North. White workmen joined his Democratic Party as a new crusade for equality among settlers. In the New York mayoral election of 1834, organized white labor marched in groups to the polls singing, "Mechanics, cartmen, laborers must form a close connection, and show the rich aristocrats their powers at this election. Yankee Doodle, smoke 'em out the proud, the banking faction." None but such as Hartford Feds opposed the poor, and Jackson, underneath the surface appearance of militant popular reform, of workers taking on the wealthy, these movements were only attempts to more equally distribute the loot and privileges of empire among its citizens. That's why the oppressed colonial subjects of the empire had no place in these movements. The line between oppressors and oppressed was unmistakably drawn. African and Indian alike opposed this Jacksonian democracy. The English visitor Edward Abney remarked that he never knew a man of color that was not an anti-Jackson man. On their side, the white workingmen of the 1830s knowingly embraced the architects of genocide as their heroes and leaders. Far from joining the democratic struggles around the rights of the oppressed, the white workers were firmly committed to crushing them. Even as they were gradually being pressed downward by the emerging juggernaut of industrial capitalism, faced with wage cuts, increasing speed-up of machine-powered production, individual craft production disappearing in the regimented workshop, etc., those Euro-American workers saw their hope for salvation in non-proletarian special privileges and a desperate clinging to petty bourgeois status. At a time when the brute labor of the empire primarily rested on the backs of the unpaid, captured African proletariat, the white workers of the 1830s were only concerned with winning the 10-hour day for themselves. In the 1840s, as the empire annexed the northern 40% of Mexico and by savage invasion reduced truncated Mexico to a semi-colony, the only issue to the white workingmen's movement was how large would their share of the looting be? It is one thing to be bribed by the bourgeoisie, and still another to demand, organize, argue, and beg to be bribed. The dominant political slogan of the white workers' movement of the 1840s was "Vote yourself a farm." This expressed the widespread view that it was each settler's right to have cheap land to farm, and that the ideal lifestyle was the old colonial era model of the self-employed craftsmen who also possessed the security of being part-time farmers. The white labor movement, most particularly the influential newspaper, Working Man's Advocate of New York, called for new legislation under which the empire would guarantee cheap tracts of Indian and Mexican land to all European settlers, and impoverished workmen in particular. The Homestead Act of 1851 was one result of this campaign. The white workers literally demanded their traditional settler right to be petty bourgeois, little bourgeois, petty imitators who would annex their small, individual plots each time the real bourgeoisie annexed another oppressed nation. It should be clear that the backwardness of white labor is not a matter of racism, of mistaken ideas, of being tricked by the capitalists, all idealistic instead of materialist formulations. Rather, it is a class question and a national question. This stratum came into being with its feet on top of the proletariat and its head straining up into the petty bourgeoisie. It's startling how narrow and petty its concerns were in an age when the destiny of peoples and nations was being decided, when the settler empire was trying to take into its hands the power to decree death to whole nations. We keep coming back to genocide, the inescapable center of settler politics in the 19th century. So to fully grasp the politics of emerging white labor, we must penetrate to the connection between their class viewpoint and genocide. 2. The popular appeal of genocide. By 1840 most of the Indian nations of the East had been swept away, slaughtered or relocated. By 1850 the empire had consolidated its grip on the Pacific coast, overrunning and occupying northern Mexico. the empire had succeeded in bringing the continent under its control. These victories produced that famous opportunity that the new waves of European immigrants were coming for. But these changes also brought to a notable point the contradictions within the fragmented settler bourgeoisie, between planter and mercantile industrial capital, contradictions which were reflected in all facets of settler society. The tremendous economic expansion of the conquests was a catalyst. The ripping open of the New South to extend the plantation system meant a great rise of African slaves on the western frontier. These new cotton areas became primarily African in population. And the ambitious planter bourgeoisie started seeding slave labor enterprises far outward, as tentacles of the slave power. So at a salt mine in Illinois, a gold mine in California, a plantation in Missouri, aggressive planters appeared with their movable factories of African slaves. Southern adventurers even briefly seized Nicaragua in 1856 in a premature attempt to annex all of Central America to the slave power. If the clearing away of the Indian nations had unlocked the door to the spread of the slave system, so too it had given an opportunity to the settler opponents of the planters. And their vision was not of a reborn Greek Slaviocracy, but of a brand new European empire, relentlessly modern, constructed to the most advanced bourgeois principles with the resources of an entire continent united under its command. This new empire would not only dwarf any power in old Europe in size, but would be secured through the power of a vast, occupying army of millions of loyal settlers. This bourgeois vision could hardly be considered crackpot, since 20th century America is in large part the realization of it, but the vision was of an all-European America, an all-white continent. We can only understand the deep passions of the slavery dispute, the flaring gunfights in Missouri and bloody Kansas between pro-slavery and anti-slavery settlers, and lastly the grinding, monumental Civil War of 1861–1865, as the final play of this greatest contradiction in the settler ranks. It was not freedom for Africans that motivated them. No, the reverse. It was their own futures, their own fortunes. Governor Morton of Ohio called on his fellows to realize their true interests. We are all personally interested in this question, not indirectly and remotely as in a mere political abstraction, but directly, pecuniarily, and selfishly. If we do not exclude slavery from the territories, it will exclude us. To millions of Euro-Americans in the North, the slave system had to be halted because it filled the land with masses of Africans instead of masses of settlers. To be precise, in the 19th century a consensus emerged among the majority of Euro-Americans that just as the Indian nations before them, the dangerous African colony had to be at first contained and then totally eliminated, so that the land could be filled by the loyal settler citizens of the empire. This was a strategic view endorsed by the majority of Euro-Americans. It was an explicit vision that required genocide. How natural for a new empire of conquerors believing that they had, like gods, totally removed from the earth one family of oppressed nations, to think nothing of wiping out another. The start was to confine Africans to the south, to drive them out of the free states in the north. Indeed, in the political language of 19th-century settler politics, the word free also served as a code phrase that meant non-African. The movement to confine Africans to the slave South took both governmental and popular forms. 4 frontier states, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, and Oregon, passed immigration clauses in their constitutions which barred Africans as aliens from entering the state. It's interesting that the concept of Africans as foreign immigrants, a concept which tacitly admits separate African nationality, keeps coming to the surface over and over. Legal measures to force Africans out by denying them the vote, the right to own land, use public facilities, practice many professions and crafts, etc. were passed in many areas of the North at the urging of the white mobs. white labor not only refused to defend the democratic rights of Africans, but played a major role in these new assaults. Periodic waves of mass terror also were used everywhere against African communities in the North. The abolitionist press records 209 violent mob attacks in the North between 1830 to 1849. These violent assaults were not the uncontrolled outpouring of blind racism, as often suggested. Rather, they were carefully organized offensives to achieve definite goals. These mobs were usually led by members of the local ruling class, merchants, judges, military officers, bankers, etc., and made up of settlers from all strata of society. 109 The three most common goals were, 1. To reverse some local advance in African organization, education or employment. 2. To destroy the local abolitionist movement. 3. To reduce the African population. In almost every case the mobs, representing both the local ruling class and popular settler opinion, were successful. In almost no cases did any significant number of Euro-Americans interfere with the mobs, save to restore order, or to nobly protect a few lives after the violence had gained its ends. But to most settlers in the North these attacks were just temporary measures. To them the heart of the matter was the slave system. They thought that without the powerful self-interest of the planters to protect Africans, that Africans as a whole would swiftly vanish from this continent. Today it may sound fantastic that those 19th-century Euro-Americans expected to totally wipe out the African population. Back then it was taken as gospel truth by most settlers that in a free society, where Africans would be faced with competition, their phrases, from whites, they as inferiors must perish. The comparison was usually made to the Indians, who died out as white farmers took their land, as whole villages were wiped out in unprovoked massacres, as hunger and disease overtook them, as they became debilitated with addiction to alcohol, as the survivors were simply driven off to concentration camps at gunpoint. Weren't free Africans losing their jobs already? And weren't there literally millions of new European farmers eager to take the farmland that Africans had lived on and developed? Nor was it just the right-wingers that looked forward to getting rid of the Negro problem, as all whites referred to it. All tendencies of the abolitionists contained not only those who defended the human rights of Africans, but also those who publicly or privately agreed that Africans must go. Gamaliel Bailey, editor of the major abolitionist journal National Era, promised his white readers that after slavery was ended all Africans would leave the U.S. The North's most prominent theologian, Reverend Horace Bushell, wrote in 1839 that emancipation would be one bright spot to console Africans, who were doomed to spin their brutish existence downward into extinction. That extinction, he told his followers, was only divine will, and all for the good. Reverend Theodore Parker was one of the leading spokesmen of radical abolitionism, one who helped finance John Brown's uprising at Harper's Ferry, and who afterwards defended him from the pulpit. Yet even Parker believed in an all-white America. He firmly believed that, the strong replaces the weak. Thus, the white man kills out the red man and the black man. When slavery is abolished, the African population will decline in the United States, and die out of the South as out of Northampton and Lexington. While many settlers tried to hide their genocidal longings behind the fictions of natural law, or divine will, others were more honest in saying that it would happen because Euro-Americans were determined to make it happen. Thus, even during the Civil War, the House of Representatives issued a report on emancipation that strongly declared, the highest interests of the white race, whether Anglo-Saxon, Celt, or Scandinavian, require that the whole country should be held and occupied by these races alone. In other words, they saw no contradiction between emancipation and genocide. The leading economist George M. Weston wrote in 1857 that, when the white artisans and farmers want the room which the African occupies, They will not take it by rude force, but by gentle and gradual and peaceful processes. The Negro will disappear, perhaps to regions more congenial to him, perhaps to regions where his labor can be more useful, perhaps by some process of colonization we may yet devise. But at all events he will disappear. National political movements were formed by settlers to bring this day about. The colonization movement, embodied in the American Colonization Society, organized hundreds of local chapters to press for national legislation whereby Africans would be removed to new colonies in Africa, the West Indies or Central America. U.S. presidents from Monroe in 1817 to Lincoln in 1860 endorsed the society, and the semi-colony of Liberia was started as a trial. Much larger was the Free Soil Party, which fought to reserve the new territories and states of the West for Europeans only. This was the main forerunner of the Republican Party of 1854, the first settler political party whose platform was the defeat of the slave power. The Republican Party itself strongly reflected this ideology of an all-white America. Although most of its leaders supported limited civil rights for Africans, they did so only in the context of the temporary need for empire to treat its subjects humanely. Senator William Seward of New York was the leading Republican spokesman before the Civil War, during which he served as Lincoln's Secretary of State. In his famous Detroit speech during the 1860 campaign, he said, "The great fact is now fully realized that the African race here is a foreign and feeble element, like the Indian incapable of assimilation both would," he promised his fellow settlers, "altogether disappear." Lincoln himself said over and over again during his entire political career that all Africans would eventually have to disappear from North America. The theme of African genocide runs like a dark thread, now hidden and now visible in the violent weaving of the future, throughout settler political thought of that day. It should be remembered that while most northern settlers opposed African slavery for these reasons by the 1860s, even after the Civil War settlers promoted Indian, Mexicano, and Chinese enslavement when it was useful to colonize the Southwest and West. One settler account of the Apache-U.S. wars in the Southwest reveals the use of slavery as a tool of genocide. More than anything else, it was probably the incessant kidnapping and enslavement of their women and children that gave Apaches their mad dog enmity toward the whites. It was officially estimated that 2,000 Indian slaves were held by the white people of New Mexico and Arizona in 1866, after 20 years of American rule. Unofficial estimates place the figure several times higher. "Get them back for us," Apaches begged an Army officer in 1871. Referring to 29 children just stolen by citizens of Arizona. "Our little boys will grow up slaves, and our little girls, as soon as they are large enough, will be diseased prostitutes, to get money for whoever owns them." Prostitution of captured Apache girls, of which much mention is made in the 1860s and 1870s, seemed to trouble the Apaches exceedingly. So that at the same time that the U.S. was supposedly ending slavery and emancipating Africans, the U.S. Empire was using slavery of the most barbaric kind in order to genocidally destroy the Apache. It was colonial rule and genocide that were primary. 3. White labor against the oppressed. The great democratic issues of that time could only grow out of this intense, seething nexus of empire and colony, of oppressor nation and oppressed nations. Nothing took place that was not a factor on the battleground of empire and oppressed. Nothing. Everyone was caught up in the war, however dimly they understood their own position. The new millions of immigrant European workers were desperately needed by the empire. By 1860 half of the populations of New York, Chicago, Pittsburgh, and St. Louis were new immigrant Europeans. These reinforcements were immediately useful in new offensives against the Indian, African, and Mexicano peoples. While the settler economy was still absolutely dependent upon the forced labor of the African proletariat, The new reinforcements provided the means to reverse the dangerous concentrations of Africans in the metropolitan centers. Frederick Douglass said in 1855, "Every hour sees us elbowed out of some employment to make room perhaps for some newly arrived immigrants, whose hunger and color are thought to give them a title to especial favor." White men are becoming house servants, cooks and stewards, common laborers and flunkies to our gentry. The Philadelphia newspaper Colored American said as early as 1838 that free Africans have ceased to be hackney coachmen and draymen, and they are now almost displaced as stevedores. They are rapidly losing their places as barbers and servants. Draymen were carriers, those who hauled goods around the city for a fee. In New York City, Africans were the majority of the house servants in 1830, but by 1850 Irish house servants outnumbered the entire African population there. The empire was swiftly moving to replace the rebellious and dangerous African proletariat by more submissive and loyal Europeans. Even in the Deep South, urban African proletarians were increasingly replaced by loyal European immigrants. In New Orleans the draymen were all African in 1830, but by 1840 were all Irish. One historian points out, occupational exclusion of blacks actually began before the Civil War. In an unpublished study, Weinbaum has demonstrated conclusively such exclusion and decline of skilled African workers, ed. For Rochester, New York, blacks between 1840 and 1860. My own work shows a similar decline in Charleston, South Carolina, between 1850 and 1860. And these trends continued in southern cities during Reconstruction. A crucial story has yet to be told. The 1870 New Orleans City Directory, Woodward pointed out, listed 3,460 black carpenters, cigar makers, painters, shoemakers, coopers, tailors, blacksmiths, and foundry hands. By 1904, less than 10% of that number appeared, even though the New Orleans population had increased by more than 50%. Beneath the great events of the Civil War and Reconstruction, the genocidal restructuring of the oppressed African nation continued year after year. This was clearly the work of the capitalists. But where did the new stratum of Euro-American workers stand on this issue? The defeat of the Slaviocracy, the political upheavals of the Great Conflict, and the enormous expansion of European immigration had stirred and heartened white labor. In both North and South, local unions revived and new unions began. New attempts emerged to form effective national federations of all white workers. Between 1863–73 some 130 white labor newspapers began publication. The 8-hour day movement ran with express speed from coast to coast in the wake of the war. During the long and bitter Depression of 1873–78, militant struggles broke out, ending in the famous General Strike of 1877. In this last strike the white workers won over to their side the troops sent by the government or defeated them in bloody street fighting in city after city. White labor in its rising cast a long shadow over the endless banquet table of the bourgeoisie. Truly, white labor had become a giant in size. Even in a deep South state such as Louisiana, by the 1860 census white laborers made up 1/3 of the total settler population. In St. Louis, then the third largest manufacturing center in the empire, the 1864 census showed that slightly over 1/3 of that city's 76,000 white men were workers, rivermen, factory laborers, stevedores, etc. In the Boston of the 1870s fully 1/2 of the total white population were workers and their families, mostly LRISH. In some northern factory towns the proportion was even higher. The ideological head on this giant body, however, still bore the cramped, little features of the old artisan farmer mentality of previous generations. When this giant was aroused by the capitalists' cuts and kicks, its angry flailings knocked over troops and sent shock waves of fear and uncertainty spreading through settler society. But its petty bourgeois confusions let the capitalists easily outmaneuver it, each time herding it back to resentful acquiescence with skillful applications of the carrot and the stick. What was the essence of the ideology of white labor? Petty bourgeois annexationism. Lenin pointed out in the great debates on the national question that the heart of national oppression is annexation of the territory of the oppressed nation, by the oppressor nation. There is nothing abstract or mystical about this. To this new layer of European labor was denied the gross privileges of the settler bourgeoisie, who annexed whole nations. Even the particular privileges that so comforted the earlier Euro-American farmers and artisans, most particularly that of annexing individual plots of land every time their empire advanced, were denied these European waged slaves. But, typically, their petty bourgeois vision saw for themselves a special, better kind of waged slavery. The ideology of white labor held that as loyal citizens of the empire even waged slaves had a right to special privileges, such as white man's wages, beginning with the right to monopolize the labor market. We must cut sharply through the liberal camouflage concealing this question. It is insufficient, and therefore misleading, to say that European workers wish to discriminate against, or exclude, or were prejudiced against colored workers. It was the labor of African and Indian workers that created the economy of the original America. Likewise, the economy of the Southwest was distilled from the toil of the Indian Mexicano workers, and that of Northern California and the Pacific Northwest was built by Mexicano and Chinese labor. Immigrant European workers proposed to enter an economy they hadn't built, and annex, so as to speak, the jobs that the nationally oppressed had created. Naturally, the revisionists always want to talk about it as a matter of white workers not sharing equally enough, as though when a robber enters your home and takes everything you've earned, the problem is that this thief should share your property better. Since the ideology of white labor was annexationist and predatory, it was of necessity also rabidly pro-empire and, despite angry outbursts, fundamentally servile towards the bourgeoisie. It was not a proletarian outlook, but the degraded outlook of a would-be labor aristocracy. We can grasp this very concretely actually investigating the political rising of European labor in that period in relation to the nationally oppressed. Even today few comrades know how completely the establishment of the empire in the Pacific Northwest depended upon Chinese labor, as well as the later waves of Japanese, Filipino, and Korean workers. In fact, the Chinese predate the American settler presence on the West Coast by many years. When the famous Lewis and Clark expedition sent out by President Jefferson reached the Pacific in 1804, they arrived some 16 years after the British established a major shipyard on Vancouver Bay, a shipyard manned by Chinese shipwrights and sailors. For that matter, the Spanish further south in California had even earlier imported skilled Chinese workers. We know that Chinese had been present at the founding of Los Angeles in 1781. This is easy to understand when we see that California was closer to Asia than New York in practical terms. In travel time San Francisco was but 60 days sail from Canton, but 6 months by wagon train from Kansas City. The settler capitalists used Chinese labor to found virtually every aspect of their new American economy in this region. The Mexicano people, who were an outright majority in the area, couldn't be used because the settlers were engaged in reducing their numbers so as to consolidate U.S. colonial conquest. During the 1830s, 40s, and 50s the all-too-familiar settler campaign of mass terror, assassination, and land grabbing was used against the Mexicanos. Rodolfo Acuna summarizes, during this time, the Chinese were used as an alternative to the Chicanos as California's labor force. Chicanos were pushed to the southern half of the state and were literally forced out of California in order to escape the lynching, abuses, and colonized status to which they had been condemned. Thus, the Chinese were not only victims of America, but their very presence was a part of a genocidal campaign to dismember and colonize the Mexican nation. In the same way, decades later Mexicano labor, now driven from the land and reduced to colonial status, would be used to replace Chinese labor by the settlers. The full extent of Chinese labor's role is revealing. The California textile mills were originally 70 to 80% Chinese, as were the garment factories. As late as 1880, Chinese made up 52% of all shoemakers and 44% of all brickmakers in the state, as well as one-half of all factory workers in the city of San Francisco. The fish canneries were so heavily manned by Chinese, over 80%, that when a mechanical fish cleaner was introduced it was popularly called the iron chink. The fish itself, salmon, squid, shrimp, etc., was often caught and brought in by Chinese fishermen, who pioneered the fishing industry in the area. Chinese junks were then a common sight in California harbors, and literally thousands of Chinese seamen lived in the numerous all-Chinese fishing villages that dotted the coast from San Diego up to Oregon. As late as 1888 there were over 20 Chinese fishing villages just in San Francisco and San Pablo Bays, while 50% of the California fishing industry was still Chinese. Farms and vineyards were also founded on Chinese labor. In the 1870s, when California became the largest wheat-growing state in the U.S., over 85% of the farm labor was Chinese. Chinese workers played a large part as well in bringing out the vast mineral wealth that so accelerated the growth of the U.S. in the West. In 1870, Chinese made up 25% of all miners in California, 21% in Washington, 58% in Idaho, and 61% in Oregon. In California, the special monthly tax paid by each Chinese miner virtually supported local government for many years, accounting for 25 to 50% of all settler government revenues for 1851-70. Throughout the area, Chinese also made up a service population, like Africans and Mexicanos in other regions of the empire, for the settlers. Chinese cooks, laundrymen, and domestic servants were such a common part of Western settler life in the mines, cattle ranches, and cities that no Hollywood Western movie is complete without its stereotyped Chinese cook. But their greatest single feat in building the economy of the West was also their undoing. Between 1865 and 1869, some 15,000 Chinese laborers carved the far western stretch of the transcontinental rail line out of the hostile Sierra and Rocky Mountain ranges. Through severe weather they cut railbeds out of rock mountainsides, blasted tunnels, and laid the tracks of the Central Pacific Railroad some 1,800 miles east to Ogden, Utah. It was and is a historic engineering achievement, every mile paid for in blood of the Chinese who died from exposure and avalanches. The reputation earned by Chinese workers led them to be hired to build rail lines not only in the West, but in the Midwest and South as well. This transcontinental rail link enabled the minerals and farm produce of the West to be swiftly shipped back east, while giving Eastern industry ready access to Pacific markets, not only of the West Coast but all of Asia via the port of San Francisco. The time distance across the continent was now cut to 2 weeks, and cheap railroad tickets brought a flood of European workers to the West. There was, of course, an established settler tradition of terrorism towards Chinese. The Shasta Republican complained in its December 12, 1856, issue that hundreds of Chinamen have been slaughtered in cold blood in the last 5 years. The murder of Chinamen was of almost daily occurrence. Now the new legions of immigrant European workers demanded a qualitative increase in the terroristic assaults, and the 1870s and 1880s were decades of mass bloodshed. The issue was very clear-cut: jobs. By 1870, some 42% of the whites in California were European immigrants. With their dreams of finding gold boulders lying in the streams having faded before reality, these new crowds of Europeans demanded the jobs that Chinese labor had created. More than demanded, they were determined to annex, to seize by force of conquest, all that Chinese workers had in the West. In imitation of the bourgeoisie, they went about plundering with bullets and fire. In mining camps and towns from Colorado to Washington, Chinese communities came under attack. Many Chinese were shot down, beaten, their homes and stores set afire and gutted. In Los Angeles, Chinese were burned alive by the European vigilantes, who also shot and tortured many others. In perverse fashion, the traditional weapons of trade unionism were turned against the Chinese workers in this struggle. Many manufacturers who employed Chinese were warned that henceforth all desirable jobs must be filled by European immigrants. Boycotts were threatened, and in some industries, such as wineries and cigar factories, the new white unions invented the now famous union label, printed tags which guaranteed that the specific product was produced solely by European unions. In 1884, when one San Francisco cigar manufacturer began replacing Chinese workers, who then made up 80 to 85% of the industry there, with European immigrants, the Chinese cigar makers went on strike. Swiftly, the San Francisco white labor movement united to help the capitalists break the strike. Scabbing was praised, and the Knights of Labor and other European workers' organizations led a successful boycott of all cigar companies that employed Chinese workers. Boycotts were widely used in industry after industry to seize Chinese jobs. In the political arena, a multitude of anti-coolie laws were passed on all levels of settler government. Special taxes and license fees on Chinese workers and tradesmen were used both to discourage them and to support settler government at their expense. Chinese who carried laundry deliveries on their backs in San Francisco had to pay the city a $60 license fee each year. Many municipalities passed laws ordering all Chinese to leave, enforced by the trade union mobs. The decisive point of the empire-wide campaign to plunder what the Chinese had built up in the West was the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act. Both Democratic and Republican parties supported this bill, which barred all Chinese immigration into the U.S. and made Chinese ineligible for citizenship. The encouragement offered by the capitalist state to the anti-Chinese offensive shows the forces at work. In their frenzy of petty plundering, European labor was being permitted to do the dirty work of the bourgeoisie. The empire needed to promote and support this flood of European reinforcements to help take hold of the newly conquered territories. As California Governor Henry Haight, whose name lives on in a certain San Francisco neighborhood, said in 1868, "No man is worthy of the name of patriot or statesman who countenances a policy which is opposed to the interests of the free white laboring and industrial classes. What we desire for the permanent benefit of California is a population of white men. We ought not to desire an effete population of Asiatics." The national bourgeoisie used the anti-coolie movement and the resulting legislation to force individual capitalists to follow empire policy and discharge Chinese in favor of Europeans. Now that the Chinese had built the economy of the Pacific Northwest, it was time for them to be stripped and driven out. The passage of the 1882 Act was taken as a green light, a go-ahead signal of approval to immigrant European labor from Congress, the White House, and the majority of Euro-Americans. It was taken as a license to kill, a declaration of open looting season on Chinese. Terence Powderly, head of the Knights of Labor, which boasted that it had recruited African workers to help European labor, praised the victory of the Exclusion Act by saying that now the task for trade unionists was to finish the job, by eliminating all Chinese left in the U.S. within the year. The settler propaganda kept emphasizing how pure, honest Europeans had no choice but to defend themselves against the dark plots of the Chinese. Wanting to seize, annexed Chinese jobs and small businesses, European immigrants kept shouting that they were only defending themselves against the vicious Chinese who were trying to steal the white man's jobs. And in case any European worker had second thoughts about the coming lynch mob, a constant ideological bombardment surrounded him by trade union and socialist leaders, bourgeois journalists, university professors and religious figures, politicians of all parties, and so on. Having decided to annex the fruits of the Chinese development of the Northwest, the usual settler propaganda about defending themselves was put forth. Nor was Euro-American racial sexual hate propaganda neglected, just as bizarre and perverted as it is about Africans. In 1876, for example, the New York Times published an alleged true interview with the Chinese operator of a local opium den. The story has the reporter asking the Chinaman about the handsome but squalidly dressed young white girl he sees in the opium den. The Chinaman allegedly answers, "Oh, hard time in New York. Young girl hungry. Plenty come here. Chinaman always have something to eat, and he like young white girl, he. Similar news stories are very popular today, reminding the white masses about all the runaway white teenagers who become captives of African pimps and dope dealers. When we see such themes being pushed in the bourgeois media, we should know what's behind it. A woman's magazine warned their readers to never leave little white girls alone with Chinese servants. The settler public was soundly alerted that the Chinese plot was to steal white workers' jobs and thus force the starving wives to become their concubines. The most telling sign of the decision to destroy the Chinese community was the settler realization that these Chinese looked just like Africans in women's garments. The 10 years after the passage of the Exclusion Act saw the successful annexation of the Chinese economy on the West Coast. Tacoma and Seattle forced out their entire Chinese populations at gunpoint. In 1885 the infamous Rock Springs, Wyoming massacre took place, where over 20 Chinese miners were killed by a storm of rifle fire as European miners enforced their takeover of all mining. Similar events happened all over the West. In 1886 some 35 California towns reported that they had totally eliminated their Chinese populations. On the coast Italian immigrants burned Chinese ships and villages to take over most of the fishing industry by 1890. By that same year most of the Chinese workers in the vineyards had been replaced by Europeans. By 1894 the bulk of Chinese labor on the wheat and vegetable farms had been forced out. Step by step, as fast as they could be replaced, the Chinese who once built the foundation of the region's economy were being driven out. Who took part in this infamous campaign? Virtually the whole of the Euro-American labor movement in the U.S., including socialists and Marxists. Both of the two great nationwide union federations of the 19th century, the National Labor Union and the later Knights of Labor, played an active role. The Socialist Labor Party was involved. The leading independent white labor newspaper, the Working Man's Advocate of Chicago, was edited by A.C. Cameron. He was a leader of the National Labor Union, a respected printing trades unionist, and the delegate from the NLU to the 1869 Switzerland Conference of the Communist First International. His paper regularly printed speeches and theoretical articles by Karl Marx and other European communists. Yet he loudly called in his newspaper for attacks on the immigrant Chinamen, Japanese, Malays, and monkeys from Asia. Even most Marxists, who deplored the crude violence of the labor mobs, such as Adolf Dubai, one of the leading German communist immigrants, agreed that the Chinese had to be removed from the U.S. It is easy to predict that if even European Marxists were so strongly pulled along by the lynch mobs, the bourgeois trade union leaders had to be running like dogs at the head of the hunt. Andrew Forsyth, the founder of the Seafarers International Union, AFL, Pat McCarthy, leader of the San Francisco Building Trades Council, Sam Gompers, leader of the Cigar Makers Union and later founder of the American Federation of Labor, AFL, were just a few of the many who openly led and incited the settler terror. When we say that the petty bourgeois consciousness of European immigrant labor showed that it was a degraded stratum seeking extra proletarian privileges, we aren't talking about a few nickels and dimes. The issue was genocide, carrying out the dirty work of the capitalists in order to reap some of the bloody fruits of national oppression. It is significant that the organizational focus of the early anti-Chinese campaign was the so-called Working Men's Party of California, which was organized by an Irish immigrant confidence man named Dennis Kearney. Kearney was the usual corrupt, phrase-making demagogue that the white masses love so well. I am the voice of the people. I am the dictator. I owe the people nothing, but they owe me a great deal. Unfortunately, we have Kearneys of our own. This sleazy party, built on the platform of wiping out Chinese labor and federal reforms to aid white workers and farmers, attracted thousands of European workers, including most of the European socialists in California. Before falling apart from corruption, thugism, and factionism, Kearney's party captured seats in the state assembly, the mayoralty in Sacramento, and controlled the Constitutional Convention which reformed the California Constitution. Even today settler historians, while deploring Kearney's racism, speak respectfully of the party's role in liberal reforms. Even revisionist CPUSA historians apparently feel no shame in praising this gang of degenerates for arousing public support for a number of important labor demands, forcing old established parties to listen more attentively to the demands of the common people. What this shows is that if the respectable Euro-American trade unionists and Marxists were scrabbling on their knees before the bourgeoisie along with known criminals such as Kearney, then they must have had much in common. Is it so different today? The monopoly on desirable jobs that European labor had won in the West was continually defended by new white supremacist assaults. The campaign against Chinese was continued long into the 20th century, particularly so that its momentum could be used against Japanese, Filipino, and other Asian immigrant labor. The AFL played a major role in this. Gompers himself, a Jewish immigrant who became the most powerful bourgeois labor leader in the U.S., co-authored in 1902 a mass-distributed racist tract entitled, Some Reasons for Chinese Exclusion, Meat versus Rice, American Manhood versus Asiatic Coolism, which shall survive. In this crudely racist propaganda, the respected AFL president comforted white workers by pointing out that their cowardly violence toward Asians was justified by the victim's immoral and dangerous character. The yellow man found it natural to lie, cheat and murder. Further, he suggested, in attacking Asian workers, whites were just nobly protecting their own white children, thousands of whom were supposed to be opium-addicted prisoners kept in the unseen back rooms of neighborhood Chinese laundries. What other crimes were committed in those dark, fetid places, when those little innocent victims of the China men's walls were under the influence of the drug are too horrible to imagine. What's really hard to imagine is how anyone could believe this fantastical porno propaganda. In truth, settlers will eagerly swallow any falsehoods that seem to justify their continuing crimes against the oppressed. The empire-wide campaign against the Chinese national minority played a major role in the history of Euro-American labor. It was a central rallying issue for many, a point around which immigrant European workers and other settlers could unite. It was a campaign in which all the major Euro-American labor federations, trade unions, and socialist organizations joined together. The annexation of the Chinese economy of the West during the later half of the 19th century was but another expression of the same intrusion that Africans met in the South and North. All over the empire, immigrant European labor was being sent against the oppressed, to take what little we had. At times even their bourgeois masters wished that their dogs were on a shorter leash. Many capitalists saw, even as we were being cut down, that it would be useful to preserve us as a colonial labor force to be exploited whenever needed. But the immigrant white worker had no use for us whatsoever. Therefore, in the altered geometry of forces within the empire, the new Euro-American working masses became willing pawns of the most vicious elements in the settler bourgeoisie, seeing only advantages in every possibility of our genocidal disappearance. And in this scramble upwards those wretched immigrants shed, like an old suit of clothes, the proletarian identity and honor of their old European past. Now they were true Americans, real settlers who had done their share of the killing, annexing, and looting. 4. The test of black reconstruction. If Euro-American labor's attitude towards Chinese labor was straightforward and brutal, towards the African colony it was more complex, more tactical. Indeed, the same Euro-American labor leaders who sponsored the murderous assaults on Chinese workers kept telling African workers how the unity of labor was the first thing in their hearts. Terence Powderly, the Grand Master Workman of the Knights of Labor, who had personally called for wiping out all Chinese in North America within 1 year, suddenly became the apostle of brotherhood when it came to persuading Africans to support his organization. The color of a candidate shall not debar him from admission. Rather let the coloring of his mind and heart be the test. This apparent contradiction arose from the unique position of the African colony, where the Chinese workers had been a national minority whose numbers at any one time probably never exceeded 100,000, roughly 2/3 of the Chinese returned to Asia. Africans were an entire colonized nation. On their national territory in the south they numbered some 4 million. This was an opponent Euro-American labor had to engage more carefully. The relationship between Euro-American labor and African labor cannot be understood just from the world of the mine and mill. Their relationship was not separate from, but a part of, the general relation of oppressor nation to colonized oppressed nation. And at that time the struggle over the African colony was the storm center of all politics in the U.S. empire. The end of the Civil War and the end of chattel African slavery were not the resolution of bitter struggle in the colonial South, but merely the opening of a whole new stage. We have to see that there were two wars going on, and that both were mixed in the framework of the Civil War. The first conflict was the fratricidal, intra-settler war between northern industrial capitalists and southern planter capitalists. We use the phrase Civil War because it is the commonly known name for the war. It is more accurate to point out that the war was between two settler nations for ownership of the African colony, and ultimately for ownership of the continental empire. The second was the protracted struggle for liberation by the colonized African nation in the South. Neither struggle ended with the military collapse of the Confederacy in 1865. For 10 years, a long heartbeat in history, both wars took focus around the Reconstruction governments. The U.S. empire faced the problem that its own split into two warring settler nations had provided the long-awaited strategic moment for the anti-colonial rising of the oppressed African nation. Just as in the 1776 War of Independence, both capitalist factions in the Civil War hoped that Africans would remain docilely on the sidelines while Confederate America and Union America fought it out. But the rising of millions of Africans, striking off their chains, became the decisive factor in the Civil War. As Dubois so scathingly points out, freedom for the slave was the logical result of a crazy attempt to wage war in the midst of 4 million black slaves, and trying the while sublimely to ignore the interests of those slaves in the outcome of the fighting. Yet, these slaves had enormous power in their hands. Simply by stopping work, they could threaten the Confederacy with starvation. By walking into the federal camps, they showed to doubting Northerners the easy possibilities of using them as workers and as servants, as farmers, and as spies, and finally, as fighting soldiers. And not only using them thus, but by the same gesture depriving their enemies of their use in just these fields. It was the fugitive slave who made the slaveholders face the alternative of surrendering to the North, or to the Negroes. Judge John C. Underwood of Richmond, Virginia, testified later before Congress that, "I had a conversation with one of the leading men in that city, and he said to me that the enlistment of Negro troops by the United States was the turning point of the rebellion. That it was the heaviest blow they ever received." He remarked that when the Negroes deserted their masters, and showed a general disposition to do so and join the forces of the United States, intelligent men everywhere saw that the matter was ended. The U.S. Empire took advantage of this rising against the slave power to conquer the Confederacy, but now its occupying Union armies had to not only watch over the still sullen and dangerous Confederates, but had to prevent the African masses from breaking out. 4 million strong, the African masses were on the move politically. Unless halted, this rapid march could quickly lead to mass armed insurrection against the Union and the formation of a new African government in the South. Events had suddenly moved to that point. The most perceptive settlers understood this very well. The Boston capitalist Elizur Wright said in 1865, "The blacks must be enfranchised or they will be ready and willing to fight for a government of their own." Note, a government of their own. For having broken the back of the Confederacy, having armed and trained themselves contrary to settler expectations, the African masses were in no mood to passively submit to re-enslavement. And they desired and demanded land, the national foundations that they themselves had created out of the toil of 300 years. Du Bois tells us, there was continual fear of insurrection in the Black Belt. This vague fear increased toward Christmas, 1866. The Negroes were disappointed because of the delayed division of lands. There was a natural desire to get possession of firearms, and all through the summer and fall, they were acquiring shotguns, muskets, and pistols, in great quantities. All over their nation, Africans had seized the land that they had sweated on. Literally millions of Africans were unstruck in the wake of the Confederacy's defeat. The Southern economy, now owned by Northern capital, was struck dead in its tracks, unable to operate at all against the massive, stony resistance of the African masses. This was the greatest single labor strike in the entire history of U.S. empire. It was not done by any AFL-CIO type official union for higher wages, but was the monumental act of an oppressed people striking out for land and liberation. Africans refused to leave the lands that were now theirs, refused to work for their former slave masters. U.S. General Rufus Saxon, former head of the Freedmen's Bureau in South Carolina, reported to a congressional committee in 1866 that African field workers in that state were arming themselves and refusing to submit quietly to the return of settler rule. Even the pro-U.S. African petty bourgeoisie there, according to Saxon, was afraid they were losing control of the masses. "I will tell you what the leader of the Colored Union League said to me. They said that they feared they could not much longer control the freedmen if I left Charlestown. They feared the freedmen would attempt to take their cause in their own hands." The U.S. empire's strategy for re-enslaving their African colony involved two parts. 1. The military repression of the most organized and militant African communities. 2. Pacifying the African nation by neocolonialism, using elements of the African petty bourgeoisie to lead their people into embracing U.S. citizenship as the answer to all problems. Instead of nationhood and liberation, the neocolonial agents told the masses that their democratic demands could be met by following the northern settler capitalists, that is the Republican Party, and looking to the federal government as the ultimate protector of African interests. So all across the African nation the occupying Union Army, supposedly the saviors and emancipators of Africans, invaded the most organized, most politically conscious African communities. in particular, all those communities where the African masses had seized land in a revolutionary way came under Union Army attack. In those areas the liberation of the land was a collective act, with the workers from many plantations holding meetings and electing leaders to guide the struggle. Armed resistance was the order of the day, and planter attempts to retake the land were rebuffed at rifle point. The U.S. Empire had to both crush and undermine this dangerous development that had come from the grassroots of their colony. In August 1865 around Hampton, Virginia, for example, Union cavalry were sent to dislodge 5,000 Africans from liberated land. 21 African leaders were captured, who had been armed with revolvers, cutlasses, carbines, shotguns. In the Sea Islands off the South Carolina coast some 40,000 Africans were forced off the former plantations at bayonet point by Union soldiers. While the Africans had coolly told returning planters to go, and pulled out weapons to emphasize their orders, they were not able to overcome the U.S. Army. In 1865 and 1866 the Union occupation disarmed and broke up such dangerous outbreaks. The special danger to the U.S. empire was that the grassroots political drive to have armed power over the land, to build economically self-sufficient regions under African control, would inevitably raise the question of African sovereignty. African soldiers who had learned too much for the U.S. empire's peace of mind were a special target, of both Union and Confederate alike. Even before the war's end, a worried President Lincoln had written to one of his generals, "I can hardly believe that the South and North can live in peace unless we get rid of the Negroes." Certainly they cannot, if we don't get rid of the Negroes whom we have armed and disciplined and who have fought with us, I believe, to the amount of 150,000 men. I believe it would be better to export them all. African U.S. Army units were hurriedly disarmed and disbanded, or sent out of the South, out west to serve as colonial troops against the Indians, for example. The U.S. Freedmen's Bureau said in 1866 that the new, secret white terrorist organizations in Mississippi placed a special priority on murdering returning African veterans of the Union Army. In New Orleans some members of the U.S. 74th Colored Infantry were arrested as vagrants the day after they were mustered out of the Army. Everywhere in the occupied African nation an emphasis was placed on defusing or wiping out the political guerrillas and militia of the African masses. The U.S. empire's second blow was more subtle. The northern settler bourgeoisie sought to convince Africans that they could, and should want to, become citizens of the U.S. empire. To this end the 14th Amendment to the Constitution involuntarily made all Africans here paper U.S. citizens. This neo-colonial strategy offered African colonial subjects the false democracy of paper citizenship in the empire that oppressed them and held their nation under armed occupation. While the U.S. empire had regained its most valuable colony, it had major problems. The Union armies militarily held the territory of the African nation. But the settlers who had formerly garrisoned the colony and overseen its economy could no longer be trusted. Even after their attempted rival empire had been ended, the southern settlers remained embittered and dangerous enemies of the U.S. bourgeoisie. The African masses, whose labor and land provided the wealth that the empire extracted from their colony, were rebellious and unwilling to peacefully submit to the old ways. The empire needed a loyalist force to hold and pacify the colony. The U.S. empire's solution was to turn their African colony into a neo-colony. This phase was called Black Reconstruction. Africans were promised democracy, human rights, self-government, and popular ownership of the land, but only as loyal citizens of the U.S. empire. Under the neo-colonial leadership of some petty bourgeois elements, Africans became the loyalist social base. Not only were they enfranchised en masse, but Africans were participants and leaders in government, African jurors, judges, state officials, militia captains, governors, congressmen, and even several African U.S. senators were conspicuous. This regional political role for Africans produced results that would be startling in the empire today, and by the settler standards of a century ago were totally astonishing. The white supremacist propagandist James Pike reports angrily of state government in South Carolina, the state with the largest African presence in government. The members of the assembly issued forth from the State House. About 3/4 of the crowd belonged to the African race. They were such a looking body of men as might pour out of a market house or a courthouse at random in any southern state. Every Negro type and physiognomy was here to be seen, from the genteel serving man, to the rough-hewn customer from the rice or cotton field. Their dress was as varied as their countenances. There was the second-hand, black frock coat of infirm gentility, glossy and threadbare. There was the stovepipe hat of many ironings and departed styles. There was also to be seen a total disregard of the proprieties of costume in the coarse and dirty garments of the field. The speaker is black, the clerk is black, the doorkeepers are black, the little pages are black, the chairman of the Ways and Means is black, and the chaplain is coal black. At some of the desks sit colored men whose types it would be hard to find outside the Congo. It was not all sham, nor all burlesque. They have a genuine interest and a genuine earnestness in the business of the assembly which we are bound to recognize and respect. They have an earnest purpose, born of conviction that their conditions are not fully assured, which lends a sort of dignity to their proceedings. This dramatic reversal outraged the Confederate masses, who saw their former property now risen over them. The liberal Reconstruction government swept away the social garbage of centuries, releasing modern reforms throughout Southern life, public school systems, integrated juries, state highway and railroad systems, protective labor reforms, divorce and property rights for women, and so on. What was most apparent about Black Reconstruction was its impossible contradictions. Now we can say that while it was a bold course for the empire to embark upon, it so went against the structure of settler society that it could only have been temporary. Africans were organized politically into the Loyalist Union Leagues, which were often armed, organized militarily into state militia companies, and all for the purpose of holding down some Euro-American settlers both for themselves and for the U.S. empire. Yet, at the same time the empire wanted Africans disarmed and disorganized. This neo-colonial bourgeois government of Black Reconstruction was doomed from its first day, since it promised that Africans would share the land and the power with settlers. The African petty bourgeois leadership and government made every effort to stabilize relations with the former planter ruling class, and, in fact, to cement relations with all classes of settlers. They openly offered themselves as allies of the planters in return for settler acceptance of the new neo-colony. But in vain. The Reconstruction politicians hoped for a bourgeois democratic reconciliation, wherein the northern industrialists, they and even the former slave masters could all harmoniously unite to prosper off the labor of the African proletariat. Beverly Nash, one of the African leaders in the South Carolina legislature, told his people, "We recognize the Southern white man is the true friend of the black man. It is not our desire to be a discordant element in the community, or to unite the poor against the rich. The white man has the land, the black man has the labor, and labor is worth nothing without capital." Nash promised the banned ex-Confederates that he would fight to not only get their voting rights restored, but to get our first men, the former Confederate leaders, back in their customary places in Congress and the judge's bench. This desire to be accepted by the planter elite was far too common. Henry Turner, the most prominent African politician in Georgia, opposed seizing tax-delinquent planter estates and campaigned to free Jefferson Davis from prison. But Reconstruction fell, its foundations eroded away by the ever-growing mass terror against the African population by settler reaction. It was militarily overthrown by the secret planter paramilitary groups of the Ku Klux Klan, White Caps, White Cross, White Legion and so on. In town after town, county and parish one after another, then in state after state, Reconstruction was broken in bloody killings. During the 1868 elections in Louisiana, for example, some 2,000 Africans were thought to have been killed or wounded, with many more forced to flee. In Shreveport, a gang of Italian fishermen and market vendors called the Innocents roamed the streets for 10 days before the elections, literally killing every African they could find. Some 297 Africans were murdered in New Orleans. In Bossier Parish, 120 corpses were found in the woods or were taken out of the Red River after a Negro hunt, although it took 10 years for Reconstruction to be finally defeated, and another 20 years before its advances were all erased. The guerrilla war between planter and African forces was disastrously one-sided. The war could only have had one end, since Africans were disarmed militarily and politically. By 1874 only 4 states, Mississippi, Louisiana, South Carolina, and Florida, still remained in the hands of Reconstruction. The end was in sight. Secret conferences of the planter leadership mapped out the final drive to tear out the heart of Black Reconstruction, and to begin the long, 100-year night of absolute, terroristic rule. The White League was organized as the armed united front of the KKK and all the other planter organizations. Within months it had 40,000 members. The white violence intensified. Even at this late date, the African petty bourgeois leaders of Reconstruction remained true to their loyalty to the empire. In 1876 there was a militant strike wave among the African plantation laborers in South Carolina. Scabs were beaten and taken prisoner, and even the local police were overpowered by the armed strikers. But the African U.S. Congressman Robert Smalls led the state militia in and pacified the angry workers, ending the strike. In Mississippi, when the armed planter takeover drowned the 1876 elections in a sea of blood, African U.S. Congressman John Lynch, who had just lost his seat through vote fraud at gunpoint, reminded everyone to remain loyal to the empire. You certainly cannot expect to resort to mob law and brute force, or to use what may be milder language, inaugurate a revolution. My opinion is that revolution is not the remedy to be applied in such cases. Our system of government is supposed to be one of law and order. There is patriotism enough in this country and sufficient love of justice and fair play in the hearts of the American people. Indiana, 1876-77, the final accommodation between Northern capital and the Southern planters was reached in the Hayes-Tilden deal. The South promised to accept the dominance of the Northern bourgeoisie over the entire empire, and to permit the Republican candidate Rutherford B. Hayes to succeed Grant in the U.S. presidency. In return, the Northern bourgeoisie agreed to let the planters have regional hegemony over the South, and to withdraw the last of the occupying Union troops so that the Klan could take care of Africans as they wished. While the guarded remnants of Reconstruction held out here and there for some years, the critical year of 1877 marked their conclusive defeat. During these fateful years, when the central political issue in the empire was the war in the African colony, the white labor movement lined up on the side of the KKK terror, and against the African masses. Even the neo-colonial Society of Black Reconstruction was hated by white labor, since it involved giving Africans at least an outward form of democratic rights and government power. Even neo-colonialism was too good for Africans in the opinion of white labor. Some may consider it unusual that white workers opposed Black Reconstruction, particularly since Black Reconstruction not only bent over backwards to treat the entire white community, from planters to poor whites, with great respect, but introduced social reforms which gave a real boost upwards to poor whites. Poor whites were able to send their children to the new public schools, and for the first time in much of the South they were able to vote and hold minor public offices. During the slave power reign, stiff property qualifications barred many whites from having political rights. These gifts failed to win the gratitude of poor whites. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels saw that the mean whites, as they called them, of the South were hopeless politically. They felt that nothing could be done with them but to render them powerless until they died out of old age. This was not a unique observation. Wendell Phillips, the great radical abolitionist, bluntly pleaded in 1870, "Now is the time to guarantee the South against the possible domination or the anger of the white race." We adhere to our opinion that nothing, or not much, except hostility, can be expected of 2/3 of the adult white men. They will go to their graves unchanged. No one of them should ever again be trusted with political rights. And all the elemental power of civilization should be combined and brought into play to counterwork the anger and plots of such foes. No sooner had the planter confederacy been struck down, than poor whites began responding to the appeals of the KKK and the other planter guerrilla organizations. This was a mass phenomena. Their motivation was obvious: they desired to keep Africans as colonial subjects below even wage labor. Du Bois relates, when, then, he faced the possibility of being himself compelled to compete with a Negro wage laborer, while both were hirelings of a white planter, his whole soul revolted. He turned, therefore, from war service to guerrilla warfare, particularly against Negroes. He joined secret organizations, like the Ku Klux Klan, which fed his vanity by making him co-worker with the white planter, and gave him a chance to maintain his race superiority by killing and intimidating niggers. And even in secret forays of his own, he could drive away the planters' black help, leaving the land open to white labor. Or he could murder 2 successful freedmen. North or South, East or West, Euro-American working men were intent on driving out or pushing further down all subject labor, whether African, Mexicano or Chinese. In fact, despite the divisions of the Civil War, there were few qualitative differences between Northern and Southern white labor. In part this is because there was considerable merging through migration within the empire. So when Euro-American labor, greatly revived by the massive reinforcements immigrating from old Europe, reorganized itself during the Civil War, it was not any strengthening of democratic forces. Rather, it added new formations of oppressors, new blows being directed against the oppressed. Just as the petty bourgeois working men's movements of the 1840s and 1850s, these were white unions for settlers only. So that when the representatives from 8 craft trades met in Louisville in 1864 to form the short-lived International Industrial Assembly of North America, there was no mention of the emancipation of African labor. Similarly, when the National Labor Union was formed in 1866, most of its members and leaders clearly intended to simply push aside African labor. The NLU was the first major labor federation of white workers, the forerunner of today's AFL-CIO. Delegates from 59 trade unions and craft organizations took part in its first Baltimore meeting, with observers from much of the rest of the settler craft unions joining into the heady talking and planning. The most advanced settler unionists strongly argued for unity with African workers. It was repeatedly pointed out how the capitalists had used African workers to get around strikes and demands for higher wages by white workmen. Rather than let Africans compete in the job market against settlers, it was urged to restrain them by taking them into the NLU. As Du Bois pointed out, here was a first halting note. Negroes were welcome to the labor movement, not because they were laborers but because they might be competitors in the market, and the logical conclusion was either to organize them or guard against their actual competition by other methods. It was to this latter alternative that white American labor almost unanimously turned. In other words, settler trade unionists preferred to limit job competition between whites and Africans by driving the latter out of the labor market. All motions to admit Africans to the NLU were defeated, as the settler trade unionists continued following the capitalists' long-range plan to use them to replace African labor. It should be remembered that in all these deeds, Euro-American labor, no matter how much it huffed and puffed itself up, was just servilely following the genocidal strategies of the industrial bourgeoisie, for which service the capitalists had imported them in the first place, rewarding their pawns with a customary mixture of table scraps and kicks. But note, the radical conservative difference of opinion within the ranks of settler unionism was just like that between Governor Berkeley and Bacon. A difference between following cooperative strategies of genocide or seeking an immediate final solution through overwhelming force. These two opposites in the eternal settler debate are obviously inseparable and interwoven. By the National Labor Union's 1869 convention, the advocates of tactically embracing African workers had gained the upper hand, for there was serious trouble. African labor had gotten out of control. Throughout the empire, but especially in their nation, African workers were organizing their own unions, following their own leaders, launching their own strikes. In Richmond, Virginia, there were strikes by African stevedores and railroad workers and tobacco factory workers. On the heels of the 1867 strike wave throughout the South, African unions formed in city after city. In Savannah, Georgia, the 1867 strike of African longshoremen forced the city government to lift a $10 poll tax. In Charleston, South Carolina, they formed the powerful Colored Longshoremen's Protective Union Association, the strongest and most respected labor organization in that state. After winning a strike for better wages, the CLPUA started helping other unions of African proletarians get organized. By 1869, state conventions of African unions were being held, following the call for the December 1869 First Convention of the National Colored Labor Union. This federation was intensely political, and embraced African workers in all spheres of production, North and South. Longshoremen, carpenters, tenant farmers, printers, waiters, barbers, construction laborers, etc., were all united within it. Eventually it would have locals in 23 states. Clearly, Euro-American labor was feeling the heat. Their colonial competitors were out of control, building their own organizations to further their own interests. This had to be fought. The immediate decision was to warmly invite these African unions to join the white NLU, so that the settler unionists could mislead and undermine them. So at the 1869 NLU convention, for the first time, 9 African Union delegates were seated. As we might expect, the speeches and pledges of eternal brotherhood flowed like some intoxicating drink. In a scene reminiscent of the festive ceremonies that marked the signing of the early peace treaties between settlers and Indians, the convention became imbued with the spirit of unity. So much that an amazed New York Times reporter wrote, when a native Mississippian and an ex-Confederate officer, in addressing a convention, refers to a colored delegate who has preceded him as the gentleman from Georgia, when a native Alabamian, who has for the first time crossed the Mason and Dixon line, and who was from boyhood taught to regard the Negro simply as chattel, sits in deliberate consultation with another delegate whose ebony face glistens with African sheen, and signs the report of his colored co-delegate, when an ardent and Democratic partisan, from New York at that. The reporter remarks on this because the Democratic Party was the pro-slavery party, and New York was infamous as the seat of some of the most vicious and violent anti-African mass sentiment. Declares with a rich Irish brogue that he asks for himself no privilege as a mechanic or a citizen that he is not willing to concede to every other man, white or black, when, I say, these things can be seen or heard at a national convention, called for any purpose, then one may indeed be warranted in asserting that time works curious changes. But the celebration of unity was short-lived. The white trade unionists were, of course, only attempting to deceive African workers. Their invitation to join the NLU simply meant that Africans would promise to honor all white strikes and organizing drives. In return, they would have the privilege of being consoled as white labor savagely and relentlessly annexed their jobs. The second aspect of this unity was that Africans would be expected to follow European labor in opposing democratic demands in the South and helping to restore the chains around their legs. The integration of the NLU meant not only submission to European hegemony, but was virtually suicidal. Small wonder that Africans quickly parted ways with the NLU. While the NLU had granted African organizations the privilege of affiliating with it as a federation, Africans themselves were barred out of the individual white trade unions. Every advance, therefore, of European trade unionism meant the clearing of African workers out of another mill, factory, railroad, warehouse or dock. The capitalist attack on African labor, begun in the early 1830s, continued and gathered momentum. In the most celebrated single case, Lewis Douglas, the son of Frederick Douglass, was repeatedly denied admission to the Typographers' Union. A printer at the government printing office, Douglas was not only denied by the local, but his appeals were turned down by 2 successive conventions of the Typographers' Union, and even by the entire NLU convention. It is important to realize how strongly and overwhelmingly Euro-American workers in the Civil War period supported the concept of a settler empire, particularly as applied to guaranteeing white workers the right to annex the jobs that African, Chinese, Mexicano, and other oppressed labor had created. Of the 130 labor newspapers started between 1863-73, in the great upsurge of white labor, exactly one supported even bourgeois democratic equality for Africans. These insurgent journals represented the best, the most advanced trade unionists in the settler empire. Yet only 1 out of 130 supported democratic rights for Africans. That lone journal, the Boston Daily Evening Voice of the Boston Printing Trades, opposed President Johnson, supported African admission to the unions, backed the demand for free land for Africans, and so on. Such principled views lost them so many subscribers that, in a last vain effort to stay afloat, the editors promised their readers that the newspaper would stop writing about Reconstruction and the problems of Africans, saying that anyway that issue is practically solved. Much more typical was the St. Louis Daily Press, again an alternative newspaper started by local printers during a strike. The press was quite progressive. That is, it advocated the 8-hour day, the Irish Revolution, equal rights for white women, the unity of European workers around the world, even printing long Marxist documents sent by the First International in Europe. It also opposed democratic rights for Africans, and called on white labor to drive the niggers out of all desirable jobs. No one is above the reality of history. Even the masses themselves are tested in the crucible, forced, tempered or broken in the class struggle. And not inside skirmishes or paper debates either, but in great battles upon which the future waits. The attempted rising of the African colonial masses, protracted, bitter, involving millions of desperate combatants, was such a pivotal event. As the war raged on, carrying with it the hopes of whatever democratic forces existed within the empire, thousands upon thousands of Africans gave their lives. In the growing defeats eventually the entire African nation paid the blood price of re-enslavement. How should we be impressed, then, when we learn that in that hour northern white labor was trying to tell everyone that the real, main issue was, a shorter workday? If it were not so cowardly and treacherous, it would pass as comic relief. While marching through a region, the black troops would sometimes pause at a plantation, ascertain from the slaves the name of the meanest overseer in the neighborhood, and then, if he had not fled, tie him backward on a horse and force him to accompany them. Although a few masters and overseers were whipped or strung up by a rope in the presence of their slaves, this appears to have been a rare occurrence. More commonly, black soldiers preferred to apportion the contents of the plantation and the big house among those whose labor had made them possible, singling out the more notorious slaveholders and systematically ransacking and demolishing their dwellings. They gutted his mansion of some of the finest furniture in the world, wrote Chaplain Henry M. Turner, in describing a regimental action in North Carolina. Having been informed of the brutal record of this slaveholder, the soldiers had resolved to pay him a visit. While the owner was forced to look on, they went to work on his splendid mansion, and utterly destroyed everything on the place. Wielding their axes indiscriminately, they shattered his piano and most of the furniture and ripped his expensive carpets to pieces. What they did not destroy they distributed among his slaves. Leon F. Litwack, been in the storm so long? 5. The contradictions of white labor. The issue of a shorter workday spread enthusiastically among the white workers between 1866 and 1873. During these years the 8-hour day struggle held first place in the activities of white labor. With considerable foresight, the leaders of the National Labor Union had seen the need for such a single issue to unite and discipline their immature followers. At the founding convention of the NLU in Baltimore, on August 20, 1866, the call was sent forth for all white workingmen in every region, trade, and industry to combine on this one front, the first and great necessity of the present to free the labor of this country from capitalistic slavery is the passing of a law by which 8 hours shall be the normal working day in all states of the American Union. Throughout the 60s and early 70s the 8-hour day movement grew, with immigrant German socialists playing a leading role in organizing 8-hour leagues in all the major cities of the empire. Literally millions took part in the strikes, parades and rallies. By 1868 6 states, led by California, a number of cities, and the federal government had passed 8-hour day laws, the last only applying to federal employees. In 1872, when the New York City building trades won a 3-month strike for the 8-hour day, a festive parade of 150,000 white workmen took over the main streets of the city. 143 But this campaign folded like wet cardboard during the Depression of 1873-78, when it turned out that the capitalists had no intention of honoring any promises, agreements or laws. The white trade unionists found their hours of toil increasing while their pay was steadily slashed. Not until the CIO and New Deal in the 1930s would white workers attain their goal of the 8-hour day. Defeat, however, is not the same thing as failure. The 8-hour campaign was a success for white labor. It was a new stage of unity, the first, empire-wide, coast-to-coast political campaign. As such it marked the historic point where the swelling settler masses emerged upwards from their earlier, pre-industrial, small craft consciousness, and entered the industrial age. That campaign was the first time white labor actually achieved a broad, national unity in action. This was evident at the time. Alexander Kennedy, head of the San Francisco Trades Assembly and a leader of both the 8-hour campaign and the National Labor Union, said, "By far the most important result of this 8-hour agitation, to those who look forward to the day when labor, organized and effectively drilled, shall assume its legitimate sphere in the body politic, is visible in the marked improvement in the character of the men engaged in the movement." A few years ago the working population of California were in a chaotic state, disorganized, and at the mercy of the capitalists, with very rare exceptions. Today, nearly every branch of skilled industry has its own union, fixing its own rate of wages, and regulating its domestic differences. A spirit of independence, and a feeling of mutual confidence inspire its members of course, When Kennedy talks about the working population, he isn't referring to Mexicanos, Chinese, Indians, or Africans, he is only discussing white settlers. When he proudly points out how every branch of skilled industry has its own union, he means unions of white workers. While he refers to these new unions taking care of domestic differences, it is interesting that he fails to mention the trade union role in the primary labor conflict of the time, the drive by the white unions to annex the jobs of oppressed workers. This is a curiously right-wing result from such a supposedly class-conscious labor campaign. This contradiction sums up the 8-hour struggle. The 8-hour demand was not only righteous, but it was a demand that hit home to working people across the widest variety of industries, trades, and nationalities. It became the first truly international campaign of European workers, as the first international spread it to England, France, and all of Europe. The largest single 8-hour demonstration was not in Europe or the US, however, but was in Manila. Filipino workers defied the Spanish colonial authorities and struck in a massive rally of 1 million. Many African, Mexicano, and Chinese workers responded militantly to the call for the 8-hour struggle, and in some areas African workers took an early lead in stirring up action. But the campaign, instead of uniting working people, furthered disunity. It was no coincidence that no sooner had the early victories of the 8-hour campaign unified and strengthened white labor in California than they began stepping up the attack against Chinese workers. Nor is it true that the 8-hour campaign was the work of noble, class-conscious trade unionists, while the anti-Chinese and anti-African campaigns were the work of some totally separate bands of declassed hoodlums and bigots. Both were the acts of the same hands. All of the individual craft unions, the large federations such as the National Labor Union and the Knights of Labor, the local trades assemblies, the labor press, the left organizations such as the Socialist Labor Party and the communist-led General German Working Men's Association, were involved in these white supremacist offensives. Unlike the experience of other nations, the 8-hour campaign in the U.S. empire had an anti-democratic character, consolidating the settler masses around pro-capitalist politics. In regard to the pivotal struggle of Black Reconstruction, it is clear that the overwhelming majority of the 8-hour day activists were in the camp of the enemy. While only a minority of a few hundreds of thousands were personally active in killing and re-enslaving Africans, they committed their crimes with the support of the rest of their white kith and kin. Those advanced workers, particularly the German socialist and radical exiles, who loudly sympathized with the plight of the ex-slaves, didn't stop for 1 hour in their headlong rush to unite with the white supremacist mobs. It was as if a witness to a criminal attack were to loudly bemoan the injuries done to the victim, while trying to convince the criminals that they should become partners. The 8-hour campaign, the anti-Coolie, and anti-African campaigns were not separate and unconnected events, but linked chapters in the development of the same movement of white labor. This young movement, for all its anti-capitalist noises, was unable to resist being drawn deeper and deeper into bourgeois politics. As the National Labor Union was having its first convention and first issuing the call for the 8-hour campaign, 5 representatives of the new organization were meeting with President Andrew Johnson to solicit his support. And when he threw out a gesture towards white labor by ordering the workday for government printers cut to 8 hours, he was hailed as the true friend of the white masses. The leading union newspaper National Workman of New York City praised his practical sympathy with labor. The Philadelphia Trades Council described his administration as for the benefit of the working classes. When the NLU attacked Black Reconstruction, it was clearly carrying out its part of an unholy alliance with President Johnson, who was the newfound champion of the defeated planter class. If the National Labor Union had begun life with an uncertain attitude towards class struggle, and a desire for the quick fix of bourgeois political deals, by 1872 it was wholly given over to these illnesses. It completely abandoned mass struggle. Instead, the NLU promoted a national labor reform party to compete with the Democrats and Republicans. This abortive party was so opportunistic and malformed that it nominated Charles O'Connor, a well-known advocate of slavery, as its presidential candidate in the 1872 elections. The NLU itself perished in this fiasco. But the class outlook it represented continued and flourished. In this period white labor, although still young, took definite shape. Euro-American labor increasingly found itself pressed to organize, to fight the employers, to demand from the bourgeois state some relief from exploitation and some democratic rights. At the same time, these white working men were also a part of settler society, and felt their welfare tied up with the supremacy of the empire. Further, pressed downward by capital, they sought to establish a stranglehold on jobs by ruthlessly degrading or eliminating colonial labor. This consciousness was very sharply manifested in the 1870s, when these white working men became the eager tools of various factions in the bourgeoisie in the mass drives to re-enslave Africans and drive out Chinese, at the same time engaging in the most vigorous and militant strike waves against the bourgeoisie. This was a middle position, between the colonial proletariat and the settler bourgeoisie, and it had its roots in the middle position of these white masses in the class structure. It is important to see why white labor could only unite on a petty bourgeois and opportunistic basis. While white labor had tacked together a precarious political unity based on the commonalities of wage status and settlerism, it was as yet so divided that it did not even constitute a class. In brief, we can point to four main aspects of this. 1. White working men were sharply divided by nationality. 2. The upper stratum of workmen, which contained most of the native-born Americans, had a definite petty bourgeois character. 3. Even the bottom, most exploited layer, who were largely new European immigrants, were politically retarded by the fact that their wages were considerably higher than in old Europe. 4. Immigrant labor did not constitute a single, united proletarian class itself because they were part of separate national communities, German, Swedish, etc., each headed by their own bourgeois leaders. The native-born settlers, as the citizen descendants of the original English invasion force, still kept for themselves a high, general level of privileges. They still thought of themselves as the only true Americans, while considering the non-Anglo-Saxon, new immigrants as foreigners only a step better than Africans or Mexicans. Among these native-born settlers petit bourgeois, property owning, and small tradesman status was the norm, and even wage laborers confidently expected to move upwards once they mastered the knack of exploiting others. Engels noted in 1886, there were two factors which for a long time prevented the inevitable consequences of the capitalist system in America from being revealed in their true light. These were the access to ownership of cheap land and the flood of immigrants. They enabled the great mass of indigenous Americans, for years on end, to retire from wage labor at an early age and to become farmers, dealers, or even entrepreneurs, whereas the hard lot of the wage laborer with his status of proletarian for life, fell mostly on the immigrant. Thus the Irish, Polish, Italian, etc. immigrants had the honor of replacing Africans, Mexicanos, Indians, and Asians as the primary labor force of the U.S. empire in the north. But the position of native-born, Anglo-Saxon settlers changed little if at all. The native-born settler masses were still above the nationally differentiated proletarians, still small property owners and small businessmen, still foremen, overseers, and skilled craftsmen. The European immigrant workers, who were promoted to be the new, more loyal proletariat of the U.S. empire, were themselves very divided and confused. America as it entered the industrial age was a literal Tower of Babel. In the hellish brutality of the mines, mills, and factories, the bourgeoisie had assembled gangs of workers from many different nations, torn away from their native lands, desperate, and usually not even speaking a common language with each other. Engels noted the importance of these national barriers. Immigration divides the workers into groups, native and foreign-born, and the latter into 1. Irish, 2. German, and 3. Many small groups, the members of each of which can only understand one another, namely, Czechs, Poles, Italians, Scandinavians, etc. And then we must add the Negroes. Sometimes there is a powerful elan. However, the bourgeoisie need merely hold out passively for the heterogeneous elements of the working masses to fall apart again. And as wretched and bitter as life in America was for white workers on the bottom of settler society, it was still far, far better than life back in old Europe. The Irish, for example, who became the bulk of the unskilled white labor, were used up under virtually inhuman conditions. Contemporary accounts of the 19th century usually emphasize how Irish laborers on the New York canals, the coal pits of Pennsylvania, the railroads across the Plain States, etc. were kept drunk on cheap whiskey by the labor contractors and overseers, so that they could endure their miserable lives. Along the Mississippi, gangs of Irish laborers drained malarial swamps and built levees for $1 per day and whiskey. An overseer explained, it was much better to have the Irish do it, who cost nothing to the planter if they died, than to use up good field hands in such severe employment. While it is hard for us today to imagine that this could be better than life in colonial Ireland, it was. In 1846 alone some 1 million Irish died from famine. Those who emigrated did so under sheer sentence of death as the alternative. Even for those on the bottom stratum of white wage labor, the actual wages were significantly higher than in old Europe. Rural farm laborers, usually the worst paid of workers, earned a much better wage in the U.S. empire. Marx, as we remember, pointed out in this period that, now, all of you know that the average wages of the American agricultural laborer amount to more than double that of the English agricultural laborer. Further, as European immigrants or poor Euro-Americans, they were still eligible for the privileges of settlerism, and if not for them, then for their children. While this was markedly true for poor whites in the South, it applied with a few modifications throughout the empire. Du Bois points out, it must be remembered that the white group of laborers, while they received a low wage, were compensated in part by a sort of public and psychological wage. They were given public deference and titles of courtesy because they were white. They were admitted freely with all classes of white people to public functions, public parks, and the best schools. The police were drawn from their ranks, and the courts, dependent upon their votes, treated them with such leniency as to encourage lawlessness. Their votes selected public officials, and while this had small effect upon the economic situation, it had great effect upon their personal treatment and the deference shown them. The other powerful moderating force upon the bottom, immigrant layers of white wage labor is that they were part of immigrant national minority communities here in the New World. And these communities had their own culture, class structure, and leadership. The German and Scandinavian immigrant communities were on the whole fairly prosperous, with a very high degree of business and property ownership. The vast farming lands of the upper Midwest and the Plain States were in large measure settled by these two nationalities. The 1900 census revealed that there were 700,000 German and Scandinavian-owned farms in the empire then, more than 3 times the number owned by native-born Anglo-Saxon Americans. The question of the bourgeois leadership of immigrant workers is very clearly shown by the Irish here. Nor was this disconnected from settlerism. The community leaders of the Irish national minority here were not revolutionary proletarians, but horde politicians, police chiefs, mayors, the Roman Catholic Church, etc. It is hardly a secret that during the mid-1800s the Irish workers of the North, under the leadership of the Church and other bourgeois elements, were surpassed by none in their vicious hatred of Africans. The Archdiocese of New York City, for example, publicly opposed emancipation and undoubtedly helped create the anti-African riots that took thousands of lives during the Civil War. It is interesting that Irish patriots, themselves engaged in the bloody armed struggle to throw off British colonialism, saw from across the Atlantic that their countrymen here were being led into taking the reactionary road. In 1841 some 70,000 Irish patriots signed a revolutionary petition to Irish Americans, Irishmen and Irishwomen, treat the colored people as your equals, as brethren. By all your memories of Ireland, continue to love liberty, hate slavery, cling by the abolitionists, and in America you will do honor to the name of Ireland. Despite mass meetings organized to generate support for this message of international solidarity, the full weight of the Catholic Church, and Irish ward politicians and trade union leaders kept the Irish immigrant masses firmly loyal to reaction. There was, of course, then is now a powerful national tie here towards their captive homeland. Twice the Fenian Brotherhood tried military invasions of Canada, trying to force loose the British death grip on Ireland. Even after many defeats, Irish patriots and funds continued to pour into the cause. The modern submarine, for example, was developed by the secret Irish clan here, and only later turned over to the U.S. Navy. Irish POWs exiled to Australia were liberated in a spectacular raid across the Pacific. So widespread was the enthusiasm for this daring attempt in the Irish-American community here that an Irish-American U.S. senator offered to get a U.S. customs ship for the raid if no private vessel could be obtained. This only underlines the process at work. The genuine national feeling towards colonial Ireland was taken over by bourgeois elements, who shaped it in bourgeois nationalist directions, and who used the appeal of the cause to promote their own political careers and pocketbooks. This is still true today. What international solidarity means can be seen by the actions of the Patricio Corps, the hundreds of Irish soldiers in the U.S. Army who broke with the Empire during the Mexican-American War. Revolted at the barbaric invasion of 1848, they defected to the Mexican forces and took up arms against the U.S. Empire. In contrast, the struggle of the Irish-American community here for equality with other settlers was nothing more nor less than a push to join the oppressor nation, to enlist in the ranks of the empire. The difference is the difference between revolution and reaction. The victorious U.S. Army inflicted barbaric punishment on any of these European soldiers who had defected that they later caught. Some 80 Irish and other Europeans were among the Mexican army prisoners after the Battle of Churubusco in 1847. Of these 80 the victorious settlers branded 15 with the letter D, 15 were lashed 200 times each with whips, and then forced to dig graves for the rest who were shot down. The U.S. Empire, then, at the dawn of industrialization, had two broad strata of white wage labor, one a true Euro-American labor aristocracy, totally petty bourgeois in life and outlook. The second, an ethnic, national differentiated stratum of immigrant Europeans and poor whites of the defeated Confederacy, who were both heavily exploited and yet given the bare privileges of settlerism to keep them loyal to the U.S. Empire. Once nationally oppressed labor was under the bourgeoisie's brutal thumb, then white wage labor could be put into its proper place. In the wake of the Great Strike Wave of 1873-77, the white unions were severely repressed and broken up. The mass organizations of white labor, once so sure of their strength when they were dining at the White House and attacking African, Mexicano, and Chinese labor at the bidding of the capitalists, now found themselves powerless when faced with the blacklist, the lockout, and the deadly gunfire of company police and the National Guard. In taking over the tasks of the colonial proletariat, the new white laboring masses found themselves increasingly subject to the violent repression and exploitation that capitalism inexorably subjects the proletariat to. Thus, the industrial age developed here with this crucial contradiction. The U.S. empire was founded as a European settler society of privileged conquerors, and the new white masses could not be both savagely exploited proletarians and also loyal, privileged settlers. As the tremendous pressures of industrial capitalism started molding them into a new proletariat, which we will examine in the next section, a fundamental crisis was posed for American capitalism. The experience of early trade unionism in the U.S. is extremely valuable to us. It showed that, 1. Trade unionism cannot bridge the gap between oppressor and oppressed nations. 2. Moreover, that even among Euro-Americans, unionism, political movements, etc. inescapably have a national character. 3. The organization of nationally oppressed workers into or allied with the trade unions of the settler masses was only an effort to control and divide us. 4. That the unity of the settler masses is counter-revolutionary, in that the various privileged strata of the white masses can only find common ground in petty self-interest and loyalty to settler hegemony. 5. That whatever advanced, or democratic-minded Euro-Americans do exist need to be disunited from their fellow settlers, rather than welded back into the whole lockstepping, reactionary white mass by the usual reform movements. 6. That trade unionism became a perverted mockery of its original self in a settler society, where even wage labor became corrupted. The class antagonism latent within the settler masses had, in times of crisis, been submerged in the increased oppression of the colonial peoples. Capitalistic settlerism drastically reworked the very face of the land. A continent that was at the dawn of the 19th century primarily populated by the various oppressed nations was at the end of the 19th century the semi-sterilized home of a new Europe. And in this cruel, bloody transformation, history forced everyone to choose, and thus to complete the realization of their class identity. Class is not like a brass badge or a diploma, which can be carried from old Europe and hung on a wall, dusty but still intact. Class consciousness lives in the revolutionary struggles of the oppressed, or dies in the poisonous little privileges so eagerly sought by the settler servants of the bourgeoisie. On the other hand, there is the tendency of the bourgeois and the opportunists to convert a handful of very rich and privileged nations into eternal parasites on the body of mankind, to rest on the laurels of the exploitation of Negroes, Indians, etc., keeping them in subjection with a 8 of the excellent weapons of extermination provided by modern militarism. On the other hand, there is the tendency of the masses, who are more oppressed than before and who bear the whole brunt of imperialist wars, to cast off this yoke and to overthrow the bourgeoisie. It is in the struggle between these two tendencies that the history of the labor movement will now inevitably develop. V.I. Lenin. V. Colonialism, Imperialism and Labor Aristocracy. 1. The bourgeois proletariat, communism has always had to fight against not only the bourgeoisie, but also the very real opposition of some strata and masses of workers who have become corrupted and reactionary. Thus, the hostility revolutionary trends face here is neither new nor a puzzle for communist theory. In England, South Africa, etc., the communist forces have had to recognize this opposition. Marx, Engels, Lenin, all emphasized how important this question was. It is an essential part of the world fight against imperialism. To begin with, our criticism of the historically negative role of the settler masses here is no more pointed than Friedrich Engels' statements a century ago about the English working class. Communists have never believed that the working class was some holy, religious object that must be enshrined away from scientific investigation. Lenin on his own part several times purposefully reminded his European comrades that the original proletariat, of Imperial Rome, did not work, but was supported by the surpluses of slave labor. As the lowest free class of Roman citizens, their only duty was to father new soldiers for the Roman legions, which is why they were called proletari in Latin, while they lived off government subsidies. The political consciousness and material class role of the masses of any given nation cannot be assumed from historic generalizations, but must be discovered by social investigation and scientific analysis. The phenomenon of the various capitalist ruling classes buying off and politically corrupting some portions of their own wage-laboring populations begins with the European colonial systems. The British workers of the 1830s and 1840s were becoming increasingly class-conscious. An early, pre-Marxian type of socialism, Owenism, had caused much interest, and the massive Chartist movement rallied millions of workers to demand democratic rights. Alarmed at this, and warned by the armed, democratic insurrections in 1848 in both France and Germany, the British capitalists grudgingly decided that the immense profits of their colonial empire allowed them to ease up slightly on the exploitation at home. This tossing of a few crumbs to the British workers resulted in a growing ideological stagnation, conservatism, and national chauvinism. Engels was outraged and disgusted, particularly at the corrupt spectacle of the British workers slavishly echoing their bourgeoisie as to their alleged right to exploit the colonial world. There is no workers' party here, and the workers gaily share the feast of England's monopoly of the world market and the colonies. In 1858 Engels sarcastically described the tamed British workers in the bluntest terms: the English proletariat is actually becoming more and more bourgeois, so that this most bourgeois of all nations is apparently aiming ultimately at the possession of a bourgeois aristocracy and a bourgeois proletariat alongside the bourgeoisie. For a nation which exploits the whole world, this is to a certain extent justifiable. Britain was the imperial Rome, the American empire of that day, a nation which feasted on the exploitation of colonies around the entire world. Engels, as a communist, didn't make lame excuses for the corrupted English workers, but exposed them. He held the English workers accountable to the world proletariat for their sorry political choices. This was not a matter of English factory hands suddenly wearing gold jewelry and designer jeans. The change was historic. It raised the English masses past the bare floor of survival. As we discussed earlier, in the early stages of capitalist development, the bourgeoisie exploited the English workers to the point of early death. Workers, women and children in particular, were overworked and starved as disposable and easily replaced objects. The change didn't mean that English workers as a whole weren't exploited, just that their exploitation was lightened in the golden flow of colonial profits. In 1840 the wages of an ordinary labourer in England were 8 shillings per week, while it cost some 14 shillings per week to live on a minimal but stable basis. By 1875 both the common wages and the cost of living were up to 15 shillings per week, an event that historian Arnold Toynbee points to as the first time in British capitalist history that unskilled labourers earned enough to survive. At the same time, reform legislation sponsored by the big factory owners placed restrictions on the use of child labor. The length of the working day declined. At both Jarran shipyards and the Newcastle Chemical Works, for example, workers succeeded in lowering the work week from 61 to 54 hours. In 1892 Engels explained that the prolonged conservatism of the English workers was due to this generalized bribery. The truth is this: during the period of England's industrial monopoly, the English working class have, to a certain extent, shared in the benefits of monopoly. These benefits were very unequally parceled out amongst them. The privileged minority pocketed most, but even the great mass had, at least, a temporary share now and then. And that is the reason why, since the dying out of Owenism, there has been no socialism in England. Engels divides the workers into two groups: the privileged minority of the labor aristocrats, and the great mass of common wage labor. While the labor aristocracy engages in wage labor and grows up out of the working class, it is no longer exploited. Rather, the bourgeoisie shares with this privileged layer a part of the super profits from colonial exploitation. Typically, these labor aristocrats are trade union officials, certain white-collar employees, foremen, the well-paid members of the restrictive craft unions, etc. They often supervise or depend upon the labor of ordinary workers, while they themselves do little or no toil. This stratum can also include groupings of workers who are employed directly by the state, who work in the colonial system, in war industries, etc., and who therefore have a special loyalty to the bourgeoisie. The aristocracy of labor have comfortable lives, and in general associate with the petty bourgeoisie. The great mass of English workers were, in contrast, certainly exploited. They lived lives of hardship. Yet, they had in their own lifetimes seen an uneven but upward trend in their wages and working conditions, a rise dependent upon the increasing profits of the overseas empire. Under the leadership of the aristocracy of labor, who were looked up to as the most successful, best organized, and most unionized layer of the class, these ordinary laborers increasingly identified their own progress with the progress of their British Empire. Engels felt in the late 1890s that this might be only a temporary phenomenon, and one limited to England by and large. He thought that with the growth of rival industrial empires and the sharpening of European capitalist competition, the super profits that supported this bribery might dwindle. Exactly the reverse happened, however. With the coming of imperialism and the tremendous rise of the most modern colonial empires, the trend of social bribery of the working classes spread from England to France, Germany, Belgium, etc. Between the fall of the Paris Commune of 1871 and the eve of World War I in 1913, real per capita income in both England and Germany doubled. In 1907 Lenin wrote, "The class of those who own nothing but do not labor either is incapable of overthrowing the exploiters. Only the proletarian class, which maintains the whole of society, has the power to bring about a successful social revolution." And now we see that, as the result of a far-reaching colonial policy, the European proletariat has partly reached a situation where it is not its work that maintains the whole of society but that of the people of the colonies who are practically enslaved. The British bourgeoisie, for example, derives more profit from the many millions of the population of India and other colonies than from the British workers. In certain countries these circumstances create the material and economic basis for infecting the proletariat of one country or another with colonial chauvinism. Imperialism allowed the European workers, once much more exploited and revolutionary than their American cousins, to catch up in privileges and degeneracy. Lenin said that imperialism gives the bourgeoisie enough super profits to devote a part, and not a small one at that, to bribe their own workers, to create something like an alliance between the workers of a given nation and their capitalists, the pro-imperialist labor aristocracy, which in 1914 Lenin estimated at roughly 20% of the German working class, were the leaders of the German trade unions, the Socialist Party, etc. Using their state-sanctioned positions they led millions of workers in the more proletarian strata. This labor aristocracy succeeded in sabotaging the revolutionary movements in Western Europe, and disrupting unity between the anti-colonial revolutions and the workers of the oppressed nations. We can sum up key lessons in this theoretical development of analyzing social bribery in the imperialist oppressor nations. 1. Lenin's insistence on a total break with those socialists, who were unwilling to support the anti-colonial revolutions in deeds, was proven correct. The shallow argument that racist European workers would be brought to revolutionary enlightenment by union activity and reformist economic movements, the same arguments preached here in America, was proven to be totally untrue. While in every mass there are those who have backward or chauvinistic prejudices in the yet-to-be-clean corners of their minds, Lenin insisted that this was not the primary problem. Under imperialism, racist politics were an outward manifestation of a class alliance with the imperialists. 2. This labor aristocracy of bribed workers is not neutral, but is fighting for its capitalist masters. Therefore, they must be combated, just like the army or police, who are the military base of the imperialists, while the labor aristocracy is its social base. Lenin told his comrades, no preparation of the proletariat for the overthrow of the bourgeoisie is possible, even in the preliminary sense, unless an immediate, systematic, extensive and open struggle is waged against this stratum 3. When the new communist movement was formed, it was greatly outnumbered and out-organized everywhere in Europe outside of Russia. Lenin's answer was concise: since the bribed, pro-imperialist masses were primarily the upper, privileged layers of workers, the communists, in order to combat them, had to go down lower and deeper, to the real masses. And again he noted the sufferings, miseries, and revolutionary sentiments of the ruined and impoverished masses. He pointed to particularly those who are least organized and educated, who are most oppressed and least amenable to organization. We might say that he shared the same perception that Malcolm X had of where to find a base for revolution. On the global scale, Lenin's strategy of go down lower and deeper, to the real masses, meant that the communist movement became truly internationalist, organizing the masses of Asia, Latin America, and Africa, the real masses of imperialism. Near the end of his life, noting the unexpected setbacks in revolutionizing Western Europe, Lenin remarked that in any case the future of the world would be decided by the fact that the oppressed nations constitute the overwhelming majority of the world's population. 4. The analysis of the labor aristocracy under imperialism helps deepen the understanding of our own varied struggles, and the evolution of the U.S. empire in general. As the U.S. empire jumped into the imperialist scramble for world domination at the turn of the 20th century, its Euro-American workers were the most privileged in the entire capitalist world. In 1900, labor in America was sharply divided into 3 very separate and nationally distinct strata, literally, of different nations: Euro-American, European, and oppressed nations. On top was the labor aristocracy of Euro-American workers, who dominated the better-paid craft trades and their restrictive AFL unions. This privileged stratum of native-born citizens comprised roughly 25% of the industrial workforce, and edged into the ranks of their petty bourgeois neighbors, foremen, small tradesmen, and so on. Below them was a new proletarian stratum just imported from Eastern and Southern Europe, who comprised 50 to 75% of the northern industrial workforce. They were poorly paid and heavily exploited, the main factory production force of the North. Largely unorganized, they were systematically barred from the craft unions and the better-paying factory jobs. This stratum was composed of non-citizens, was only a generation old here, and had no previous existence. The very bottom, upholding everything else, were the colonial proletariats of African, Mexicano, Indian, and Asian workers. Even as modern industrialization and the northern factory boom were in full swing, it was still true that the super profits wrung from the oppressed nations, plus those wrung from imported labor from Asia, were the foundations of the empire. Everything American was built up on top of their continuing oppression. In the African South, cotton was still king. The African laborers, whether hired, renter or sharecropper, who produced the all-important cotton still supported the entire settler economy. Between 1870 to 1910, cotton production had gone up by 3 times, while domestic cotton usage had gone up by 600%, and king cotton still was the leading U.S. export product, 25% of all exports. The number of African men in agriculture had increased, and in 1914 some 50% of all African workers labored in the fields. African women not only worked in the fields, as did their children, but they involuntarily continued cleaning, cooking, washing clothes, and child-raising for the upper half of Euro-American families. Over 40% of the entire African workforce was still bound into domestic labor, maintaining for the southern settlers their conquest lifestyle. The growing Euro-American masses in the South had benefited from the fact that Africans had been gradually forced out of industry and the skilled trades. While roughly 80% of all skilled workers in the South had been African in 1868, by 1900 those proportions had been reversed. In the more localized construction trades Africans still hung on, comprising 15% of carpenters and 36% of masons, but in the desirable mechanical trades, associated now with rising industry, they were excluded. Only 2% of machinists in the South, for example, were African. On the southern railroads, where Africans once predominated, and as late as 1920 still accounted for 20 to 25% of all firemen, brakemen, and switchmen, the 1911 Atlanta Agreement between Southern Railroads and the AFL Railroad Brotherhoods called for the gradual replacement of all Africans by settlers. Even the jobs in the new textile mills were reserved for poor whites forced off the land. So that settler labor in the South, however exploited, was grateful to the bourgeoisie for every little privilege they got. The settler masses of the South, in the tradition of the slave patrols, the Confederate Army, and the KKK, were still in the main a loyal garrison over occupied New Africa. Even though the empire tried to use industry to build up a settler occupation population, African labor was necessary as the super-exploited base of Southern industry. In lumber they made up the bottom half of the workforce. In the coal mines of Alabama they were 54% of the miners at the turn of the century. In the southern iron and steel mills we find that in 1907 Africans still made up 40% of the workers. In the Mexicano Southwest the same basic foundation of oppressed nation labor was present, together with Asian labor. Native American workers were present throughout the region, on cattle and sheep ranches, in the fields, and in the mines. Navajo miners, for example, played an active role in building the Western Federation of Miners local at the Great Telluride, Colorado mines. Asian labor played an equally important role. Although much of the Chinese national minority had been driven by repression out of the U.S. or to retreat into the ghetto economy of laundries, food service, etc., new waves of Asian workers were being recruited from Japan, the Philippines, and Korea. By the many thousands they toiled on the railroads, the urban service economy, in canneries, and above all, in the fields. Much less industrialized and economically developed than the North, or even the South, the Southwestern economy rested on agriculture and mining. The migrant farm laborers of the factories in the fields were not marginal, but the economic mainstay of the Southwest. In the key agricultural area of Southern California the majority of farm labor was Chicano-Mexicano. Because the Southwest was much more recently conquered than other regions of the Continental Empire, the labor situation was far less developed in a modern industrial sense. Armed Chicano-Mexicano resistance organizations against settler rule continued well into the 1920s. The Euro-American settlers were in general wary of concentrating masses of Mexicanos, and long into the 20th century the main interest of many Anglo-settlers was the continuing, terroristic seizure of the remaining lands and water rights of the Chicano-Mexicano and Indian nations. Thus, the settler economy in the Southwest even in the imperialist era was still concentrated in the conquest and looting stage. Here the conquered Chicano-Mexicanos were necessary to the settlers as ranch labor and domestic labor, just as in the rural South with Africans. But at the turn of the century the development of railroad systems, of large-scale commercial agriculture, and of extensive mining were also creating the imperialist need for increased masses of cheap laborers. Thousands and then tens of thousands of Mexicano workers were brought northward to fill this need. By 1909 on both the Santa Fe and Southern Pacific Railroads some 98% of the crews working west of Albuquerque were Chicano-Mexicano. While varying mixtures of Mexicano, Indian, and immigrant European nationalities were used in the mines, Mexicano labor played the largest role. In mines closest to the artificial border, Mexicano workers were often a large majority, such as in the major copper center of Clifton, Arizona. Once driven out of much of the West by settler terrorism, Mexicanos were now being brought back to their own national land as immigrant, or contract labor. Mexicanos became 60% of the miners, 80% of the agricultural workers, and 90% of the railroad laborers in the West. Thus, in the West the importance of colonial labor was rapidly growing. In terms of income and lifestyle it is easy to see the gulf between the labor of the oppressor nation of settlers, imported European national minorities, and the colonial labor of the oppressed nations and minorities. The African tenant family usually lived in debt slavery, laboring as a family for little more than some food, a few clothes and use of a shack. Those Chicano-Mexicano families trapped in the Texas peonage system earned just as little. One Texas rancher testified in 1914, "I was paying Pancho and his whole family 60 cents a day. There were no hours. He worked from sun to sun." As late as the 1920s African farm laborers in the South earned 75 cents per day when employed. For both Africans and Mexicanos at the turn of the century, even in industry and mining it was common to earn one half of white man's pay. One step up from this was the northern industrial proletariat from Eastern and Southern Europe, newly created, heavily exploited, but whose ultimate relationship to the imperialists was still uncertain. The hunky and dago commonly earned $6 to $10 per week in the early 1900s, for 6- and 7-day work weeks. One giant level up from there was the privileged stratum of Euro-American labor aristocrats, skilled workers, foremen, office staff. They usually earned $15 to $20 per week, with the majority being homeowners and voting citizens of the empire. This top stratum dominated the trade unions and the socialist organizations, consistently supporting the U.S. empire. Bribed and helped to be the imperialist leadership of all white workers as a whole, they sabotaged any militant outbreaks in the industrial ranks. Always they prevented any internationalist unity between white workers and the colonial proletariats. It is with this background, and being able to trace the continuing role of social bribery, that we can begin to examine settler mass politics in the imperialist era. 2. Settler opposition to imperialism. There have always been significant contradictions among the settlers, and even in the earliest stages of imperialism we have seen conflicts between the monopoly capitalists and their settler base. While the U.S. was an empire just as soon as it started to breathe, the Spanish-American War of 1898 marked this early settler empire's transition into imperialism. The pivotal nature of this imperialist war was well understood by the settler citizenry of that earlier day, and it caused not only a great public debate but an angry split in the settler ranks. The well-organized mass movement of settlers opposed to imperialism then foreshadowed the anti-Vietnam War movement of our times. These are important contradictions. In the brief 1898 war, the U.S. easily removed Puerto Rico, the Philippines, and Cuba from the feeble hands of the aging Spanish Empire. This armed robbery was so effortless because the Spanish bourgeoisie had already lost most of their former power over these colonies, due to both their own weakness and to the rise of national liberation movements. On September 23, 1868, at Lares, Puerto Rican patriots proclaimed the first Republic of Puerto Rico amidst an armed uprising against the Spanish occupiers. Although crushed, the cry of Larry's marks the start of an unbroken history of patriotic warfare by the Puerto Rican people. Increasingly, the Puerto Rican forces controlled not only the mountains, but also the rural areas right up to the towns of the isolated Spanish garrisons. Finally, in 1897, the desperate Spanish Empire agreed in negotiations with Puerto Rican representatives to a charter of autonomy. This recognized the power of the Puerto Rican nation to set up its own currency, fix tariffs on imports, negotiate trade agreements with other nations, and veto if they wished any Spanish diplomatic treaties applying to Puerto Rico. The end of Spanish rule was evident. Similar concessions were won by Cuban and Filipino rebels. The U.S. bourgeoisie had to move quickly if it was to annex these colonies. In addition to the possibility that Britain or some other great power would make a grab for them, there was the certainty that the oppressed nations of the Spanish Empire were raising the beacon of national independence and anti-colonialism, as had Haiti a century before. So that on April 25, 1898, the U.S. declared war on Spain while moving to invade Puerto Rico, Cuba, and the Philippines. It was just in the nick of time as far as U.S. imperialism was concerned. In the Philippines, the liberation struggle had already reached the formation of a new Filipino government. Spurred on by the Katipunan, the secret armed organization of workers and peasants, the revolutionaries had created a large people's army. By the time the first U.S. troops landed on June 30, 1898, the Filipino revolutionaries had already swept the Spanish colonial army and administration out of virtually the whole of the Philippines, besieging the last isolated holdouts in the old walled city of Manila. Under the pretext of being allies of the Filipinos, U.S. troops landed and joined the siege of the Spanish remnants. It is a fact that in the siege the Filipino patriots held 15½ miles of the lines facing the Spanish positions, while the U.S. troops held only a token 600 yards of front line. More and more U.S. troops arrived, even after the hopeless Spanish surrendered on December 10, 1898. Finally, on February 4, 1899, the reinforced U.S. allies moved to wipe out the Filipino forces, even ordering that no truces or ceasefires be accepted. The Filipino people defended their nation with the most heroic and stubborn resistance. It took over 3 years of the most bitter combat before the guerrilla patriots were overcome and defeated, then only because, 1. The bourgeois nationalist Filipino leaders had treacherously purged the armed movement of the most advanced proletarian elements, while they themselves vacillated in trying to reach an accommodation with the U.S. invaders. 2. Over half of the total U.S. Army, 1.2 million troops, were eventually poured into the Philippines, with weapons and organization far advanced over the former Spanish foes. 3. The Filipino people were unprepared for the brutal effectiveness of the genocidal strategy used by the U.S. invaders. The last became an international scandal when the full details became known, shaking even some settlers. Unable to cope with the guerrilla tactics of the Filipino revolutionaries, the U.S. Army decided to starve them into disintegration by destroying their social base, the Filipino population. The same genocidal population regroupment strategy, as the CIA calls it today, that settlers first used against the Indian nations was revived in the Philippines, and would be used again in Vietnam in our times. The general outlines of U.S. strategy called for destroying all organized social and economic life in guerrilla areas. Villages would be burned down, crops and livestock destroyed, diseases spread, the people killed or forced to evacuate as refugees. Large areas were declared as free fire zones in which all Filipinos were to be killed on sight. Of course, even Euro-American settlers needed some indoctrination in order to daily carry out such crimes. indiscriminate killing, looting, and torture were publicly encouraged by the U.S. Army Command. American reporters were invited to witness the daily torture sessions, in which Filipinos would be subjected to the water cooler, having salt water pumped into their stomachs under pressure. The Boston Herald said, "Our troops in the Philippines look upon all Filipinos as of one race and condition, and being dark men, they are therefore niggers, and entitled to all the contempt and harsh treatment administered by white overlords to the most inferior races." U.S. imperialism took the Philippines by literally turning whole regions into smoldering graveyards. U.S. Brigadier General James Bell, upon returning to the U.S. in 1901, said that his men had killed 1 out of every 6 Filipinos on the main island of Luzon. That would be some 1 million deaths just there. It is certain that at least 200,000 Filipinos died in the genocidal conquest. In Samar Province, where the patriotic resistance to the U.S. invaders was extremely persistent, U.S. General Jacob Smith ordered his troops to shoot every Filipino man, woman or child they could find over 10 years of age. The settler anti-imperialist movement that arose in opposition to these conquests focused on the Philippines. It was not a fringe protest by a few radicals. Many of its leaders were men of wealth and standing, many of them old veterans of the abolitionist cause. The author Mark Twain, Governor Pingree of Michigan, former U.S. Secretary of Agriculture J. Sterling Morton, and steel magnate Andrew Carnegie were but a few of the notable settlers involved. From its center in New England, the movement spread coast to coast, and then organized itself into the American Anti-Imperialist League. The League had over 40,000 members and some 40 chapters, with hundreds of thousands of settler supporters. It was also closely tied to the reform wing of the Democratic Party, and to the presidential election campaign of William Jennings Bryan. Just as Senator George McGovern would run against President Nixon on an anti-war platform in 1972, Bryan was running against the entrenched Republicans with a platform calling for an end to Asian conquests. The politics of the League were well developed, with an explicit class orientation. The League opposed imperialism in the first place because they correctly saw that it represented the increased power of monopoly capital. When they raised their slogan, Republic or Empire, they meant by it that America should be a republic of free European settlers rather than a world empire, whose mixed populations would be subjects of the monopoly capitalists. They feared that the economic power gained from exploiting these new colonies, plus the permanent armed force needed to hold them, would be used as home to smother the democracy of the settler masses. The atrocities committed by U.S. troops in the Philippines were denounced on moral and humanitarian grounds. But the League was very careful to point out that their support for Philippine independence did not mean that they believed in any equality of colonial peoples with Europeans. Congressman Karl Schurz, the German immigrant liberal who played such a prominent role in supporting Reconstruction during the 1860s and 1870s, was a leading spokesman for the League. In his speech "The Policy of Imperialism," Schurz began by defining Filipinos as the strongest and foremost tribe of the region. He then said, "We need not praise the Filipinos as in every way the equals of the embattled farmers of Lexington and Concord, but there is an abundance of testimony, some of it unwilling, that the Filipinos are fully the equals, and even the superiors, of the Cubans and Mexicans." The patronizing arrogance of even these settlers showed that it was possible for them to be against the new imperialism, and also be white supremacists and supporters of capitalism. That this was an impossible contradiction didn't occur to them. The class content of the League becomes very clear as Schurz continued. Now, it may well be that the annexation of the Philippines would pay a speculative syndicate of wealthy capitalists, without at the same time paying the American people at large. As to the people of our race, tropical countries like the Philippines may be fields of profit for rich men who can hire others to work for them, but not for those who have to work for themselves. In other words, the League was articulating the interests of the liberal petty bourgeoisie. Settler labor was appealed to on an explicitly white supremacist basis. Congressman George S. Boutwell, the president of the League, reminded the white workers that they had just finished robbing and driving out Chinese workers, a campaign that he had supported. Now, he told white workers, a new menace had arisen of half-civilized races from the Philippines. If their land were to be annexed to the U.S. empire, then in the near future these Asians would be brought to America by the capitalists. He said, "Does anyone believe that with safety, we can receive into this union the millions of Asia, who have no bonds of relationship with us? The question before this country shall be this: should the laboring and producing classes of America be subjected to a direct and never-ending competition with the underpaid and half-clad laborers of Asia?" The politics of the League did not support national liberation. They were not anti-capitalist or even anti-racist. The heart of their movement was the appeal of a false past, of the picture of America as an insular European society, of an economy based on settlers' production in small farms and workshops. They feared the new imperialist world of giant industrial trusts and banks, of international production where the labor of oppressed workers in far-flung colonies would give monopoly capital a financial whip over the common settler, craftsman and farmer. They believed, incorrectly, that the settler economy could be sustained without continuing America's history of conquest and annexation. Lenin commented, "In the United States, the imperialist war waged against Spain in 1898 stirred up the opposition of the anti-imperialists, the last of the Mohicans of bourgeois democracy, who declared this war to be criminal, but while all this criticism shrank from recognizing the inseverable bond between imperialism and the trusts, and, therefore, between imperialism and the foundations of capitalism, while it shrank from joining forces engendered by large-scale capitalism and its development, it remained a pious wish. Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism." Peking, 1970. Pages 134. We can see the very sharply defined case the League made for counterposing the interests of settlers versus their bourgeoisie. In his convocation address at the University of Chicago in 1899, Carl Schurz takes up the issue of explaining why the old conquests of the U.S. empire were so good, while the new conquests were bad. Has not the career of the Republic almost from its very beginning been one of territorial expansion? Has it not acquired California, Florida, Texas, the vast countries that came to us through the Mexican War, and Alaska, and has it not digested them well? If the Republic could digest the old, why not the new? Schurz then gives 5 reasons why the old annexations worked out so well for the settlers. 1. They were all on this continent. 2. They were not in the tropics, but in temperate climates, where democratic institutions thrive, and where our people could migrate in mass. 3. They were virtually without any population. 4. Since only Euro-Americans would populate them, they could become territories and then states and become fully integrated into white America. 5. No permanent increase in the military was needed to defend them from probable foreign attack. His political thought was that whereas the old annexations of settlerism provided land and resources for the invading Europeans to occupy and become the dominant population, with the aid of genocide, of course, these new annexations in Asia and the Caribbean brought only new millions of colonial subjects into the U.S. empire, but in distant colonies that the Euro-American masses would never populate. Schurz continues, the scheme of Americanizing our new possessions in that sense is therefore absolutely hopeless. The immutable forces of nature are against it. Whatever we may do for their improvement, the people of the Spanish Antilles will remain Spanish Creoles and Negroes, and the people of the Philippines, Filipinos, Malays, Tagals, and so on, a hopelessly heterogeneous element, in some respects more hopeless even than the colored people now living among us. These settlers were opposing imperialism from the ideological standpoint of petty bourgeois settlerism. It is significant that the League refused to take a stand on the Boer War going on in South Africa, or on the dispatch of U.S. Marines to join other Western powers in crushing the Boxer Rebellion in China. And, obviously, the League had no objection to colonialism at home, in the annexed and settled territories of Mexico, the Indian nations, and New Africa. By 1901 the American Anti-Imperialist League was a spent force. Bryan and the Democrats had lost the 1900 elections by a large margin. More decisively, the Filipino, Puerto Rican, and Cuban patriots had been defeated, and the issue of the U.S. expanding from a continental North American empire into a world empire had been decided. There were other waves of petty bourgeois settler reaction against the domination of monopoly capital. The most significant was the Populist Party, which broke the color line in the South, uniting poor whites and Africans in voting for new government programs of reform. With heavy strength in the rural counties, the Populist Party got almost one-third of the vote in 8 northern states west of the Mississippi in 1892. In the South its strength was less but still important. Led by the demagogue Tom Watson of Georgia, the Populists proposed that African sharecroppers should unite with small white farmers, enforcing big business to give them both a better economic deal. It was the bread and butter coalition of two exploited forces from different nations. But frustrated at their inability to reach their goals through this electoral coalition, the populist leadership sharply shifted course after 1902. Watson and his cronies had discovered that the tactical position of the poor whites in the bourgeois elections might be improved if they drove out African voters, a conclusion the imperialists were glad to encourage. C. Van Woodward comments, with a Negro vote eliminated, Watson and the Populists stood in much the same relation toward the two factions of the Democratic Party as the Negro had occupied towards the Populists and the Democrats. They held the balance of power. Watson himself, still the captivating spokesman of the cracker and redneck, therefore moved rapidly to the right. He encouraged new waves of terrorism against Africans. Lynch law is a good sign. It shows that a sense of justice lives among the people. In 1904 Watson started campaigning for disenfranchisement of the 1 million African voters in Georgia. With flamboyant rhetoric, Watson supported the 1905 Russian Revolution. At the same time he swore that the key to a movement of poor whites in America was disenfranchising Africans. The white people dare not revolt so long as they can be intimidated by the fear of the Negro. Vote 177. Not surprisingly, these stands only increased Watson's popularity as a leader of the poor whites. In 1920, shortly before his death, he was finally elected to the U.S. Senate. At his death Eugene Debs, leading figure of the Euro-American Socialist Party, hailed Watson as a true hero of the white workers. He was a great man, a heroic soul who fought the power of evil his whole life long in the interests of the common people, and they loved him and honored him. By that time, naturally, Watson had become a wealthy plantation owner and publisher. The Populists had faded away as a party, to become just another pressure group lobby within the Democratic Party. Just as in the anti-imperialism of the League, the settler African coalition of the Populists had nothing to do with any real unity of settlers with the oppressed. Rather, these poor but still privileged settlers were tactically maneuvering to improve their position relative to the monopoly capitalists, and recruiting Africans to give their settler party a boost. Historian Michael Rogan points out, populism, however, was a movement of the farm-owning proprietors, not property-less workers. It attempted to reassert local community control against the economic and political centralization of corporate capital. These two movements did not cross the lines of battle between the empire and the oppressed nations. Their limitation, and their special importance, is that they represented the eruption of class contradictions within the camp of the enemy. The Vietnam War controversy of the 60s, the strange Watergate scandal that forced President Nixon out of power, are both evidence that the effects of these contradictions are considerable, and will be in the future. If we become confused about their basic nature, we damage our strategic self-reliance. If, like the Vietnamese comrades, we can make these contradictions serve us, we will have seized an essential element of revolution. 3. The U.S. and South African settlerism. The same contradictions between imperialism and its settler garrison troops appeared elsewhere, most strongly in Africa. At the same time as the American Anti-Imperialist League was denouncing the annexation of the former Spanish colonies, the Boer settlers in South Africa were being invaded by the forces of the British Empire. The 1899 to 1902 Anglo-Boer War became a political issue among settlers in America. There is a historic relationship between Euro-American settlers and the colonization of South Africa. American mercenaries, engineers, and technologies played a major role in the European exploitation of South Africa, and, obviously, still do. The diamond and gold mines, which were the economic center of British South African colonization, were virtually run by the experienced Euro-Americans from California and Colorado. Gardner Williams, the U.S. consular agent in Kimberley, was the manager of the De Beers diamond mines. John Hayes Hammond was the chief engineer for the British South Africa Corporation. By 1896, one-half of all the mines were run by Euro-American mine experts. Much of the equipment, as well, came from the U.S. Empire. One U.S. company alone, Fraser and Chalmers, supplied 40% of the machinery at the Randgold fields. When the second and decisive war broke out between the Boer South African Republic and the British Empire, Euro-Americans became heavily involved. The difference in America over the Anglo-Boer War definitely reflected the existing strains between the monopoly capitalists and their own settler base. The U.S. bourgeoisie and its political agents were strongly pro-British. Allied to the British mining interests, they supported British imperialism as the power that would open up southern Africa for imperialist exploitation in general. And, like the British, they saw the backward South African Republic of the original Boer settlers from Holland as an obstacle to profits. The Boer society stressed settler family agriculture, and opposed any proletarianization of the African peoples, while it was only with mass, enforced integration of African labor into the corporate economy that the Western imperialists could fully exploit South Africa. The British imperialists had to take state power out of the hands of those narrow, theocratic Boers and bring all of South Africa into their colonial empire. Euro-Americans were heavily involved in the 1895 Jameson Raid, the private British military expedition of imperialist Cecil Rhodes. In the aftermath of the raid's well-publicized failure at overthrowing the Boer government, the facts of Euro-American involvement came out. The weapons used had been smuggled into South Africa by Euro-American mining executives, 7 of whom were arrested by the Boers. The defense of the 7 became big news back in the U.S. Mark Twain visited them in jail, afterward supporting them as men who were innocently trying to bring about reform. Eventually, due to diplomatic pressure, the 7 were freed. Gardner Williams simply paid his fine and resumed his post as U.S. consular agent. John Hayes Hammond was ousted from the colony, however, and returned to a hero's welcome in the U.S. He later became national chairman of the Republican Party. When the war broke out in 1899, the U.S. government openly sided with the British. the Republican McKinley administration approved the sale of much-needed provisions and munitions to the British forces. Permission was even given for the British to recruit mercenaries here. Just as, covertly, the White Rhodesians obtained military reinforcements here in the 1970s. But many Euro-American settlers identified with the Boers, who were, after all, just fellow European settlers ruling occupied lands like themselves, and saw the Boers as losing their rights to greedy monopoly capital. The parallel to the U.S. was very close in many minds. And if the Republican administration in Washington was publicly championing the British side, still there were others who identified with the Boer Davids against the British Goliath. There was so much popular sympathy for the Boer settlers among the U.S. settlers that the 1900 Democratic Party platform saluted the heroic burghers in their unequal struggle to maintain their liberty and independence. Much of the most impassioned support in the U.S. for the Boers came, to no surprise, from the Irish community. They saw the Boers not only as fellow European settlers, but as fellow rebels fighting for nationhood against British colonialism. An Irish brigade was actually assembled and sent to the Transvaal to join the Boer army. As the eventual defeat of the Boers loomed closer, public settler sympathy for them only increased. The states of Texas, New Mexico, and Colorado formally offered their welcome and free land, stolen from the Indians and Mexicanos, to any Boers who wished to immigrate, just as the governor of South Carolina in 1979 officially invited the losing Rhodesian settlers fleeing Zimbabwe to come settle in that state. So the present U.S. imperialist involvement in South Africa has a long history, as does the Euro-American settler solidarity with their Afrikaner counterparts. Once these two trends were counterposed, now they are joined. South Africa played out, in a form much condensed, the same pattern of relations between settler workers and African labor as in the U.S. African laborers not only conducted strikes, but starting with the July 1913 mine strike, Africans tried honoring the strikes of the white workers. Indeed, in the mines a strike by white workers alone would hardly have stopped production. But in every case the white workers themselves refused in return to support African strikes, customarily serving as scabs and special constables, volunteer police, to put down African struggles. The December 1919 Cape Town strike by African longshoremen and the February 1920 African miners' strike were both broken by the authorities with the help of white labor. One Afrikaner radical comments, "But the white workers believed that they had nothing in common with the blacks. The white miners earned 10 times as much as the blacks, that many of them employed black servants in their homes, that a victory of the black miners would have increased the desire of the mine owners to reduce the status of the white miners, since any increase in black wages would have to be met either by a reduction in white wages or by a reduction of profits." Such was the reality of the situation, which the white workers, consciously or not, understood very well. Imperialism knows no gratitude, not even towards its servants. From 1907 on, the mining companies kept pushing at the white miners, kept trying to gradually replace white miners with low-paid Africans, to reduce white wages, and to reduce the total numbers of expensive white miners. In response, from 1907–1922 there was a series of militant white strikes. Finally, in 1922 the Chamber of Mines announced that the companies had repudiated the existing labor agreements and had decided to lay off 2,000 white miners. This touched off the Great Rand Revolt of 1922, in which an 8-week strike escalated into a general strike of all white workers, and then into a week of armed revolt with fighting between the Red Guards of white miners and the imperialist troops. The main slogan of this amazing explosion was "For a White South Africa." The white communists marched through the streets with banners reading "Workers of the world, fight and unite for a white South Africa." The main demand was obvious. The white miners, who were Boer, British, Scottish, and Welsh, gained the support not only of the other white workers, but of the whole Boer people as well. As the strike grew, the armed Red Guards of the miners started attacking African workers. Between the production halts and the attacks, thousands of Africans had to evacuate the Rand. In recognition of the reactionary character of the revolt, all the leading African political organizations, churches, and unions denounced it. The violent upheaval of settler discontent corrected the erring course of imperialism in South Africa. In 1924, the rigidly pro-company Smuts government was voted out by the settler electorate. The new Afrikaner government granted the white workers all they wanted, except for driving out the African population wholesale. The Color Bar Act was passed, which legally enforced the settler monopoly on highly paid wage labor. Toil was now to be reserved for the African proletariat. Afrikaner wage labor had stabilized its position as a subsidized, non-exploited aristocracy of labor. The main function of the Afrikaner masses was no longer to produce and support society, but only to serve as the social base for the occupation garrison that imperialism needed to hold down the colonial peoples. Indeed, today it is evident that South African mining, industry, and agriculture are all the products of colonial African labor alone. Afrikaner workers, far from supporting society, are themselves supported by the super-exploitation of the oppressed nation of Africans. There is no longer, in any meaningful terms, any working-class struggle within settler society there. 6. The U.S. industrial proletariat. 1. The communistic and revolutionary races, the industrial system in the U.S. came into full stride at the turn of the century. In 1870, the U.S. steel industry was far behind that of England in both technology and size. From its small, still relatively backward mills came less than 1/6 of the pig iron produced in England. But by 1900, U.S. steel mills were the most highly mechanized, efficient, and profitable in the world. Not only did they produce twice the tonnage that England did, but in that year even England, the pioneering center of the iron and steel industry, began to import cheaper Yankee steel. That year the U.S. empire became the world's leading industrial producer, starting to shoulder aside the factories of old Europe. Such a tidal wave of production needed markets on a scale never seen before. The expansion of the U.S. empire into a worldwide power tried to provide those. Yet the new industrial empire also needed something just as essential, an industrial proletariat. The key to the even greater army of Whig Slavs was another flood of emigration from old Europe. This time from southern and eastern Europe, Poles, Italians, Slovaks, Serbs, Hungarians, Finns, Jews, Russians, etc. From the 1880s to the beginning of the First World War, some 15 million of these new emigrants arrived looking for work. And they came in numbers which dwarfed the tempo of the old Irish, German and Scandinavian immigration of the mid-1800s, and that was 3.5 times as large as the Anglo-Saxon, German, and Scandinavian immigration of the 1898 to 1914 period. They had a central role in the mass wage labor of the new industrial empire. The capitalists put together the raw materials and capital base extracted from the earlier colonial conquests, the labor of the Euro-American craftsmen, and the new millions of industrial production workers from southern and eastern Europe. In 1910, the U.S. Immigration Commission said, "A large portion of the southern and eastern immigrants of the past 25 years have entered the manufacturing and mining industries of the eastern and middle western states, mostly in the capacity of unskilled laborers. There is no basic industry in which they are not largely represented, and in many cases they compose more than 50% of the total numbers of persons employed in such industries." Coincident with the advent of these millions of unskilled laborers, there has been an unprecedented expansion of the industries in which they have been employed, In the bottom layers of the northern factory, the role of the new, non-citizen immigrants from Eastern and Southern Europe was dominant. A labor historian writes, more than 30,000 were steel workers by 1900. The newcomers soon filled the unskilled jobs in the northern mills, forcing the natives and the earlier immigrants upward or out of the industry. In the Carnegie plants of Allegheny County in March 1907, 11,694 of 14,539 common laborers were Eastern Europeans. The Carnegie Steel Company was the leading firm in the industry. In 1901, under the guidance of J.P. Morgan, it became the main building block in the first of the giant trusts, which was named the U.S. Steel Corporation. This was not just the arithmetic, quantitative addition of more workers. The mechanization of industrial production qualitatively transformed labor relations, reshaping the masses themselves. Instead of skilled craftsmen using individual machines as tools to personally make a tin sheet or an iron rod, the new mass production factory had gangs of unskilled workers tending semi-automatic machines and production lines, with the worker controlling neither the shape of the product nor the ever-increasing pace of production. This was the system, so well known to us, whose intense pressures remolded peasants and laborers into an industrial class. This new industrial proletariat, the bottom, most exploited foundation of white wage labor, was nationally distinct. That is, it was composed primarily of the immigrant national minorities from Southern and Eastern Europe. Robert Hunter's famous exposé, Poverty, which in 1904 caused a public sensation in settler society, pointed this national distinction out in very stark terms. In the poorest quarters of many great American cities and industrial communities, one is struck by a most peculiar fact: the poor are almost entirely foreign-born. Great colonies, foreign in language, customs, habits, and institutions, are separated from each other and from distinctly American groups on national and racial lines. These colonies often make up the main portion of our so-called slums. In Baltimore, 77% of the total population of the slums was, in the year 1894, of foreign birth or parentage. In Chicago, the foreign element was 90%. In New York, 95%. And in Philadelphia, 91%. The 9th Special Report of the Federal Bureau of Labor revealed that immigrant Italian workers in Chicago had average earnings of less than $6 per week. 57% were unemployed part of the year, averaging 7 months out of work. For the new mass production system found it more profitable to run at top speed for long hours when orders were high, and then shut down the factory completely until orders built up again. In 1910, a year of high production for the steel industry, 22% of the labor force was unemployed for 3 months or longer, and over 60% were laid off for at least 1 month. Even in an industry such as steel, where the work week at that time was 7 days on and on, the new immigrant workers could not earn enough to support a family. In 1910, the Pittsburgh Associated Charities proved that if an immigrant steel laborer worked for 365 straight days, he still could not provide a family of 5 with the barest necessities. And these were men who earned $10 to $12 per week. In the textile mills of Lawrence, Massachusetts, the 15,000 immigrant youth from age 14 who worked there earned only 12 cents per hour. A physician, Dr. Elizabeth Shapla, wrote, "A considerable number of boys and girls die within the first 2 or 3 years after starting work. 36 out of every 100 of all men and women who work in the mills die before reaching the age of 25. The proletarian immigrants did not see America as a land of freedom as the propaganda says, but as a hell of satanic cruelty." One historian reminds us, the newcomers harbored no illusions about America. There in Pittsburgh, people say, the dear sun never shines brightly, the air is saturated with stench and gas. Parents in Galicia wrote their children. A workman in the South works, U.S. Steel South Works in Chicago, Illinois warned a prospective immigrant, if he wants to come, he is not to complain about me, for in America there are neither Sundays nor holidays. He must go to work. Letters emphasized that here in America one must work for 3 horses. There are different kinds of work, heavy and light, explained another, but a man from our country cannot get the light. An Hungarian churchman inspecting Pittsburgh steel mills exclaimed bitterly, wherever the heat is most insupportable, the flames most scorching, the smoke and soot most choking, there we are certain to find compatriots bent and wasted with toil. Returned men, it was said, were worn out by their years in America. In South Works nearly 1/4 of the new immigrant steel workers were injured or killed on the job each year. In the steel mill communities, company towns, these laborers in the pre-World War I years were usually single, with even married men having been forced to leave their families in the old country until they could either return or become more successful. They lived crowded into squalid boarding houses, owned by boarding bosses, who were fellow countrymen and often as well the foremen who hired them. Different nationalities often worked in separate gangs, so that they had a common language. Sleeping 3 or 4 to a room, they spent much of their free time in the saloons that were their solace. As in all oppressed communities under capitalism, cheap drink was encouraged as a pacifier. Immigrant mill communities would fester with saloons. Gary, Indiana had more than one saloon for every 100 inhabitants. Of course, the local police and courts preyed on these foreigners with both abuse and shakedowns. They had few democratic rights in the major urban centers, and in the steel or mining or rubber or textile company towns they had none. In the U.S. empire, nationality differences have always been disguised as racial differences, so that the Euro-American settlers can maintain the fiction that theirs is the only real nation. The Eastern and Southern European national minorities were widely defined as non-white, as members of genetically different, and backward, races from the white race of Anglo-Saxons. This pseudo-scientific, racist categorizing only continued an ideological characteristic of European capitalist civilization. The Euro-Americans have always justified their conquest and exploitation of other nationalities by depicting them as racially different. This old tactic was here applied even to other Europeans. So Francis A. Walker, president of MIT, and the Dr. Strangelove figure who as U.S. Commissioner of Indian Affairs developed the Indian reservation system, popularized the social Darwinistic theory that the new immigrants were beaten men from beaten races. Representing the worst failures in the struggle for existence thus, as double failures in the survival of the fittest, these new European immigrants were only capable of being industrial slaves. The wildest assertions of racial identity were common. Some Euro-Americans claimed that these swarthy Europeans were really Arabs, or Syrians. U.S. Senator Simmons of North Carolina claimed that the Southern Italians were the degenerate progeny of the Asiatic hordes which, long centuries ago, overran the shores of the Mediterranean. The St. Paul, Minnesota District Attorney argued in federal court that Finns shouldn't receive citizenship papers since a Finn is a Mongolian and not a white person. Scientists were prominent in the new campaign. Professor E. A. Houghton of Harvard University claimed that there were actually 9 different races in Europe, each with different mental abilities and habits. As late as 1946, in the widely used textbook, New Horizons in Criminology, Professor Houghton's pseudoscience was quoted by police to prove how Southern Italians tended to crimes of violence, how Slavs show a preference for sex offenses, and so on. A widely read Saturday Evening Post series of 1920 on the new immigrants warned that unless they were restricted and kept segregated, the result would be a hybrid race of people as worthless and futile as the good-for-nothing mongrels of Central America and Southeastern Europe. On the street level, newspapers and common talk sharply distinguished between white Americans, and the Dago, and Hunky, who were not considered white at all. The bourgeoisie had a dual attitude of fearing these new proletarians during moments of unrest and eagerly encouraging their influx when the economy was booming. It was often stated that these races were prone to extreme and violent political behavior that the calm, business-like Anglo-Saxon had long since outgrown. One writer in a business journal said, "I am no race worshipper, but if the master race of this continent is subordinated to or overrun with the communistic and revolutionary races, it will be in grave danger of social disaster." One answer, and one that became extremely important, was to Americanize the new laboring masses, to tame them by absorbing them into settler America, to remake them into citizens of empire. The big bourgeoisie, which very much needed this labor, was interested in this solution. In November 1918, a private dinner meeting of some 50 of the largest employers of immigrant labor discussed Americanization. This was the phrase used at the time. Previous social work and employer indoctrination campaigns directed at the immigrants had not had much success. It was agreed by those capitalists that the spread of Bolshevism among the industrial immigrants was a real danger, and that big business should undercut this trend and break up the nationalistic, racial groups by combining their members for America. It was thus well understood by the bourgeoisie that these European workers' consciousness of themselves as oppressed national minorities made them open to revolutionary ideas, and, on the other hand, their possible corruption into American citizens would make them more loyal to U.S. imperialism. The meeting formed the Interracial Council, with corporate representatives and a tactical window dressing of conservative, bourgeois leaders from the immigrant communities. T. Coleman DuPont became the chairman. Francis Keller, the well-known social worker and reformer, became the paid coordinator of the council's programs. It sounded just like so many of the establishment pacify the ghetto committees of the 1960s, only the races being uplifted were all European. The council's main efforts were directed at propaganda. The American Association of Foreign Language Newspapers, in actuality a private company that placed American big business advertising in the many foreign language community newspapers, was purchased. With total control over the all-important major advertising, the council began to dictate the political line of many of those newspapers. Anti-communist and anti-union articles were pushed. The council also, in concert with government agencies and private capitalist charities, promoted Americanization education programs, that is, political indoctrination, adult education night schools for immigrants, state laws requiring them to attend Americanization classes, laws prohibiting the use of any language except English in schools, etc., etc. The Americanization movement had a lasting effect on the empire. The Interracial Council was dropped by the capitalists in 1921, since by then Americanization had its own momentum. At the same time, national chauvinism and the specific class interests of the Euro-American petty bourgeoisie and labor aristocracy led to campaigns against the new immigrants. State licensing acts in New York, Connecticut, Michigan, Wyoming, Arizona, and New Mexico barred non-citizen immigrants from competing with the settler professionals in medicine, pharmacy, architecture, engineering, and so on. Under the banner of anti-Catholicism, various right-wing organizations attempted to mobilize the settler masses against the new immigrants. One such group, the Guardians of Liberty, was headed by retired U.S. Army Chief of Staff General Nelson Miles, who had commanded the military repressions at both Wounded Knee and later in the invasion of Puerto Rico. The Loyal Legion, the Ku Klux Klan, and other secret paramilitary groups were also heavily involved in attacks on immigrants, particularly when they became active in socialist organizations or went out on strikes. Most significantly, the settler trade unions themselves started picturing these new proletarians as the enemy. The unions of the American Federation of Labor, AFL, were heavily imbued with the labor aristocracy viewpoint of the native-born settlers. This was true even though an earlier wave of German and Irish immigrants had played such a large role in founding those unions. Now they fought to bar the Dago and Hunky from the better paid work, from union membership, and even from entering the U.S. In New York, the Bricklayers Union got Italians fired from public works projects. AFL President Samuel Gompers united with right-wing U.S. Senator Henry Cabot Lodge in campaigning to extend the anti-Asian immigration bars to the non-white Eastern and Southern Europeans as well. This process was very visible in the steel mills. It became socially unacceptable for white settlers to work with the Slavs and the Italians on the labor gangs. Increasingly they left the hard work to the European national minorities and either moved up to foremen, skilled positions, or out of the mills. The companies pushed the separation. Euro-Americans applying for ordinary labor jobs were told, only hunkies work on those jobs, they're too damn dirty and too damn hot for a white man. No white American works in steel plant labor gang unless he nuts or booze fighter. A steel labor history tells us, the English-speaking workman was in general content to ignore the immigrants. Outside the mill he rarely encountered them or entered their crowded streets. But indifference often edged into animosity. Disdain could be read also in the stereotyped Dago and Hunky in the short stories that appeared in labor papers, and in the frankly hostile remarks of native workers. Eager to dissociate himself from the Hunky, the skilled man identified with the middling group of small shopkeepers and artisans, and with them came to regard the merchants and managers as his models. Whatever his interests may have been, the English-speaking steel worker had a psychological commitment in favor of his employer. So the imperialist era had begun with Euro-American wage labor still a privileged, upper stratum dominated by a petty bourgeois viewpoint. And although the new industrial proletariat was overwhelmingly European in origin, it was primarily made up of the oppressed national minorities from Eastern and Southern Europe, foreigners widely considered non-white by the settlers. The U.S. Empire's policy of relegating the work of supporting society, of carrying out the tasks of the proletariat, to oppressed workers of other nationalities, was thus continued in a more complex way into the 20th century. At the same time the capitalists were raising the possibility of buying off political discontent by offering these proletarians Americanization into settler society. 2. Industrial unionism. As U.S. imperialism stumbles faster and faster into its permanent decline, once again we hear the theory expressed that some poverty and the resulting mass economic struggles will create revolutionary consciousness in Euro-American workers. The fact is that such social pressures are not new to white America. For 3 decades, from 1890 to 1920, the new white industrial proletariat increasingly organized itself into larger and larger struggles with the capitalists. The immigrant European proletarians wanted industrial unionism and the most advanced among them wanted socialism. A mass movement was built for both. These were the most heavily exploited, most proletarian, and most militant European workers America has ever produced. Yet, in the end, they were unable to go beyond desiring the mere reform of imperialism. The mass industrial struggles of that period were important in that they represented the highest level of class consciousness any major stratum of European workers in the U.S. has yet reached. And even in this exceptional period, a period of the most aggressive and openly anti-capitalist labor organizing, European workers were unable to produce an adequate revolutionary leadership, unable to defeat the settler labor aristocracy, unable to oppose U.S. imperialism, and unable to unite with the anti-colonial movements of the oppressed nations. We can sum up the shortcomings by saying that they flirted with socialism, but in the end preferred settlerism. The Industrial Workers of the World, IWW, was the most important single organization of this period. From its founding in 1905, the year of the First Russian Revolution, until 1920, the IWW was the center of industrial unionism in the U.S. It was the form in which the northern and western white industrial proletariat first emerged into mass political consciousness. Unlike the restrictive craft unions of the AFL, the IWW organized on a class basis. That is, it organized and tried to unite all sections of the white working class: copper miners, auto workers, cowboys, motel workers, farm laborers, and even the unemployed. It was based on the European immigrant proletarians and the bottom stratum, usually migrant, of native-born Euro-American workers. The IWW saw itself as not only winning better wages, but eventually overthrowing capitalism. It was a syndicalist union, the one big union meant to combine workers of all trades and nationalities literally around the world. This was a period in the development of the world proletariat where these revolutionary syndicalist ideas had wide appeal. The immature belief that workers needed no revolutionary party or leadership, but merely had to gather into industrial unions and bring down capitalism by larger and larger strikes, was a passing phase. In 1900 these revolutionary syndicalist unions were popular in Spain, France, Italy, as well as briefly in the U.S. Empire. While the IWW was backward in many respects, in others it displayed great strengths. It was genuinely proletarian. As an effective mass labor organization, it showed a fighting spirit long since vanished from white workers. We are referring to an open anti-Americanism. The IWW urged workers to reject any loyalty to the U.S. Unlike the majority of Euro-American socialists, the IWW linked American nationalism with the bourgeois culture of lynch mob patriotism. Just as the IWW was the last white union movement to be socialist, it also represented the last stratum of white workers to be in any way internationalist. Great boldness relative to the usual settler trade unionism characterized the IWW. First, it promoted unity on the broadest scale then attempted, in the U.S., including not only the Dago and Hunky, but also explicitly declaring that industrial unionism meant the inclusion of Mexicanos, Asians, Africans, Indians, and all nationalities. Second, it undertook the most militant campaigns of union organization and struggle, expressing the desperate needs of the most exploited white workers. Third, the IWW was able to advance industrial unionism here by learning from the more advanced and experienced immigrants from old Europe. Because of this, the IWW was able to launch strikes and unionization drives on a scale never seen before in the U.S. In the years after 1905 the Wobblies led an escalating explosion of union struggles: motel workers in Arizona, lumberjacks in Washington, textile workers in Massachusetts, seamen in ports from Chile to Canada, auto workers in Detroit, and so on. And there were many notable victories, many successful strikes. It must be emphasized that to workers used to seeing only defeats, the IWW's ability to help them win strikes was no small matter. For example, in 1909 the IWW helped the immigrant workers at the McKees Rocks, Pennsylvania plant of the Pressed Steel Car Company, a subsidiary of the U.S. Steel Trust, win their strike. This was of national importance, since it was the first time that workers had won a strike against the Mammoth Steel Trust. That strike, which taught so much to union militants here, was led by an underground unknown committee representing both the IWW and the various European nationalities. The unknown committee had the knowledge of veterans of the 1905 Russian Revolution, the Italian labor resistance, the German Metal Workers Union, and the Swiss and Hungarian railway strikes. It is clear that through the IWW the more experienced and politically educated European workers taught their backward American cousins how to look out after their class interests. In 1914 the IWW's Agricultural Workers Organization, AWO, pulled off an organizing feat unequaled for 50 years. They established the world's longest picket line, running 800 miles from Kansas up to Rapid City, South Dakota. In distant railroad yards, IWW's strong-arm squads maintained a blockade, in which non-union workers were kept out. Confronted with a critical labor shortage at harvest time, the growers had to give in. This was the biggest agricultural labor drive in the U.S. until the 1960s. The AWO itself grew to almost 70,000 members, becoming the largest single union within the IWW. In fact, at the 1916 IWW convention, the AWO actually had a majority of the votes, 252 out of 335 votes. But by 1920 the IWW had declined sharply. Not from failure in an organizational sense, but from both it and the strata that it represented having reached the limits of their political consciousness. The IWW was able to build industrial unions of the most exploited white workers and to win many strikes, but past that it was unable to advance. Its local unions usually fell apart quickly, and many of its victories were soon reversed. The landmark 1909 steel industry victories at McKees Rocks and Hammond, Indiana were reversed within a year. The 1912 Lawrence, Massachusetts textile strike, the single most famous strike in U.S. trade union history, was also a great victory, and the IWW also crushed there by the next year. This was the general pattern. The external difficulties faced by the IWW were far greater than just the straightforward opposition of the factory owners. The Euro-American aristocracy of labor and its AFL unions viciously fought this upsurge from below. During the great 1912 Lawrence, Massachusetts textile strike, the AFL's United Textile Workers Union scabbered throughout the strike. The AFL officially backed the mill owners. In McKees Rocks, Pennsylvania, the skilled workers of the AFL Amalgamated Association of Iron and Steel Workers used guns to break a second IWW strike. And the factories and mines were not isolated, but were part of settler America, where the masses of petty bourgeois farmers, small merchants, and professionals joined the foremen, skilled craftsmen, and supervisors in backing up the bosses. The European immigrants represented perhaps only 1/7 of the white population, and were greatly outnumbered. The IWW's weaknesses, however, primarily reflected its inner contradictions. The syndicalist outlook, while sincerely taken by many, was also a convenient cover to avoid dealing with the question of settlerism. Using the ultra-revolutionary sounding syndicalist philosophy, the IWW could avoid any actual revolutionary work. In fact, despite its anti-capitalist enthusiasm, the IWW never even made any plans to oppose the U.S. government, and never did. Similarly, its Marxist vision of all nations and peoples being merged into one big union covering the globe only covered up the fact that it had no intention of fighting colonialism and national oppression. If the IWW had fought colonialism and national oppression, it would have lost most of its white support. What it did instead, laying out a path that the CIO would follow in the 1930s, was to convince some white workers that their immediate self-interest called for a limited, tactical cooperation with the colonial proletariats. Underneath all the fancy talk that in the IWW the colored worker, man or woman, is on an equal footing with every other worker, was the reality that the IWW was a white organization for whites. While this new immigrant industrial proletariat was thrown together from many different European nations, speaking different languages and having different cultures and class backgrounds, they were united by two things: their exploited state as foreign proletarians and their desire to achieve a better life in America. The resolution of these pressures was in their Americanization, in them becoming finally integrated into settler citizens of the empire. in changing America they themselves were decisively changed. Some one-third of the immigrant workers went back to Europe, with many of the most militant being deported or forced to flee. Looking back, this underlying trend can be seen in the life of the IWW. While the IWW fancied itself as a dangerous revolutionary organization, in reality it was nothing more nor less than the best industrial union that class-conscious white workers could build to improve their condition. It was a public, fully legal union open to all. It was, therefore, just as dependent upon bourgeois legality and government toleration as the AFL. The IWW could be very strong against local employers or even the municipal government. Against the imperialist state it dared only to submit in unhappy confusion. The national IWW leadership understood this unpleasant fact in an unscientific, pragmatic way. As the great powers were drawn into World War I, the central issue in the European oppressor nation socialist movements was the opposition to imperialist war. Not primarily because of the mass bloodshed, but because in a war for expanding empires it was the absolute duty of all oppressor nation revolutionaries to oppose the aggression of their own empire, to work for the defeat of their own bourgeoisie, and for the liberation of the oppressed nations. This is the issue that created the international communist movement of the 20th century. On this most important struggle the IWW was revealed as being immature and lacking as a revolutionary organization. It was simply unwilling to directly oppose U.S. imperialism. The IWW verbally criticized the war many times. At the 1914 convention they said, "We, as members of the industrial army, will refuse to fight for any purpose except for the realization of industrial freedom." But when U.S. imperialism entered the war to grab more markets and colonies, the IWW became frantic to prove to the bourgeoisie that they wouldn't oppose them in any way. The surface problem was that since the IWW was a totally legal and public union, it was totally unable to withstand any major government repression. Therefore, the leadership said, regardless of every class-conscious worker's opposition to the war, the IWW dare not fight it. Walter Neff, head of the IWW Agricultural Workers Organization, said, "We are against the war, but not organized and can do nothing." Imagine, a revolutionary organization that built for 12 years, with a membership of over 100,000, but was not organized to oppose its own bourgeoisie. The many requests from IWW members for guidance as to how to fight the imperialist war went unanswered. Even Big Bill Haywood, the angry and militant IWW leader, had to back off. "I am at a loss as to definite steps to be taken against the war." Finally, the IWW decided to duck the issue as much as possible. The word went out to white workers to stick to local economic issues of higher wages, etc., and not oppose the government. "Organize now for the post-war struggle" should be the watchword. This surface political retreat only revealed the growing settler sickness at the heart of the IWW, and sabotaged the most advanced and revolutionary-minded white proletarians within their ranks. They never organized to oppose U.S. imperialism because that's not what even the immigrant proletarian masses wanted. They wanted militant struggle to reach some social justice for themselves. During the July 1915 AFL strike at the Connecticut munitions plants, the charge was made that the whole strike was a plot by German agents, with the strike secretly subsidized by the Kaiser's treasury. In a lead editorial in its national journal, Solidarity, the IWW hurried to put itself on record as not opposing the war effort. While admitting that they had no proof that the strike was a German conspiracy, the IWW urged the strikers to settle quickly. The editorial angrily suggested that the strike leaders might move to Germany. Then they came to the main point, which was undermining the anti-imperialist sentiment among the workers, and urging them to think only of getting more money for themselves, The owners of these factories are making millions out of the murder fist in Europe. Their slaves should likewise improve the opportunity to get a little something for themselves. The point may be made here, that we should all be interested in stopping the production of war munitions. Yes, of course, but that's only a dream, so the only thing the workers in these factories can do is to try to improve their condition. The line was very clear. Far from fighting U.S. imperialism, the IWW was spreading defeatism among the workers and urging them to concentrate only on getting a bigger bribe out of the imperialist super profits. The IWW is often praised by the settler left as very American, very grassroots. We can say that their cynical, individualistic slant that workers can only get a little something for themselves out of the slaughter of millions does represent the essence of American settler degeneracy. In Russia, the Bolsheviks were telling the Russian workers to turn the imperialist war into a revolutionary war, and overthrow the imperialists, which they did. The IWW's pathetic efforts to avoid antagonizing the bourgeoisie did them little good. The U.S. empire tired of these pests, viewing the militant organization of immigrant labor as dangerous. Finally cranking its police machinery up, the imperialist state proceeded to smash the defenseless IWW clear into virtual non-existence. It wasn't even very difficult, since throughout the West vigilante mobs of settlers declared an open reign of terror against the IWW. In Arizona, some 1,300 miners suspected of IWW involvement were driven from the state at gunpoint. In July 1918, 101 IWW leaders past and present were convicted in Chicago federal court of sabotaging the imperialist war effort in a rigged trial that dwarfed the Chicago conspiracy trial of the Vietnam War era. The political verdict was certain, even though the prosecution was unable to prove that the IWW had obstructed the war in any way. Only one defendant out of 101 had violated the draft registration laws. While the IWW unions had led strikes that disrupted war production in Western copper and timber, the government was forced to admit that of the 521 disruptive strikes that had taken place since the U.S. empire entered the war, only 3 were by the IWW, while 519 were by the pro-government AFL unions. Federal raids on the IWW took place from coast to coast. Immigration agents held mass roundups which resulted in long jail stays while undergoing deportation hearings. In 1917, the federal agents arrested 34 IWW organizers in Kansas, who eventually got prison terms of up to 9 years. In Omaha, Nebraska, the 64 IWW delegates at the Agricultural Workers Organization convention were arrested and held 18 months without trial. In 21 states, criminal syndicalism laws were passed, directed at the IWW, under which thousands were arrested. In California alone, between 1919-24, some 500 IWW members were indicted, 128 of whom ended up serving prison terms of up to 14 years. The IWW never recovered from these blows, and from 1917 on quickly declined. Such an unwillingness to fight U.S. imperialism could hardly come from those with anti-imperialist politics. The reason we have to underline this is that for obvious ends the settler left has been emphasizing how the IWW was a mass example of anti-racist labor unity. This poisoned bait has been naively picked up by a number of Third World revolutionary organizations, and used as one more small justification to move towards revisionist integrationist ideology. There is no doubt that much of the IWW genuinely despised the open, white supremacist persecution of the colonial peoples. Unlike the smug, privileged AFL aristocracy of labor, the IWW represented the voice of those white workers who had suffered deeply and thus could sympathize with the persecuted. But their inability to confront the settleristic ambitions within themselves reduced these sparks of real class consciousness to vague sentiments and limited economic deals. The IWW never attempted to educate the most exploited white workers to unite with the national liberation struggles. Instead, it argued that racial unity on the job to raise wages was all that mattered. This is the approach used by the AFL-CIO today. Obviously, it's a way of building a union in which white supremacist workers tolerate colonial workers. This was the narrow, economic self-interest pitch underneath all the syndicalist talk. The IWW warned white workers, leaving the Negro outside of your union makes him a potential, if not an actual, scab, dangerous to the organized workers. These words reveal that the IWW's goal was to control colonial labor for the benefit of white workers, and that Africans were viewed as dangerous if not controlled. So that even in 1919, after 2 years of severe race riots in the North, armed attacks by white workers on African exile communities, the IWW kept insisting that there was no race problem. There is only a class problem. The economic interests of all workers, be they white, black, brown or yellow, are identical, and all are included in the IWW. It has one program for the entire working class, the abolition of the wage system. The IWW's firm position of not fighting the lynch mobs, of not opposing the colonial system, allowed them to unite with a racist element in the factories, and helped prepare the immigrant proletariat for becoming loyal citizens of the empire. It must never be forgotten that the IWW contained genuinely proletarian forces, some of whom could have been led forward towards revolution. We can see this supposed unity actually at work in the IWW's relationship to the Japanese workers on the West Coast. In the western region of the empire, the settler masses were deeply infected with anti-Asian hatred. Much of this at that time was directed at the new trickle of Japanese immigrant laborers, who were working mainly in agriculture, timber, and railroads. These Japanese laborers were subjected to the most vicious persecution and exploitation, with the bourgeois politicians and press stirring up mob terror against them constantly. Both the Socialist Party of Eugene Debs and the AFL unions helped lead the anti-Asian campaign among the settler masses. In April 1903, 1,000 Japanese and Mexicano sugar beet workers struck near Oxnard, California. They formed the Sugar Beet and Farm Laborers Union, and wrote the AFL asking for a union charter of affiliation. AFL President Samuel Gompers, in his usual treacherous style, tried in his reply to split the ranks of the oppressed. Your union must guarantee that it will under no circumstances accept membership of any Chinese or Japanese. The union's Mexicano secretary, the president was Japanese, answered Gompers for his people. In the past we have counseled, fought and lived on very short rations with our Japanese brothers, and toiled with them in the fields, and they have been uniformly kind and considerate. We would be false to them, and to ourselves and to the cause of unionism if we now accepted privileges for ourselves which are not accorded to them. We are going to stand by men who stood by us in the long, hard fight which ended in victory over the enemy. Japanese workers were not only unable to find unity with the settler unions, but had to deal with them as part of the oppressor forces. There was a high level of organization among us, expressed usually in small, local, Japanese national minority associations of our own. The news, therefore, that the new IWW was accepting Asian workers as members was quite welcome to us. In 1907 two white IWW organizers went to the office of the North American Times, a Japanese-language newspaper in Seattle. They asked the newspaper to publish an announcement of a forthcoming meeting. As the newspaper happily informed its readers, every worker, no matter whether he is Japanese or Chinese, is invited. This new organization does not exclude you as others do, but they heartily welcome you to join. Don't lose this chance. The IWW publicly criticized those socialists who were part of the anti-Asian campaign. In a special pamphlet they appealed to white workers to see that Asians were good union men, who would be helpful in winning higher wages. They are as anxious as you, to get as much as possible. This is proven by the fact that they have come to this country. But while scattered Japanese workers joined the IWW, in the main we did not. The reason, quite simply, is that while the IWW wanted our cooperation, they did not want the hated Japanese workers inside the IWW. In order to keep amicable relations with the mass of white supremacist settlers in the West, the IWW limited their relationship to us. Some Asians would be acceptable, but any conspicuous mass recruitment of Japanese was too controversial. A sympathetic writer about the IWW at the time noted, at the third convention, George Speed, a delegate from California, quite accurately expressed the sentiment of the organization in regard to the Japanese question. The whole fight against the Japanese, he said, is the fight of the middle class of California, in which they employ the labor faker to back it up. He added, however, that he considered it practically useless under present conditions for the IWW to take any steps to organize the Japanese. This position was seen in action at the 1914 hop pickers strike near Maryville, California, which was the well-publicized struggle that launched the IWW's farm worker organizing drive in that state. That year the Durst Ranch hired 2,800 migrant workers at below-market wages, and forced them to toil in isolated near slavery. IWW organizers soon started a strike in which the Japanese, Mexicano, Greek, Syrian, Puerto Rican, and other nationalities were strongly united. The strike led to a national defense campaign when the sheriff, after shooting two striking workers, arrested the two main IWW organizers as the alleged murderers. Although the strike was victorious, and led to bigger organizing drives, the Japanese workers had disappeared. We were persuaded to withdraw, while still honoring the picket lines, in order to help the IWW, since the feeling of the working class against the Japanese was so general throughout the state that the association of the Japanese with the strikers would in all probability be detrimental to the latter. The IWW tried to justify everything by saying that move was on the initiative of the Japanese workers, and then praising it as an act of solidarity. Notice that while the Japanese laborers lived, and worked, and went out on strike with the others, that the IWW statement separates the Japanese from the strikers. The IWW considered its solidarity for oppressed Asian workers to be excluded from their own struggle, so that the IWW could get together with the open racists. It should be clear that while the IWW hoped to establish the unity of all workers as a principle, they were willing to sacrifice the interests of colonial and oppressed workers in order to gain their real goal, the unity of all white workers. While it was advantageous for the IWW to keep Asians at arm's length, in occupied New Africa there was literally no way to build industrial unions without winning the cooperation of African workers. In the South the African proletariat was the bedrock of everything. The IWW experience there highlights the strategic limitations of its political line. In 1910 an independent union, the Brotherhood of Timber Workers, was formed in Louisiana and Mississippi. This was to become the main part of the IWW's Deep South organizing. These Southern settler workers were on the very bottom of the settler world. They were forced to labor for $7 to $9 per week, and that mostly not in cash, but in scrip usable only at the company stores. Their very exploited lives were comparable to that of the hunky and dogo of the northern industrial towns. In other words, they lived a whole level below the norm of settler society. For that reason the settler timber workers were driven to build themselves a union. And because half of the workforce in the industry was African, they had to recruit Africans as well. Half of the 35,000 BTW members were African, organized into seg lodges and not admitted to the settler union meetings. of course. It was not a case of radicalism or idealism. The settler worker was literally forced by practical necessity to gain the cooperation of African workers. In a major pamphlet in which he calls on settler timber workers to join up with the IWW, the BTW's secretary, J. Smith, reminds them that the controversial policy of integrating the Union existed solely to keep Africans under control. As far as the Negro question goes, it means simply this: either the whites organize with the Negroes, or the bosses will organize the Negroes against the whites. Indiana, 1912. The BTW joined the IWW, after integrating its union meetings at the demand of Big Bill Haywood. The IWW now had a major labor drive going in the Deep South. But a few months later the BTW was totally crushed in the Maryville Law strike of 1912. In a 4-day reign of terror, the local sheriff and company thugs beat, kidnapped, and deported the strike activists. The BTW was dissolved by terror as hundreds of members had to flee the state and many more were whitelisted and could no longer find work in that industry. The IWW's refusal to recognize colonial oppression or the exact nature of the imperialist dictatorship over the occupied South meant that it completely misled the strike. Industrial struggle in the Deep South could not develop separate from the tense, continuous relationship between the settler garrison and the occupied African nation. The IWW in the South swiftly fell apart. They were unable to cope with the violent, terroristic situation. The IWW had a use for oppressed colonial workers, and it certainly didn't conduct campaigns of mob terror against us. It publicly reminded white workers of the supposed rights of the colonial peoples. But as a white workers' union it had no political program, no practical answers for the problems of the colonial proletariat. And insofar as it tried to convince everyone that there was a solution for the problems of colonial workers separate from liberation for their oppressed nations, it did a positive disservice. It is interesting to note that even on the Philadelphia waterfront, where the African-led IWW Marine Transport Workers Union No. 8 was the most stable local in the entire IWW, the African workers eventually felt forced to leave the IWW due to slender, baseless charges and race baiting. The IWW lived, rose and fell, at the same time as the Great Mexican Revolution of 1910 just across the artificial border. For this syndicalist organization to have reached out and made common cause with the anti-colonial revolutions would have been quite easy. On November 27, 1911, the Zapatistas proclaimed the Plan of Ayala, setting forth the agrarian revolution. It was from the U.S.-occupied territory of El Paso that Francisco Villa and 7 others began the guerrilla struggle in Chihuahua on March 6, 1913. Hundreds of thousands of peasants joined Zapata's Liberator Army of the South and Villa's Division of the North. Even the Villistas, less politically developed than their southern compatriots, were social revolutionaries. Villa, a rebel who had taught himself to read while in prison, was openly anti-clerical at a time when Roman Catholicism was the official religion of Mexico. He called the church the greatest superstition the world has ever known. The Villista government in Chihuahua founded 50 new schools and divided the land up among the peasants. This popular uprising spread the spirit of rebellion across the artificial border into the U.S.-occupied zone. One California historian writes, the dislocation caused by the Mexican Revolution of 1912 to 1917 led to an increasingly militant political attitude in Los Angeles. This led to a Chicano movement to boycott the draft. Vicente Carrillo led a drive to protest the draft and to use mass meetings to focus attention upon Mexican-American economic problems. Again, it is easy to see that the IWW didn't have far to look if they wanted alliances against the U.S. empire. Proposals were even made that the IWW and Mexicano workers join in armed uprisings in the Southwest. Ricardo Flores Magón, The revolutionary syndicalist who was the first major leader of Mexicano workers, had ties to the IWW during his long years of exile in the U.S. His organization, the Partido Liberal Mexicano, PLM, led thousands of Mexicano miners in strikes on both sides of the artificial border. Magan was imprisoned 4 times by the U.S. Empire, finally being murdered by guards to prevent his scheduled release from Fort Leavenworth. His proposal for the IWW to join forces with the Mexicano proletariat and armed struggle fell on deaf ears. Although some wobblies, such as Joe Hill, went to Mexico on an individual basis for periods of time, the IWW as a whole rejected such cooperation. Magan once angrily wrote his brother from prison, "The Norteamericanos are incapable of feeling enthusiasm or indignation. This is truly a country of pigs. If the Norteamericanos do not agitate against their own domestic miseries, can we hope they will concern themselves with ours?" In outlining these things we are, of course, not just discussing the IWW. Primarily we are looking at the forming consciousness and leadership of a new class, the white industrial proletariat. The same general weaknesses of this class can be seen outside the IWW even more sharply: lack of revolutionary leadership, inability to withstand the sabotage of the labor aristocrats of the native-born Euro-American workers, opposition to the anti-colonial struggles. The great industrial battles in steel at the end of this period show not only these weaknesses, but emphasize the significance of what this meant. This was evident in the 1919 steel strike, for example, in which for the first time 15 AFL unions called an industry-wide strike. On September 22, 1919, some 365,000 steel workers walked out. But while the mass of non-unionized, immigrant European laborers held firm, the unionized Euro-American skilled workers were a weak element. Capitalist repression had an effect, most notably in Gary, Indiana, where a division of U.S. Army troops broke the strike, but the defeat was due to the incredibly bad leadership and the betrayal by the better-paid settler workers. The disaster of the strike shows why even the inadequate politics of the IWW looked so good to the proletarians of that day. Many of the skilled Euro-American workers never joined the strike at all in places like Pittsburgh. And many who had struck started trickling back to work, afraid of losing their good jobs. In early November their union, the Amalgamated Association of Iron and Steel Workers, broke from the strike and started ordering its members back to work. By late November the mills had 75–80% of their workforce back. On January 2, 1920, the strike was officially declared over. Some of the most determined militants had to leave the industry or return to Europe. While the treachery of the labor aristocracy was very evident in this defeat, the most important event took place after the strike. During the strike some 30,000 African workers from the South had been imported by the steel companies. There was a strong tendency among the white steel workers to blame the defeat of the strike on African scabs, or strike breakers. And all the more so because the 10% of the northern steel workforce that was African refused to join the strike. The bourgeoisie was guiding the white workers in this. Company officials passed the word that, "niggers did it." In Pittsburgh one mill boss announced, "The niggers saved the day for us." In fact, although this was widely accepted, it was clearly untrue. To begin with, 30,000 African workers fresh from the South could hardly have replaced 365,000 strikers. There also was by all accounts a tremendous turnover and desire to quit by those African workers, and within a few months supposedly few if any of them remained. The reason is that most of them were not strike breakers, but workers who had been systematically deceived and brought to the mills by force. That's why they left as soon as they could. The testimony during the strike of 19-year-old Eugene Stewart of Baltimore illustrates this. He was recruited along with 200 others, including whites, to work in Philadelphia for $4 per day. But once inside the railroad car they found the doors locked and guarded by armed company police. They were taken without food or water to Pittsburgh, unloaded under guard behind barbed wire, and told that they were to work at the mills. Seeing that a strike was going on, many of them wanted to quit. The guards told them that any Africans attempting to leave would be shot down. Stewart did succeed in escaping, but was found and forcibly returned by the guards. It was only after a second attempt that he managed to get free. It is obvious that the African strike breakers were deliberate propaganda set up by the capitalists, and swallowed wholesale by the white workers. In regard to the African steel workers already at work in the North, and who declined to join the strike, it should be remembered that this was a white strike. Many of the striking AFL unions did not admit Africans. Those that did so only to get Africans to honor their strikes, usually kept Africans in seg locals. The Euro-American leadership of the strike had promised Africans nothing, and plainly meant to keep their promise. That is, this strike had a definite oppressor nation character to it and was wholly white supremacist. Nor did the white steel strike develop separate from the continuous struggle between oppressor and oppressed nations. During the 2 previous years there had arisen a national movement of settler workers to bar Africans from northern industry by terroristic attacks. Between 1917-19 there had been 20 major campaigns by settler mobs against African exile communities in the North. The July 1917 East St. Louis race riot was organized by that Steel City's AFL Central Trades Council, which had called for violence to remove the growing menace of the African exile community. In 2 days of attacks some 39 Africans were killed and hundreds injured. The hand of the capitalists was evident when the Chicago Tribune editorially praised the white attackers, and told its readers that Africans were happiest when the white race asserts its superiority. Again, we see the organized Euro-American workers as the social troops of one faction or another of the imperialists. As the steel campaign was gathering steam throughout 1919 the terroristic attacks on Africans increased as well. In Chicago this was to climax in the infamous July 1919 race riot, just 2 months before the strike began. Spears' Black Chicago recounts, between 1917 and 1919, white athletic clubs assaulted Negroes on the streets and neighborhood improvement societies bombed Negro homes. During the summer of 1919, the guerrilla warfare in turn gave way to open armed conflict. The South Side of Chicago became a battleground for a racial war. The bombing of Negro homes and assaults on Negroes in the streets and parks became almost everyday occurrences. On July 27, 1919, an African teenager was stoned to death on the 29th Street Beach, and after Africans attacked his murderers generalized fighting broke out. It lasted 6 days, until the Illinois National Guard was called in. 23 Africans were killed and 342 wounded, with over 1,000 homeless after arson attacks. White losses were 15 killed and 178 wounded. Africans were temporarily trapped in the Black Belt, unable to go to work or obtain food. Assisted by the police, Irish, Italian, and other white workers would make night raids into the Black Belt. Homes were often attacked. When Africans gathered, police would begin firing into the crowds. The authorities did not move to restore order, incidentally, until after African World War I vets broke into the 8th Illinois Infantry Armory, and armed themselves with rifles to take care of the white mobs. This was the vigorous warm-up for the steel strike. It was not surprising that the African exile communities were less than enthusiastic about supporting the strike of the same people who had spent the past 2 years attacking them. Given the history of the AFL, it was possible that an outright triumph of the AFL unions might have meant renewed efforts to drive African labor out of the mills altogether. It was typical settleristic thinking to make Africans responsible for the failure of a white strike, which was never theirs in the first place. Both the strike leadership and the bourgeoisie cleverly promoted this hatred, encouraging the European immigrant and native-born settler alike to turn all their anger and bitterness onto the African nation. Perhaps the most interesting role was played by William Z. Foster, the chief leader of the strike. He was one of the leading socialist trade unionists of the period, and in 1920 would become a leader in the new Communist Party USA. From then on until his death, he would be a leading figure of settler communism. Even today, young recruits in the CPUSA and Mao Zedong thought organizations are often told to study Foster's writings in order to learn about labor organizing. William Z. Foster had, as the saying goes, pulled defeat out of the jaws of victory. Foster based the strike on the AFL unions, despite their proven record of treachery and hostility towards the proletarian masses. That alone guaranteed defeat. He encouraged white supremacist feeling and thus united the honest elements with the most reactionary. Despite the great popular support for a nationwide strike and the angry sentiments of the most exploited steel workers, Foster and the other AFL leaders so sabotaged the strike that it went down to defeat. The one smart thing he did was to cover up his opportunistic policies by following the capitalists in using Africans as the scapegoats. In his 1920 history of the strike, Foster, the supposed communist, repeated the lie that African workers had lined up with the bosses. In fact, Foster even said that in resolving the differences between Euro-American and African labor, the Negro has the more difficult part since the African worker was becoming a professional strike breaker. And militant white workers knew what they were supposed to do to a professional strike breaker. Foster's lynch mob oratory was only restrained by the formality expected of a Euro-American communist leader. His white supremacist message was identical to but more politely clothed than the crude rants of the Ku Klux Klan. He warned that the capitalists were grooming Africans as a race of strike breakers, with whom to hold the white workers in check. On much the same principle as the Tsars used the Cossacks to keep in subjugation the balance of the Russian people. It's easy to see how Foster became such a popular leader among the settler workers. No longer was it just a question of some Africans not following the orders of white labor. Now Foster was openly saying that the entire African race was the enemy. Could the imperialists have asked for more than to have the leading communist trade union leader help them whip up the oppressor nation masses to repress the African nation? The Cossacks were the hated and feared special military of the Russian Tsar, used in bloody repressions against the people. Only the most twisted, clan-like mentality would have so explicitly compared the oppressed African nation to those infamous oppressors. And was this message not an incitement to mob terror and genocide? For the poor immigrants from Eastern Europe, much of which was under the lash of Tsarist tyranny, to kill a Cossack was an act of justice, of retribution. The threat was easy to read. In case Africans didn't get Foster's threat, which was also being delivered in the streets, as we know, Foster made it even more plain. He said that if Africans failed to obey the decisions of settler labor, it would make our industrial disputes take on more and more the character of race wars, a consummation that would be highly injurious to the white workers and eventually ruinous to the blacks. The threat of a genocidal race war against Africans unless they followed the orders of settler labor makes it very clear just what kind of unity Foster and his associates had in mind. We should say that once Foster started dealing with the problem of how to build the Euro-American left, he discovered that it was much more effective to pose as an anti-racist and use soft sell in promoting a semi-colonial mentality in oppressed nationalities. Foster the communist declared himself an expert on civil rights, poverty in Puerto Rico, African history, and so on. The tragic failure of the new white industrial proletariat to take up its revolutionary tasks, its inability to rise above the level of reform, is not just a negative. The failure was an aspect of a growing phenomenon, the Americanization of the foreign proletariat from Eastern and Southern Europe. By the later part of World War I, it was possible to see that these immigrants were starting the climb upwards towards becoming settlers. Revolutionary fervor, as distinct from economic activity, declines sharply among them from this point on. This was not a smooth process. The sharp repression of 1917 to 1924, in which not only government forces but also the unleashed settler mob terrors struck out across the U.S. empire, was a clean-up campaign directed at the European national minorities. Thousands were forced out or returned home, many were imprisoned, killed or terrorized. Historians talk of this campaign as a Red Scare, but it was also the next to final step in purifying these foreigners so that America could adopt them. The chairman of the Iowa Council of Defense said, "We are going to love every foreigner who really becomes an American, and all the others we are going to ship back home." A leader of the Native Sons of the Golden West said that immigrants must live for the United States and grow an American soul inside of him or get out of the country. The offer was on the table. The hunky and Dago could become white, though barely, through Americanization if they pledged their loyalty to the U.S. empire. In the steel mills, World War I meant wholesale Americanization campaigns. Hungarian Hollow, the immigrants' slum quarter in Granite City, Illinois, was renamed Lincoln Place at the prompting of the steel companies, with festive ceremonies and speeches. By 1918, the Gary, Ind. U.S. Steelworks had over 1,000 men enrolled in evening citizenship classes. Liberty bond drives and Army enlistment offices in the plants were common. Immigrants were encouraged by their employers to join the U.S. Army and prove their loyalty to imperialism. Americanization was not just a mental process. To become a settler was meaningless unless it was based on the promise of privileges and the willingness to become parasitic. As native-born Euro-Americans continued to leave the factories, the immigrant Europeans could now advance. And the importation of hundreds of thousands, soon to be millions, of Mexicano, African, Puerto Rican, and other colonial workers into northern industry gave the Americanized European someone to step up on in his climb into settlerism. In the steel mills, Mexicanos and Africans made up perhaps 25% of the workers in Indiana and Illinois by 1925. They were the bottom of the labor there, making up for the immigrant European who had moved up or left for better things. A steel labor history notes, meanwhile, the Eastern Europeans were occupying the lesser positions once held by the English-speaking workmen. As they rose, the numbers of Slavs in the mills shrank. At one time 58% of the Jones and Laughlin labor force, the immigrants comprised only 31% in 1930. There were 30% fewer Eastern Europeans in Illinois Steel Company mills in 1928 than in 1912. Now largely the immediate bosses of the Negroes and Mexicans, the immigrants disdain their inferiors much as the natives had once disliked them. The bad feeling generated by the Red Scare abated only gradually. In Gary, the Ku Klux Klan flourished. But the respectable solidity of the immigrant communities in time put to rest unreasoning fear. The children were passing through the schools and into business and hired jobs in the mills. Each year the number of homeowners increased, the business prospered, and the churches and societies became more substantial. The immigrants were assuming a middling social and economic position in the steel towns. The U.S. empire could afford gradually expanding the privileged strata because it had emerged as the big winner in the First Imperialist World War. Scott Nearing pointed out how in 1870 the U.S. was the fourth-ranked capitalist economy. By 1922 the U.S. had climbed to number one position, more than equal to the wealth of Britain, Germany, France, Italy, Russia, Belgium and Japan combined. Successful imperialist war was the key to Americanization. Throughout the empire this movement of the immigrant proletarians into the settler ranks was evident. A history of Mexican labor importation notes, in the beet fields of Colorado, as elsewhere in the West, other immigrant groups, such as the Italians, Slavs, Russians, or Irish, found that they could move up from worker or tenant to owner and employer through the use of Mexican migrants. This point marks a historic change. Never again would white labor be anti-American and anti-capitalist. Although it would organize itself millions strong into giant unions and wage militant economic campaigns, white labor from that time on would be branded by its servile patriotism to the U.S. empire. As confused as the IWW might have been about revolution, its contempt for U.S. national chauvinism was genuine and healthy. It was only natural for an organization so strongly based on immigrant labor, many of whose best organizers were not U.S. citizens and who often spoke little or no English, to feel no sympathy for the U.S. empire. It was a tragedy that this strength was overturned, that this socialist possibility faded into a reinforcement for settlerism. And yet the contradiction between the reality of exploitation in the factories and the privileges of settlerism still remained. The immigrant masses could not be both settler and proletarian. This was the historic challenge of the CIO and New Deal. 7. Breakthrough of the CIO. It is a revealing comparison that during the 1930s the European imperialists could only resolve the social crisis in Italy, Germany, Spain, Poland, Finland, Romania, and so on, by introducing fascism, while in the U.S. the imperialists resolved the social crisis with the New Deal. In Germany the workers were hit with the Gestapo, while in America they got the CIO industrial unions. In that decade the white industrial proletariat unified itself, pushed aside the dead hand of the old AFL labor aristocracy, and in a crushing series of sit-down strikes won tremendous increases in wages and working conditions. For the first time the new white industrial proletariat forced the corporations to surrender their despotic control over industrial life. The Eastern and Southern European immigrant national minorities won the better life that Americanization promised them. They became full citizens of the U.S. empire and with the rest of the white industrial proletariat, won rights and privileges both inside and outside the factories. In return, as U.S. imperialism launched its drive for world hegemony, it could depend upon the armies of solidly united settlers serving imperialism at home and on the battlefield. To ensure social stability, the new government-sponsored unions of the CIO absorbed the industrial struggle and helped discipline class relations. 1. Unification of the white workers. The working class upsurge of the 1930s was not accumulated discontents. This is the common, but shallow, view of mass outbreaks. What is true is that material conditions, including the relation to production, shape and reshape all classes and strata. These classes and strata then express characteristic political consciousness, characteristic roles in the class struggle. The unification of the white industrial workforce was the result of immense pressures. Its long-range material basis was the mechanization and imperialist reorganization of production. In the late 19th century it was still true that in many industries the skilled craftsmen literally ran production. They, not the company, would decide how the work was done. Combining the functions of artisan, foreman, and personnel office, these skilled craftsmen would directly hire and boss their entire work crew of laborers, paying them out of a set fee paid by the capitalist per ton or piece produced, the balance being their wage profit. The master roller in the sheet metal rolling mill, the puddler in the iron mill, the buddy in the coal mine, the carriage builder in the early auto plant all exemplified this stage of production. The same craft system applied to gun factories, carpet mills, stone quarries, etc. It was these highly privileged settler craftsmen who were the base of the old AFL unions. Their income reflected their lofty positions above the laboring masses. In 1884, for example, master rollers in East St. Louis earned $42 per week, a then very considerable wage, over 4 times more than laborers they bossed. This petty bourgeois income and role gradually crumbled as capitalists reorganized and seized ever tighter control over production. A survey by the U.S. Bureau of Labor found that the number of skilled steel workers earning 60 cents an hour fell by 20% between 1900 to 1910. Mechanization cut the ranks of craftsmen, and, even where they remained, their once powerful role in production had shrunk. The AFL Amalgamated Association of Iron and Steel Workers, whose 24,000 members in 1891 accounted for 2/3 of all craftsmen in the industry, had dwindled to only 6,500 members by 1914. Mechanization also wiped out whole sections of the very bottom factory laborers, replacing shovels with mechanical scoops, wheelbarrows with electric trolleys and cranes. Both top and bottom layers of the factory workforce were increasingly pulled into the growing middle stratum of semi-skilled, production line assemblers and machine operators. In the modern auto plants of the 1920s, some 70% were semi-skilled production workers, while only 10% were skilled craftsmen and 15% laborers. The political unification of the white workers thus had its material roots in the enforced unification of labor in the modern factory. The 1929 Depression was also a great equalizer and a sharp blow to many settlers, knocking them off their conservative bias. During the 1930s, roughly 25% of the U.S. empire was unemployed. Office clerks, craftsmen, and college students rubbed shoulders with laborers and farmers in the relief lines. Many divisions broke down, as Midwestern and Southern rural whites migrated to the industrial cities in search of jobs or relief. In 1929 it was estimated that in Detroit alone there were some 75,000 young men, the suitcase brigade, who had come from the countryside to find jobs in the auto plants. The Depression not only helped unite the settler workers, but the social catastrophe pushed large sections of other settler classes towards more sympathy with social reform. Small farmers were being forced wholesale into bankruptcy and were conducting militant struggles of their own. Professionals, intellectuals, and even many small businessmen felt victimized by corporate domination of the economy. Militancy and radicalism became temporarily respectable. When white labor started punching out, it would not only be stronger than before, but much of settler society would be sympathetic to it. 2. Labor offensive from below. Citizenship in the empire had very real but still limited meaning so long as many white workers remained industrial slaves of the corporations. The increasing centralization of monopoly capitalism repeated aspects of feudalism on a higher level. Both inside and outside the factory gates the settler workers were subject to heightened regimentation. During the 1920s it was not unusual for the persistent speed up by management to double production per worker, even without taking mechanization into account. At Ford, perhaps the most extreme of the industrial despots, every 10th employee was also a company spy. Workers overheard making resentful remarks would be beaten up right on the production line by the ever-present guards. In the U.S. steel plants at Homestead, Pennsylvania, the constant spying gave rise to a common saying, "If you want to talk in Homestead, you must talk to yourself," 247. The Depression and the massive unemployment only threw more power into corporate hands. Not only were wages cut almost everywhere, but many companies laid off experienced workers and replaced them with newcomers at a fraction of the old wages. Ford Motor Company, which advertised that it was the highest-paying company in the U.S., allegedly paid production workers a minimum of $7 per day. On the contrary, some thousands of Euro-American Ford employees in the 30s found their pay down as low as $1.40 per day. That was roughly what African women domestics had earned in Chicago. It takes no genius to see that settler workers would not passively accept being reduced to a colonial wage. Companies in Detroit, Pittsburgh, etc. advertised widely in the South for workers, wishing even larger pools of jobless to intimidate and discipline their employees. The AFL unions were not only loyal to imperialism, but in their weakened state heavily dependent on enjoying the continued favors of individual corporations by opposing any real struggle. It was for that reason that the old Amalgamated Association had betrayed the 1919 steel strike. In that same year, AFL President Gompers actually told the U.S. Senate that prohibition was a danger, because alcohol was needed to get the workers' minds off rebellion. In the new auto industry, the AFL was receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes from the auto manufacturers, usually via expensive advertisements in labor newspapers or donations to anti-communist campaigns. But when the dam broke, the pent-up anger of millions of Euro-American industrial workers was a mighty force. New organizing drives and new strikes had never completely stopped, even during the repressive 1920s. Defeat was common. But in 1934 two citywide general strikes in San Francisco and Minneapolis, and a near general strike in Toledo stunned capitalist America. The victory of longshoremen in San Francisco and Teamsters in Minneapolis were important, but the Toledo auto workers' strike, in which thousands of unemployed supporters of the auto workers drove the Ohio National Guard off the streets in direct battle, was the clearest sign of things to come. The victory in the auto light parts plant was immediately followed by Union victories at all the other major factories in town. Toledo became in 1934 the first Union city in industrial America. The tidal wave of labor unrest affected all parts of the U.S. and all industries. The new sit-down strikes became a rage. It was customary strategy for employers to break strikes by keeping the plants going with scabs, while hired thugs and police repressed the strike organization. But in the sit-downs the workers simply seized and occupied the plants, not only stopping production but threatening the bosses with physical destruction of their factories if they try any repression. After so much abuse and powerlessness, militant young workers discovered great pleasure in temporarily taking over. In some strikes, unlucky bands of foremen and company officials trapped in plant offices would become Union prisoners for a few hours or days. While 1935 and 1936 saw sit-down strikes in the rubber plants in Akron, Ohio, in auto plants in Detroit, Cleveland, and Atlanta, it was the December 1936 Flint, Michigan sit-down strike against GM that became the pivotal labor battle of the 1930s. Flint was the central fortress of GM production, their special company town where GM carefully kept both Africans and foreign-born immigrants to a minimum. Wages in the many Flint GM plants were relatively high for the times. Still, many enthusiastic Flint auto workers organized themselves around the new CIO United Auto Workers Union, and seized both Fisher Body No. 1 and Chevy No. 4 plants. Thousands of CIO militants from all over Michigan demonstrated in the streets as the sit-downers, armed with crowbars and bats, barricaded themselves into the plants. Since the first plant was the only source of Buick, Olds, and Pontiac bodies, and the second plant was the only source of Chevrolet engines, the CIO sit-down strangled all GM car production. After 90 days of intense struggle around the seized plants, General Motors gave in. They recognized the UAW as the union representation in 17 plants. This was the key victory of the entire Euro-American labor upsurge of the 1930s. It was obvious that if General Motors, the strongest corporation in the world, was unable to defeat the new industrial unions, then a new day had come. Practical advances by workers in auto, steel, rubber, electronics, maritime, meatpacking, trucking and so on, proved that this was so. The new union upsurge, which had begun in 1933, continued into the World War II period and the immediate post-war years. The number of strikes in the U.S. jumped from 840 in 1932 to 1,700 in 1933, 2,200 in 1936, and 4,740 in 1937. By 1944, over 50% of auto workers took part in one or more strikes during the year. As many settler workers were taking part in strikes in 1944 as in 1937, at the height of the sit-downs. The defiant mood in the strongest union centers was very tangible. On March 14, 1944, some 5,000 Ford workers at River Rouge staged an unauthorized wildcat strike in which they blockaded the roads around the plant and broke into offices, liberating files on union militants. It was common in negotiations for crowds of auto workers to surround the company officials or beat up company guards. The substantial increases in wages and improvements in hours and working conditions were, for many, secondary to this newfound power in industrial life. In the great 1937 Jones and Laughlin steel strike in Aliquippa, Pennsylvania, a company town ruled over by a near-fascist company dictatorship, one striker commented on his union dues after the victory, "It's worth $12 a year to be able to walk down the main street of Aliquippa, talk to anyone you want about anything you like, and feel that you are a citizen." White America reorganized then into the form we now know. The Great 30s labor revolt was far more than just a series of factory disputes over wages. It was a historic social movement for democratic rights for the settler proletariat. Typically, these workers ended industrial serfdom. They won the right to maintain class organizations, to expect steady improvements in life, to express their work grievances, to accumulate some small property, and to have a small voice in the local politics of their empire. In the industrial North, the CIO movement reformed local school boards, sought to monitor draft exemptions for the privileged classes, ended company spy systems, replaced anti-union police officials, and in myriad ways worked to reorganize the U.S. empire so that the Euro-American proletariat would have the life they expected as settlers. That is, a freer and more prosperous life than any proletariat in history has ever had. 3. New Deal and class struggle. The major class contradictions which had been developing since industrialization were finally resolved. The European immigrant proletariat wanted to fully become settlers, but at the same time was determined to unleash class struggle against the employers. Settler workers as a whole, with the Depression as a final push, were determined to overturn the past. This growing militancy made a major force of the settler workers. While they were increasingly united, native-born Euro-American and immigrant alike, the capitalists were increasingly disunited. Most were trying to block the way to needed reform of the U.S. empire. The New Deal administration of President Franklin Roosevelt reunited all settlers old and new. It gave the European ethnic national minorities real integration as Americans by sharply raising their privileges. New Deal officials and legislation promoted economic struggle and class organization by the industrial proletariat, but only in the settler way, in government-regulated unions loyal to U.S. imperialism. President Roosevelt himself became the political leader of the settler proletariat, and used the directed power of their aroused millions to force through his reforms of the empire. Most fundamentally, it was only with this shakeup, these modernizing reforms, and the homogenized unity of the settler masses that U.S. imperialism could gamble everything on solving its problems through world domination. This was the desperate preparation for World War. The global economic crisis after 1929 was to be resolved in another imperialist war, and the U.S. empire intended to be the victor. This social reunification could be seen in President Roosevelt's unprecedented third-term victory in the 1940 elections. Pollster Samuel Lubell analyzed the landslide election results for the Saturday Evening Post. Roosevelt won by the vote of labor, unorganized as well as organized, plus that of the foreign-born and their first and second-generation descendants, and the Negro. It was a class-conscious vote for the first time in American history, and the implications are portentous. The New Deal appears to have accomplished what the socialists, the IWW and the communists never could approach. Lubell's investigation showed how, in a typical situation, the New Deal Democrats won 4-1 in Boston's Charlestown neighborhood. That was a working-class and small petty bourgeois ethnic Irish community. Of the 30,000 in the ward, almost every family had directly and personally benefited from their New Deal. Perhaps most importantly, the Democrats had very publicly become the champion of the Irish climb up the American ladder. While Irish had been kept off the Boston U.S. federal bench, Roosevelt promptly appointed 2 Irish lawyers as federal judges. Other Irish from that neighborhood got patronage as postmasters, U.S. Marshals, Collector of Customs, and over 400 other federal positions. Irish workers in the neighborhood got raises from the new federal minimum wage and hours law. Unemployment benefits went to those who were still jobless. 300 to 500 Irish youth earned small wages in the National Youth Administration, while thousands of adult jobless were given Temporary Works Progress Administration, WPA, jobs. 40% of the older Irish were on U.S. old age assistance. 600 families got ADC. Many received food stamps. Federal funds built new housing and paid for park and beach improvements. The same process was taking place with Polish, Italian, Jewish, and other European national minority communities throughout the North. It was not just crude bribery. The Depression was a shattering crisis to settlers, upsetting far beyond the turmoil of the 1960s and 1970s. It is hard for us to fully grasp how upside down the settler world temporarily became. In the first week of his administration, for example, President Roosevelt hosted a delegation of coal mine operators in the White House. They had come to beg the president to nationalize the coal industry and buy them all out. They argued that free enterprise had no hope of ever reviving the coal industry or the Appalachian communities dependent upon it. Millions of settlers believed that only an end to traditional capitalism could make things run again. The new answer was to raise up the U.S. government as the coordinator and regulator of all major industries. To restabilize the banking system, Roosevelt now insured consumer deposits and also sharply restricted many former, speculative bank policies. In interstate trucking, in labor relations, in communications, in every area of economic life, new federal agencies and bureaus tried to rationalize the daily workings of capitalism by limiting competition and stabilizing prices. The New Deal consciously tried to imitate the sweeping, corporate state economic dictatorship of the Mussolini regime in Italy. The most advanced sections of the bourgeoisie, such as Thomas Watson of IBM and David Sarnoff of RCA, backed the controversial New Deal reforms. But for most the reaction was heated. The McCormick family's Chicago Tribune editorially called for Roosevelt's assassination. Those capitalists who most stubbornly resisted the changes were publicly denounced by the New Dealers, who had set themselves up as the leaders of the anti-capitalist mass sentiment. The contradictions within the bourgeoisie became so great that a fascist coup d'état was attempted against the New Deal. A group of major capitalists, headed by Irene DuPont, of DuPont Chemicals, and the J.P. Morgan banking interests, set the conspiracy in motion in 1934. The DuPont family put up $3 million to finance a fascist stormtrooper movement, with a Remington Firearms Company to arm as many as 1 million fascists. General Douglas MacArthur was recruited to ensure the passive support of the U.S. Army. The plan was to seize state power, with a captive President Roosevelt forced to officially turn over the reins of government to a hand-picked fascist strongman. As there would be American fur, the capitalists selected General Smedley Butler, twice winner of the Congressional Medal of Honor and retired Commandant of the U.S. Marine Corps. But after being approached by J.P. Morgan representatives, General Butler went to Congress and exposed the cabal. An ensuing congressional investigation confirmed General Butler's story. With the conspiracy shot down and keeping in mind the high position of the inept conspirators, the Roosevelt administration let the matter just fade out of the headlines. During the 1936 election campaign, one observer recorded the New Deal's open class appeal at a Democratic Party rally in Pittsburgh's Forbes Field. The packed crowd was whipped up by lesser politicians as they expectantly awaited the presidential motorcade. State Senator Warren Roberts recited the names of famous millionaires, pausing as the crowds thundered boos after each name. He orated, "The President has decreed that your children shall enjoy equal opportunity with the sons of the rich." Then Pennsylvania Governor Earl took the microphone to punch at the Republican capitalists even more. "There are the Mellons, who have grown fabulously wealthy from the toil of the men of iron and steel, the men whose brain and brawn have made this great city. Grundy, whose sweatshop operators have been the shame and disgrace of Pennsylvania for a generation. Pugh, who strives to build a political and economic empire with himself as dictator. The DuPonts, whose dollars were earned with the blood of American soldiers. Morgan, financier of war." Thousands of boos followed each name. Then, with the crowds worked up against their hated exploiters, the presidential motorcade drove into the stadium to frenzied cheering. The Observer wrote of Roosevelt's entry, "He entered in an open car. It might have been the chariot of a Roman emperor." 256. So it was not just the social concessions that the government made. The deep allegiance of the Euro-American workers to this new leader and his New Deal movement was born in the feeling that he truly spoke for their class interests. This was no accident. Nations and classes in the long run get the leadership they deserve. In order to end the company-town feudalism of their communities, the CIO unionists took their newfound strength into the bourgeois political arena. The massed voting base of the new unions was the bedrock of the New Deal in the industrial states. The union activists themselves merged into and became part of the imperialist New Deal. Bob Travis, the Communist Party militant who was the organizer of the Flint sit-down, proudly told the 1937 UAW convention, "We have also not remained blind to utilizing the city's political situation to the union's advantage, whenever possible." In this way, for 5 months after the strike, we were able to consolidate a 5-4 pro-labor majority bloc in the city commission, get a pro-labor city manager appointed, and bring about the dismissal of a vicious police chief, notorious as a strike breaker. By 1958, Robert Carter, the UAW regional director for Flint-Lansing, could resign to become Flint city manager. Things had come full circle. once outsiders challenging the local establishment, then angry reformers, the union was now part of the local bourgeois political structure. This was the universal pattern in the industrial areas. In Anderson, Indiana, the auto workers at GM Guide Lamp took over the plant in a 1937 sit-down. By 1942, strike leader Riley Etchison was a member of the local draft board. Another sit-downer was the new sheriff, John Mullen, the steel workers union leader at U.S. Steel's Clairton, Pennsylvania Works, went on to become the mayor, as did steel workers local leader Elmer Malloy in Duquesne, Pa. Everywhere the young CIO activists integrated into the local Democratic Party as a force for patriotic reform. Nor was this limited to Euro-Americans. Coleman Young, mayor of Detroit, John Conyers, U.S. congressman, and many other African politicians got their start as young CIO staff members. In Hawaii, the Japanese workers in the CIO International Longshoremen's and Warehousemen's Union became the active base of the Democratic Party's takeover of Hawaiian bourgeois politics after the war. The CIO unions became an essential gear in the liberal reform machine of the Democratic Party. A significant factor in the success of the 1930s union organizing drives was the U.S. government's refusal to use armed repression against it. No U.S. armed repression against Euro-American workers took place from January 1933, when Roosevelt took office, until the June 1941 North American aviation strike in California. The U.S. government understood that the masses of Euro-American industrial workers were still loyal settlers, committed to U.S. imperialism. To overreact to their economic struggles would only further radicalize them. Besides, why should President Roosevelt have ordered out the FBI or U.S. Army to break up the admiring supporters of his own Democratic Party? Attempts by the reactionary wing of the bourgeoisie to return to the non-union past by wholesale repression were opposed by the New Deal. In the 1934 West Coast Longshore Strike, which in San Francisco became a general strike after the police killed 2 strikers, President Roosevelt refused to militarily intervene, despite the fact that the governors of Oregon and Washington requested that he do so. In speaking for the shipping companies and business interests on the coast, Oregon Governor Meyer telegraphed Roosevelt that troops were needed because, "we are now in a state of armed hostilities." The situation is complicated by communistic interference. It is now beyond the reach of state authorities. Insurrection which if not checked will develop into civil war. Roosevelt publicly scorned this demand. It is telling that at the most violent period of the strike a picture of President Roosevelt hung in the Longshoremen's Union office in San Francisco. President Roosevelt privately said in 1934 that there was a conspiracy by the old conservative crowd to provoke general strikes as a pretext for wholesale repression. The president's confidential secretary wrote at the time that both he and U.S. Labor Secretary Francis Perkins believed that the shipowners deliberately planned to force a general strike throughout the country, and in this way they hoped they could crush the labor movement. I have no proof, but I think the shipowners were selected to replace the steel people who originally started out to do this job. The reactionary wing of the bourgeoisie were no doubt enraged at the New Deal's refusal to try and return the outmoded past at bayonet point. Almost 3 years later, in the pivotal labor battle of the 1930s, the New Deal forced General Motors to reach a deal with their striking Flint, Michigan employees. GM had attempted to end the Flint sit-down with force, using both a battalion of hired thugs and the local Flint police. Lengthy street battles with the police over union food deliveries to the sit-downers resulted in many strikers shot and beaten. 14 were shot in one day, but also in union control over the streets. In the famous Battle of Bull's Run, the auto workers, fighting in clouds of tear gas, forced the cops to run for their lives. The local repressive forces available to GM were unequal to the task. From the second week of the strike, GM had officially asked the government to send in the troops. But both the state and federal governments were in the hands of the New Deal. After 5 weeks of stalling, Michigan Governor Frank Murphy finally sent in 1,200 National Guardsmen to calm the street battles but not to move against either the Union or the seized plants. Murphy used the leverage of the troops to pressure both sides to reach a compromise settlement. The governor reassured the CIO, "The military will never be used against you." The National Guard was ordered to use force, if necessary, to protect the sit-down from the local sheriff and any right-wing vigilantes. The administration had both the President's Secretary and the Secretary of Commerce call GM officials, urging settlement with the union. Roosevelt even had the head of R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company call his friend, the chairman of GM, to push for labor peace. The end of GM's crush the union strategy came on February 11, 1937, after President Roosevelt had made it clear he would not approve repression, and told GM to settle with the union. GM realized that the fight was over. The important effect of the pro-CIO national strategy can be seen if we compare the 30s to earlier periods. Whenever popular struggles against business grew too strong to be put down by local police, then the government would send in the National Guard or U.S. Army. Armed repression was the drastic but brutally decisive weapon used by the bourgeoisie. And the iron fist of the U.S. government not only inspired terror but also promoted patriotism to split the settler ranks. The U.S. Army broke the great 1877 and 1894 national railway strikes. The coast-to-coast repressive wave, led by the U.S. Department of Justice, against the IWW during 1917 to 1924 effectively destroyed that un-American movement, even without Army troops. Yet no such attempt was made during the even more turbulent 1930s. President Roosevelt himself turned to CIO leaders, in the words of the New York Times, for advice on labor problems rather than to any old-line AFL leader. There was a heavy split in the capitalist class, with many major corporations viewing the CIO as the red menace in their backyards, and desperately using lockouts, company unions, and police violence to stop them. Not all, however. Years before the CIO came into being, Gerald Swope of General Electric had told AFL President William Green that the company would rather deal with one industrial union rather than 15 different craft unions. And when the Communist Party-led United Electrical Workers CIO organized at GE, they found that the company was glad to make a deal. While some corporations, such as Republic Steel, tolerated unionization only after bloody years of conflict, others wised up very quickly. U.S. Steel tried to control its employees by promoting company unions. But in plant after plant the company unions were taken over by CIO activists. It was no secret that the New Deal was pushing industrial unionization. In Aliquippa, Pennsylvania, Jones and Laughlin Steel Company had simply made union militants disappear. One steel workers organizer was later found after having been secretly committed to a state mental hospital. New Deal Governor Pinkett changed all that, even assigning state police bodyguards to protect CIO organizers. In Homestead, where no public labor meeting had been held since 1919, 2,000 steel workers and miners gathered in 1936 in a memorial to the pioneering 1892 Homestead struck against U.S. Steel. The memorial rally was protected by state police, and Lieutenant Governor Kennedy was one of the speakers. He told the workers that the state police would help them if they went on strike against U.S. Steel. With all that, it is understandable that U.S. Steel decided to reach a settlement with the CIO. 2 weeks after the Flint sit-down defeated GM, U.S. Steel suddenly proposed a contract to the CIO. On March 2, 1937, the Steelworkers Union became the officially accepted bargaining agent at U.S. steel plants. The corporation not only bowed to the inevitable, but by installing the CIO it staved off even more militant possibilities. The CIO bureaucracy was unpopular in the mills. Only 7% of the U.S. Steel employees had signed union membership cards. In fact, Lee Pressman, the Communist Party lawyer for the Steelworkers Union, said afterwards that they just didn't have the support of the majority. There is no question that we could not have filed a petition through the National Labor Relations Board or any other kind of machinery asking for an election. We could not have won an election at the U.S. Steel stockholders meeting the following year. Chairman Myron Taylor explained to his investors why the New Deal's pro-CIO approach worked. The union has scrupulously followed the terms of its agreement and, insofar as I know, has made no unfair effort to bring other employees into its ranks, while the corporation subsidiaries, during a very difficult period, have been entirely free of labor disturbance of any kind. By holding back the iron fist of repression, by encouraging the CIO, the New Deal reform government cut down labor disturbance among the Euro-American proletariat. It should be kept in mind that the New Deal was ready to use the most direct repression when it was felt necessary. All during the 1930s, for example, they directed an ever-increasing offensive against the Nationalist Party of Puerto Rico. Unlike the settler workers, the liberation struggle of Puerto Rico was not seeking the reform of the U.S. empire but its ouster from their nation. The speed with which the nationalist fervor was spreading through the Puerto Rican masses alarmed U.S. imperialism. So the most liberal, most reform-minded U.S. government in history repressed the nationalists in the most naked and brutal way. By 1936 the tide of pro-independence sentiment was running high, and Don Albizu Campos, president of the Nationalist Party, was without doubt the most respected political figure among both the intellectuals and the masses. School children were starting to tear the U.S. flag down from the school flagpoles and substitute the Puerto Rican flag. In the city of Ponce the school principal defied a police order to take the Puerto Rican banner down. The New Deal response was to directly move to violently break up the nationalist center. In July 1936, 8 nationalist leaders were successfully tried for conspiracy by the U.S. government. Since their first trial had ended in a deadlocked jury, the government decided to totally rig the next judge and jury. Most of the jurors were Euro-Americans, for example. That done, the nationalist leaders were sentenced to 4 to 10 years in federal prison. Meanwhile, general repression came down. U.S. governorship followed a policy of denying all rights of free speech or assembly to the pro-independence forces. Machine guns were placed in the streets of San Juan. On Palm Sunday, 1937, 1 month after President Roosevelt refused to use force against the Flint sit-down strike, the Ponce massacre took place. A nationalist parade, with a proper city permit, was met with U.S. police gunfire. The parade of 92 youth from the Cadets and Daughters of the Republic, nationalist youth groups, was watched by 150 U.S. police with rifles and machine guns. As soon as the unarmed teenagers started marching, the police began firing and kept firing. 19 Puerto Rican citizens were killed and over 100 wounded. Afterwards, President Roosevelt rejected all protests and said that governorship had his approval. The goal of paralyzing the pro-independence forces through terrorism was obvious. Similar pressures, although different in form, were used by the New Deal against Mexicano workers in the West and Midwest. There, mass roundups in the Mexicano communities and the forced deportation of 500,000 Mexicanos, many of whom had U.S. residency or citizenship, were used to save relief funds for settlers and, most importantly, to break up the rising Mexicano labor and national agitation. In a celebrated case in 1936, minor Jesus Palares was arrested and deported for the crime of leading the 8,000-member La Liga Obrera de Habla Española in New Mexico. The U.S. government used violent terror against the Puerto Rican people and mass repression against the Mexicano people during the 1930s. But it did nothing like that to stop Euro-American workers because it didn't have to. The settler working class wasn't going anywhere. In the larger sense, they had little class politics of their own anymore. President Roosevelt easily became their guide and patron saint, just as Andrew Jackson had for the settler workmen of almost exactly 1 century earlier. The class consciousness of the European immigrant proletarians had gone bad, infected with the settler sickness. Instead of the defiantly syndicalist IWW, they now had the capitalist CIO. This reflected the desires of the vast majority of Euro-American workers. They wanted settler unionism, with a privileged relationship to the government and their New Deal. Settler workers accepted each new labor law passed by the imperialist government to stabilize labor relations. But unions regulated, supervised, and reorganized by the imperialists are hardly the free working class organizations called by that name in the earlier periods of world capitalism. One reason that this CIO settler unionism was so valuable to the imperialists was that in a time of labor upheaval it cut down on uncontrolled militancy and even helped calm the production lines. Even the left union militants were forced into this role. Bob Travis, the Communist Party leader of the 1937 Flint sit-down, reported only months after besting General Motors, "Despite this terrifically rapid growth in membership, we have been able to conduct an intensive educational campaign against unauthorized strikes and for observation of our contract and in the total elimination of wildcat actions during the past 3 months." Fortune, the prestigious business magazine, said in 1941, "Properly directed, the UAW can hold men together in an emergency. It can be made a great force for morale. It has regularized many phases of production. Its shop stewards, who take up grievances on the factory floor, can smooth things as no company union could ever succeed in smoothing them." The Euro-American proletariat during the 30s had broken out of industrial confinement, reaching for freedoms and a material style of life no modern proletariat had ever achieved. The immense battles that followed obscured the nature of the victory. The victory they gained was the firm positioning of the Euro-American working class in the settler ranks, re-establishing the rights of all Europeans here to share the privileges of the oppressor nation. This was the essence of the equality that they won. This bold move was in the settler tradition, sharing the American pie with more European reinforcements so that the empire could be strengthened. This formula had partially broken down during the transition from the America of the frontier to the industrial America. It was the brilliant accomplishment of the New Deal to mend this break. I watched the first shipment of repatriated Mexicans leave Los Angeles in February 1931. The loading process began at 6 o'clock in the morning. Repatriados arrived by the truckload, men, women, and children, with dogs, cats, and goats, half-open suitcases, rolls of bedding, and lunch baskets. It cost the county of Los Angeles $77,249.29 to repatriate one trainload, but the savings and relief amounted to $347,468.41 for this one shipment. In 1932 alone, over 11,000 Mexicans were repatriated from Los Angeles. The strikes in California in the 30s, moreover, were duplicated wherever Mexicans were employed in agriculture. Mexican field workers struck in Arizona, in Idaho and Washington, in Colorado, in Michigan, and in the lower Rio Grande Valley in Texas. When Mexican sheep shearers went on strike in West Texas in 1934, one of the sheepmen made a speech in which he said, "We are a pretty poor bunch of white men if we are going to sit here and let a bunch of Mexicans tell us what to do." With scarcely an exception, every strike in which Mexicans participated in the borderlands in the 30s was broken by the use of violence and was followed by deportations. In most of these strikes, Mexican workers stood alone. That is, they were not supported by organized labor, for their organizations, for the most part, were affiliated neither with the CIO nor the AFL. Carrie McWilliams, North from Mexico. 4. The CIO's integration and imperialist labor policy. The CIO played an important role for U.S. imperialism in disorganizing and placing under supervision the nationally oppressed. For the first time, masses of Third World workers were allowed and even conscripted into the settler trade unions. This was the result of a historic arrangement between the U.S. Empire and nationally oppressed workers in the industrial North. On one side, this limited unity ensured that Third World workers didn't oppose the new, settler industrial unions, and were safely absorbed as minorities under tight settler control. On the other side, hungry Third World proletarians gained significant income advances and hopes of job security and advancement. It was an arrangement struck out of need on both sides, but one in which the Euro-American labor aristocracy made only tactical concessions while strengthening their hegemony over the empire's labor market. So while the old AFL craft unions had controlled Third World labor by driving us out of the labor market, by excluding us from the craft unions or by confining us to small, seg locals, the new CIO could only control us by absorbing us into their settler unions. The imperialists had decided that they needed colonial labor in certain industries. Euro-American labor could not, therefore, drive the nationally oppressed away in the old manner. The colonial proletarians could only be controlled by disorganizing them, separating their economic struggles from the national struggles of their peoples, separating them from other Third World proletarians around the world, absorbing them as brothers of settler unionism, and placing them under the leadership of the Euro-American labor aristocracy. The new integration was the old segregation on a higher level, the unity of opposites in everyday life. We can see how this all worked by reviewing the CIO's relationship to African workers. Large African refugee communities had formed in the major northern industrial centers. Well over 1 million refugees had fled northwards in just the time between 1910 to 1924, and new thousands came every month. They were an irritating presence to the settler North. Each refugee community was a foreign body in a white metropolis, like a grain of sand in an oyster. And just as the oyster eases its irritation by encasing the foreign element in a hard, smooth coating of pearl, settler America encapsulated African workers in the hard, white layer of the CIO. Despite the race riots, and the hostility of Euro-Americans, the African refugees streamed to the north in the early years of the century. After all, even the troubles of the North seemed like lesser evils to those fleeing the terroristic conditions of the occupied national territory. Many had little choice, escaping the revived Ku Klux Klan. Increasingly forced off the land, barred from the new factories in the South, Africans were held down by the terroristic control of their daily lives. Each night found the Illinois Central Railroad wending its way northward through Louisiana, Mississippi, and Tennessee, following the Mississippi River up to the promised land of Gary or Chicago. Instead of sharecropping or seasonal farm labor for Mr. John, African men during World War I might get hired for the elite Chicago jobs as laborers at Argo Corn Starch or International Harvester. Each week the Chicago Defender, in the 20s the most widely read race newspaper even in the South, urged its readers to forsake hellish Mississippi and come northward to freedom. One man remembers the long Mississippi nights tossing and turning in bed, dreaming about the fabled North. You could not rest in your bed at night for Chicago. The refugee communities were really small New African cities, where the taut rope of settler domination had been partially loosened. Spears Black Chicago says, in the rural South, Negroes were dependent upon white landowners in an almost feudal sense. Personal supervision and personal responsibility permeated almost every aspect of life in the factories and yards of the North. On the other hand, the relationship with the boss was formal and impersonal, and supervision limited to working hours. While there was less individual restriction, African refugees were under tight control as a national group. The free bourgeois labor market of Euro-Americans didn't really exist for Africans. Their employment was not individual, not private. They got work only when a company consciously decided to use African labor as a group. So that African labor in the industrial North still existed under colonial conditions, driven into specific workplaces and specific jobs. Africans were understood by the companies as dynamite, extremely useful and potentially very dangerous. Their use in northern industry was the start, though little understood at the time, of gradually bringing the new European immigrants up from proletarians to real settlers. Imperialism was gradually releasing the hunky and dogo from laboring at the very bottom of the factories. Now even more Euro-Americans were being pushed upward into the ranks of skilled workers and supervisors. And if the African workers were paid more than their usual colonial wages in the South, they still earned less than white man's wages. Even the newest European immigrant on the all-white production lines could look at the African laborers and know his newfound privileges as a settler. The capitalists also knew that too many Africans might turn a useful and super profitable tool into a dangerous force. African labor was used only in a controlled way, with heavy restrictions placed upon it. One Indiana steel mill superintendent in the 1920s said, "When we got up to 10% black employees, I said, no more colored without discussion. I got the colored pastors to send colored men whom they could guarantee would not organize and were not Bolsheviks." This was at a time when the Garvey movement, the all-African labor unions, and the growth of Pan-Africanist and revolutionary forces were taking place within the African nation. The northern factories placed strict quotas on the number of African workers. Not because they weren't profitable enough. Not because the employers were prejudiced, as the liberals would have it, but because the imperialists believed that African labor could most safely be used when it was surrounded by a greater mass of settler labor. In 1937, an official of the U.S. Steel Gary Works admitted that for the previous 14 years corporate policy had set the percentage of African workers at the mill to 15%. The Ford Motor Company had perhaps the most extensive system of using African labor under plantation-like control, with Henry Ford acting as the planter. A special department of Ford management was concerned with dominating not only the on-the-job life of African workers, but the refugee community as well. Ford hired only through the African churches, with each church being given money if its members stayed obedient to Ford. The company also subsidized African bourgeois organizations. His African employees and their families constituted about 1/4 of the entire Detroit African community. Both the NAACP and the Urban League were singing Ford's praises, and warning African auto workers not to have anything to do with unions. One report on the Ford system in the 1930s said, "There is hardly a Negro church, fraternal body, or other organization in which Ford workers are not represented. Scarcely a Negro professional or businessman is completely independent of income derived from Ford employees." When those seeking Ford jobs are added to this group, it is readily seen that the Ford entourage was able to exercise a dominating influence in the community. The African refugee communities, extensions of an oppressed nation, became themselves miniature colonies, with an African bourgeois element acting as the local agents of the foreign imperialists. Ford's system was unusual only in that one capitalist very conspicuously took as his role that which is usually done more quietly by a committee of capitalists through business, foundations, and their imperialist government. This colonial existence in the midst of industrial America gave rise to contradiction, to the segregation of the oppressed, creating its opposite in the increasingly important role of African labor in industrial production. Having been forced to concentrate in certain cities and certain industries and even certain plants, African labor at the end of the 1920s was discovered to have a strategic role in northern industry far out of proportion to its still small numbers. In Cleveland, Africans comprised 50% of the metalworking industry. In Chicago, they were 40 to 50% of the meatpacking plants. In Detroit, the African auto workers made up 12% of the workforce at Ford, 10% at Briggs, 30% at Midland Steel Frame. Overall, African workers employed in the industrial economy were concentrated in just 5 industries: automotive, steel, meatpacking, coal, railroads. The first 4 were where settler labor and settler capitalists were about to fight out their differences in the 1930s and early 1940s. And African labor was right in the middle. In a number of industrial centers, then, the CIO unions could not be secure without controlling African labor. And on their side, African workers urgently needed improvement in their economic condition. A 1929 study of the automobile industry comments, as one Ford employment official has stated, many of the Negroes are employed in the foundry and do work that nobody else would do. The writer noticed in one Chevrolet plant that Negroes were engaged on the dirtiest, roughest and most disagreeable work, for example, in the painting of axles. At the Chrysler plant they are used exclusively on paint jobs, and at the Chandler Cleveland plant certain dangerous emery wheel grinding jobs were given only to Negroes. In virtually all auto plants Africans were not allowed to work on the production lines, and were segregated in foundry work, painting, as janitors, drivers, and other service jobs. They earned 35 to 38 cents per hour, which was 1/2 of the pay of the Euro-American production line workers. This was true at Packard, at GM, and many other companies. The CIO's policy, then, became to promote integration under settler leadership where African labor was numerous and strong, such as the foundries, the meatpacking plants, etc., and to maintain segregation and Jim Crow in situations where African labor was numerically lesser and weak. Integration and segregation were but 2 aspects of the same settler hegemony. 3 other imperatives shaped CIO policy: 1. To maintain settler privilege in the form of reserving the skilled crafts, more desirable production jobs, and the operation of the unions themselves to Euro-Americans. 2. Any tactical concessions to African labor had to conform to the CIO's need to maintain the unity of Euro-Americans. 3. The CIO's policy on African labor had to be consistent with the overall colonial labor policy of the U.S. empire. We should underline the fact that rather than challenge U.S. imperialism's rules on the status and role of colonial labor, the CIO as settler unions loyally followed those rules. To use the automobile industry as a case, there was considerable integration within the liberal United Auto Workers, UAW-CIO. That is, there was considerable recruiting of African labor to help Euro-American workers advance their particular class interests. The first Detroit sit-down was at Midland Steel Frame in 1936. The UAW not only recruited African workers to play an active role in the strike, but organized their families into the CIO support campaign. Midland Frame, which made car frames for Chrysler and Ford, was 30% African. There the UAW had no reasonable chance of victory without commanding African forces as well as its own. but at the many plants that were overwhelmingly settler, the CIO obviously treated African labor differently. In those majority of the situations the new union supported segregation. In Flint, Michigan, the General Motors plants were Jim Crow. Africans were employed only in the foundry or as janitors, at substandard wages. Many, of course, did other work although still officially segregated and underpaid as janitors. Not only skilled jobs, but even semi-skilled production line assembly work was reserved for settlers. While the UAW fought GM on wages, hours, civil liberties for settler workers, and so forth, it followed the general relationship to colonial labor that GM had laid down. So that the contradiction between settler labor and settler capitalists was limited, so to say, to their oppressor nation, and didn't change their common front towards the oppressed nations and their proletariats. At the time of the Flint sit-down victory in February 1937, the NAACP issued a statement raising the question of more jobs. Everywhere in Michigan, colored people are asking whether the new CIO union is going to permit Negroes to work up into some of the good jobs, or whether it is just going to protect them in the small jobs they already have in General Motors. That was an enlightening question. Many UAW radicals had already answered yes. Windom Mortimer, the Communist Party USA trade union leader who was first vice president of the new UAW-CIO, left behind a series of autobiographical sketches of his union career when he died. Beacon Press, the publishing house of the liberal Unitarian Universalist Church, has printed this autobiography under the stirring title Organize. In his own words, Mortimer left us an inside view of his secret negotiations with African auto workers in Flint. Mortimer had made an initial organizing trip to Flint in June 1936 to start setting up the new union. Anxious to get support from African workers for the coming big strike, Mortimer arranged for a secret meeting. A short time later, I found a note under my hotel room door. It was hard to read because so many grimy hands had handled it. It said, "Tonight at midnight," followed by a number on Industrial Avenue. It was signed, Henry. Promptly at midnight, I was at the number he had given. It was a small church and was totally dark. I rapped on the door and waited. Soon the door was opened and I went inside. The place was lighted by a small candle, carefully shaded to prevent light showing. Inside there were 18 men, all of them Negroes and all of them from the Buick foundry. I told them why I was in Flint, what I hoped to do in the way of improving conditions and raising their living standards. A question period followed. The questions were interesting in that they dealt with the union's attitude toward discrimination and with what the union's policy was toward bettering the very bad conditions of the Negro people. One of them said, "You see, we have all the problems and worries of the white folks, and then we have one more, we are Negroes." I pointed out that the old AFL leadership was gone. The CIO had a new program with a new leadership that realized that none of us was free unless we were all free. Part of our program was to fight Jim Crow. Our program would have a much better chance of success if the Negro worker joined with us and added his voice and presence on the union floor. Another man arose and asked, "Will we have a local union of our own?" I replied, "We are not a Jim Crow union, nor do we have any second-class citizens in our membership." The meeting ended with 18 application cards signed and $18 in initiation fees collected. I cautioned them not to stick their necks out, but quietly to get their fellow workers to sign application cards and arrange other meetings. Mortimer's recollections are referred to over and over in Euro-American left articles on the CIO as supposed fact. In actual fact, there was little African support for the Flint sit-down. only 5 Africans took part in the Flint sit-down strike. Nor was that an exception. In the 1937 sit-down at Chrysler's Dodge Main in Detroit, only 3 African auto workers stayed with the strike. During the critical, organizing years of the UAW, African auto workers were primarily sitting out the fight between settler labor and settler corporations. It was not their nation, not their union, and not their fight. And the results of the UAW-CIO victory proved their point of view. The Flint sit-down was viewed by Euro-American workers there as their victory, and they absolutely intended to eat the dinner themselves. So at Flint's Chevrolet No. 4 factory, the first UAW and GM contract after the sit-down contained a clause on non-interchangeability reaffirming settler privilege. The new union now told the African workers that the contract made it illegal for them to move up beyond being janitors or foundry workers. That was the fruit of the Great Flint Sit-down, a Jim Crow labor contract. The same story was true at Buick, exposing how empty were the earlier promises to African workers. This was not limited to one plant or one city. A history of the UAW notes, as the UAW official later conceded, in most cases the earliest contracts froze the existing pattern of segregation and even discrimination. At the Atlanta GM plant, whose 1936 sit-down strike is still pointed to by the settler left as an example of militant Southern labor history, only total white supremacy was good enough for the CIO workers. The victorious settler auto workers not only used their newfound union power to restrict African workers to being janitors, but did away altogether with even the pretense of having them as union members. For the next 10 years the Atlanta UAW was all white. So in answer to the question raised in 1937 by the NAACP, the true answer was no. The new CIO Auto Workers Union was not going to get Africans more jobs, better jobs, an equal share of jobs, or any jobs. This was not a sellout by some bureaucrat, but the nature of the CIO. Was there a big struggle by union militants on this issue? No. Did at least the Euro-American left, there being many members in Flint, for example, of the Communist Party USA, the Socialist Party, and the various Trotskyists, back up their African Union brothers in a principled way? No. It is interesting that in his 1937 UAW convention report on the Flint victory, Communist Party USA militant Bob Travis covered up the white supremacist nature of the Flint CIO. In his report, which covers even such topics as union baseball leagues, there was not one word about the African GM workers and the heavy situation they faced. And if that was the practice of the most advanced settler radicals, we can well estimate the political level of the ordinary Euro-American worker. Neither integration nor segregation was basic, oppressor nation domination was basic. If the UAW-CIO practiced segregation on a broad scale, it was equally prepared to use integration. When it turned after cracking GM and Chrysler to confront Ford, the most strongly anti-union of the big three auto companies, the UAW had to make a convincing appeal to the 12,000 African workers there. So special literature was issued, African church and civil rights leaders negotiated with, and, most importantly, African organizers were hired by the CIO to directly win over their brothers at Ford. The colonial labor policy for the U.S. empire was, as we previously discussed, fundamentally reformed in the 1830s. The growing danger of slave revolts and the swelling African majority in many key cities led to special restrictions on the use of African labor. Once the mainstay of manufacture and mining, Africans were increasingly moved out of the urban economy. When the new factories spread in the 1860s, Africans were kept out in most cases. The general colonial labor policy of the U.S. empire has been to strike a balance between the need to exploit colonial labor and the safeguard of keeping the keys to modern industry and technology out of colonial hands. On an immediate level, African labor, as colonial subjects, were moved into or out of specific industries as the U.S. empire's needs evolved. The contradiction between the decision to stabilize the empire by giving more privilege to settler workers, ultimately by deproletarianizing them, and the need to limit the role of African labor was just emerging in the early 20th century. So the CIO did not move to oppose open, rigid segregation in the northern factories until the U.S. government told them to during World War II. Until that time the CIO supported existing segregation, while accepting those Africans as union members who were already in the plants. This was only to strengthen settler unionism's power on the shop floor. During its initial 1935 to 1941 organizing period, the CIO maintained the existing oppressor nation-oppressed nation's job distribution. Settler workers monopolized the skilled crafts and the massive semi-skilled production line jobs, while colonial workers had the fewer unskilled labor and broom-pushing positions. For its first 7 years the CIO not only refused to help African workers fight Jim Crow, but even refused to intervene when they were being driven out of the factories. Even as the U.S. edged into World War II, many corporations were intensifying the already tight restrictions on African labor. Now that employment was picking up with the war boom, it was felt not only that Euro-Americans should have the new jobs but that Africans were not yet to be trusted at the heart of the imperialist war industry. Robert C. Weaver of the Roosevelt administration admitted, when the defense program got underway, the Negro was only on the sidelines of American industry, he seemed to be losing ground daily. Chrysler had decreed that only Euro-Americans could work at the new Chrysler tank arsenal in Detroit. Ford Motor Company was starting many new, all-settler departments, while rejecting 99 out of 100 African men referred to Ford by the U.S. Employment Service. And up in Flint, the 240 African janitors at Chevrolet No. 4 plant learned that GM was going to lay them off indefinitely. During 1940 and early 1941, while settler workers were being rehired for war production in great numbers, African labor found itself under attack. Those African workers employed in industry could not defend their immediate class interests through the CIO, but had to step out of the framework of settler unionism just to defend their existing jobs. In the summer of 1941 there were 3 African strikes at Dodge Main and Dodge Truck in Detroit. The African workers at Flint Chevrolet No. 4 staged protest rallies and eventually won their jobs. As late as April 1943 some 3,000 African workers at Ford went out on strike for 3 days to protest Ford's hiring policies. The point is that the CIO opposed African interests because it followed imperialist colonial labor policy, and when African workers needed to defend their class interests they had to do so on their own, organizing themselves on the basis of nationality. It was not until mid-1942 that the CIO and the corporations, maneuvering together under imperialist coordination, started tapping African labor for the production lines. As much as settlers disliked letting masses of Africans into industry, there was little choice. The winning of the entire world was at stake, in a rule or ruin war. As the U.S. empire strained to put forth great armies, navies, and their fleets to war on other continents, the supply of Euro-American labor had reached the bottom of the barrel. To U.S. imperialism, if the 1.5 million African workers in war industry helped the empire conquer Asia and Europe, it would well be worth the price. The U.S. War Production Board said, "We cannot afford the luxury of thinking in terms of white men's work." So the numbers of African workers on the production lines tripled to 8.3% of all manufacturing production workers. Now the CIO unions, however unhappily, joined the corporations in promoting Africans into new jobs, even as hundreds of thousands of settler workers were protesting in hate strikes. The reality was that settler workers had governmental, imperialist unions, while colonial workers had no unions of their own at all. During World War II, the CIO completed integrating itself by picking up many hundreds of thousands of colonial workers. Many of these new members, we should point out, were involuntary members. Historically, the overwhelming majority of Africans who have belonged to the CIO industrial unions in the past 40 years never joined voluntarily. Starting with the first Ford contract in 1941, the CIO rapidly shifted to union shop contracts. In these contracts, all new employees were required to join the union as a condition of employment. The modern imperialist factory in most industries quickly became highly unionized, whether any of us liked it or not. The U.S. government, depending on the CIO as a key element in labor discipline, encouraged the union shop. The U.S. War Labor Board urged corporations to thus force their employees to join the CIO. Too often members of unions do not maintain their membership because they resent discipline of a responsible leadership. While this applied to all industrial workers, it applied most heavily to colonial labor. The government and the labor aristocracy were impatient to get colonial workers safely tied up. If they were to be let into industry in large numbers, they had to be split up and neutralized by the settler unions, voluntarily or involuntarily. In the Flint Buick plant, where 588 of the 600 African workers had been segregated in the foundry despite earlier CIO promises, the union and GM expected to win them over by finally letting them work on the production lines. To their surprise, as late as mid-1942, the majority of the African workers still refused to join the CIO. The African civil rights organizations, the labor aristocracy, and the liberal New Deal all had to educate resisting workers like those to get in line with the settler unions. The integration of the CIO, therefore, had nothing to do with increasing job opportunities for Africans or building working-class unity. It was a new instrument of oppressor nation control over the oppressed nation proletarians. 8. Imperialist War and the New American Order. 1. Guido defends his supermarket. This Saturday Evening Post ran a series by GIs on what I am fighting for. One characteristic article began, "I am fighting for that big house with a bright green roof and the big front lawn." World War II was the answer to every settler's prayer, renewed conquest and renewed prosperity. The New Deal's domestic reforms alone could not get capitalism going again. And even though the CIO had won large wage increases in basic industry, the peacetime economy was incapable of providing enough jobs and profits. As late as early 1940, the unemployment rate for Euro-American workers was still almost 18%. Expansion of the empire was the necessary basis of new prosperity. Although wars are made of mass tragedy and sacrifice, this most successful of all American wars was a happy time for most settlers. That's why they look back on it with so much nostalgia and fondness, even with a pathological TV comedy about fun in a Nazi POW camp. We could say that this was their last big frontier. Historian James Stokesbury notes in his summation of the war, one of the great ironies of the American war effort was the way it was borne disproportionately by a relatively few people. In spite of the huge numbers of men in service, second only to Russia among the Allies, only a limited number of them saw combat. For the vast majority of Americans it was a good war, if there can be such a thing. People were more mobile and prosperous than ever before. The demands of the war brought the United States out of a deep depression, created new cities, new industries, new fortunes, a new way of life. Isolated in its western hemispheric empire far from the main theaters of fighting, U.S. imperialism suffered relatively little. As the great powers were inevitably pulled into a global war of desperation, each driven to solve its economic crisis by new conquests, America hung back. It hoped, just as in World War I, to wait out much of the war and slip in near the end to take the lion's share of the kill. The millions of civilians who died from bombing raids, disease, and famine in war-torn Europe, Asia, North Africa, and the Middle East have never been fully counted. The full death toll is often put at an unimaginable 60 million lives. America was spared all this, and emerged triumphant at the war's end with citizenry, colonies, and industry completely intact. Even U.S. military forces suffered relatively lightly compared to the rest of the world. Military deaths for the major combatants are revealing: Germany 7 million, Russia 6 million, Japan 2 million, China 2 million, Great Britain 250,000, USA 400,000. More Russian soldiers died in the Battle of Stalingrad alone than total U.S. military casualties for the whole war. The war boom kicked depression out. Factories were roaring around the clock. The 16 million soldiers and sailors in the armed forces had left places everywhere for the unemployed to fill. The general prosperity that characterized American society all the way up to the 1970s began right there, in the war economy of WWII. The war years were such a prosperous upturn from the Depression that the necessary propaganda about sacrificing for the war effort had a farcical air to it. Lucky Strike, the biggest-selling cigarette, caught the settler mood perfectly when it changed its package color from green to white, and then announced nonsensically in big ads, "Lucky Strike Green is going off to war." Average family income went up by 50% compared to the Depression years. In New York City, average family income rose from $2,760 to $4,044 between 1938 and 1942. Nor was this just a paper gain. A historian of the wartime culture writes, production for civilian use, while diminishing, remained so high that Americans knew no serious deprivations at the peak of the war effort in 1944. The total of all goods and services available to civilians was actually larger than it had been in 1940. The number of supermarkets more than tripled between 1939 and 1944. Publishers reported book sales up 40% by 1943. The pari-mutuel gambling take at the racetrack skyrocketed 250% from 1940 to 1944. Just between 1941 and 1942 jewelry sales were up 20 to 100% by areas. By 1944 the cash and bank accounts held by the U.S. population reached a record $140 billion. That same year Macy's department store in New York City had a sale on Pearl Harbor Day, which produced their most profitable business day ever. Once again, the exceptional life of settler America was renewed by war and conquest. This is the mechanism within each American cycle of internal conflict and reform. The New Deal was Hiroshima and Nagasaki as well. Consumeristic America was erected on top of the 60 million deaths of World War II. 2. The political character of the WAR. In the U.S., World War II was the principal cause of the total breakdown of the working class movement, and its revolutionary consciousness resistance to the war would have seemed like simple common sense. If Stalin gave the order to support the U.S. war effort, he was a fool. In any case, the old vanguard support should have been for the people's struggle inside the U.S. George Jackson, in its March 29, 1939, issue The Pittsburgh Courier, one of the major African newspapers, ran an editorial on the coming World War that summed up what most colonial peoples in the world thought about it: the democracies and the dictatorships are preparing to do battle in the near future. The referee is imperialism, who stands ready to award the decision to the victor. The stake is the right to exploit the darker peoples of the world. The audience consists of the vast majority of those who happen to be non-whites. They have an O favorite, because it makes an O difference to them which party wins the fight. They are only interested in the bout taking place as soon as possible. The audience knows that the destruction of white civilization means the emancipation of colored people, and that explains why they eagerly await the opening gong. The democracies which now control the dark world have never extended democracy to the dark world. Their meaning of democracy is for white people only, and just a few of them. The dictatorships frankly declare that if they win they will do as the democracies have done in the past. The democracies as frankly declare that if they win they will continue to do as they have been doing. This remarkable editorial was accurate, however unscientific its way of putting it, as to the real-world situation. The war to save democracy was an obvious lie to those who had none, whose nations were enslaved by U.S. imperialism. While there was no real support for either German or Japanese imperialism, there was considerable satisfaction among the oppressed at seeing the arrogant Europeans being frightened out of their wits by their supposed racial inferiors. One South African-born historian recalls, "It seemed possible that the Japanese might capture Madagascar and that South Africa itself might be attacked." The Cape-colored people were not at all alarmed at the prospect. Indeed, they viewed the Japanese victories with almost open jubilation. Their sympathies and hopes were with the little yellow-skinned men who had proved too smart for the British and Americans. Nor was this feeling just in Africa. In colonial India, the sight of the British master suddenly begging his subjects to help save him from the Japanese armies, revealed to many that their oppressor was a paper tiger. The British generals soon learned that their Indian colonial troops were more and more unwilling to fight for the British Empire. The Communist Party USA was so alarmed at African disinterest in fighting Asians that it issued a special pamphlet for them recounting the crimes of the Japanese Empire against Ethiopia, urging Africans to honor the alliance of the Negro people with the progressive sections of the white population. The sociologist St. Clair Drake relates how even among U.S. Empire forces in the Pacific, African GIs would loudly root for the Japanese Zero fighters overhead in the aerial dogfights against U.S. settler aviators. Robert F. Williams says that as a youth he heard many African veterans returning from the Pacific express sympathy for the Japanese soldiers, and even say that the Japanese tried not to fire at Africans. And studying the U.S. propaganda posters of dark-skinned Japanese trying to rape blonde Euro-American women, Williams saw a connection to settler propaganda against Africans. None of this was any approval for Japanese imperialism, but an expression of disassociation from the Euro-American oppressor. To the oppressed masses of the U.S., British, Dutch, French, German, and other Western empires, this war was not their war. It is important to deal with the nature of the U.S. involvement in the war. Outside of the shallow and obviously untrue war for democracy propaganda, the two main arguments for the war were, 1. It was a war for European freedom, to defeat the Nazis and save the Soviet Union. 2. It was a just war of self-defense after the U.S. military was attacked by the Japanese Empire at Pearl Harbor, the main U.S. naval base in its Hawaiian colony. Both lines were often used together, particularly by the settler radicals. Perhaps the U.S. Empire could have led a crusade in Europe to defeat Nazism, but it didn't. In strict fact, German fascism was defeated by the Russian people. U.S. global strategy clearly called for stalling as long as possible in fighting Hitler, in hopes that Germany and Soviet Russia would ruin and exhaust each other. As late as April 1943, Soviet forces were fighting 185 Nazi divisions while the U.S. and British empires were together fighting 6. The heart and muscle of the German army, almost 250 divisions, got destroyed on the Eastern Front against the Russian people. That's why the Russian military lost 6 million troops fighting Germany, while the US lost 160,000. The Soviet Union's burden in the alliance against German imperialism was so visibly disproportionate that some Western imperialists were concerned. South African General Jan Christian Smuts warned in 1943, "To the ordinary man it must appear that it is Russia who is winning the war. If this impression continues, what will be our post-war position compared to that of Russia?" Finally, in the last 6 months of the war, the Allies landed 2 million soldiers in France in order to get in on the German surrender and control as much of Europe as possible. Those US and British divisions faced a vastly inferior German opposition, only 40% as large as the Allied force, because the bulk of Hitler's forces were tied up with the main war front against Russia. During the war the Allies kept paratroop divisions in England, ready to be airdropped into Berlin if Russia finished off the Nazis before Allied armies could even get into Germany. US imperialism's main concern was not to liberate anyone, but to dominate as much of Europe as it could once the Russian people had, at such terrible cost, defeated Hitler. American war plans included being careful not to interfere with the Nazis' genocidal sterilization of Europe. Indeed, Washington and London appreciated how convenient it was to let Hitler do their dirty work for them, getting rid of millions of undesirable Jews, communists, socialists, trade unionists, and dissenters. This cleaned up Europe from the imperialist point of view. And Hitler took the weight. The Allies were notorious in blocking Jewish evacuation from the path of the oncoming Nazi conquest. Roosevelt refused to lift restrictions on Jewish immigration. As the war approached, on April 23, 1939, the U.S. State Department announced that quotas were so filled that Jewish immigration was to be halted except for special cases. Desperate German Jews were told that they had a minimum 6-year wait, until 1945. The New Deal's vicious attitude was displayed in their mocking statement that Jewish applicants of Polish origin, even those who spent most of their life in Germany, will have to wait at least 50 years to obtain entry visas to the U.S. The same day the Roosevelt administration announced that no tourist visas to America would be issued to German Jews, only those Germans with Aryan passports could greet the Statue of Liberty. During the war the U.S. rejected pleas from the Jewish underground that they use bombers to knock out the rail lines to the death camps, and even knock out the ovens themselves. Yet, on September 13, 1944, the U.S. 15th Air Force bombed the IG Farben industrial complex right next to Auschwitz death camp. A few bombs fell in Auschwitz itself, killing 15 SS men and 40 other fascists. Although this proved the U.S. military's ability to strike at the Nazi death camps, U.S. imperialism still refused to interfere with the genocide. And this was when the Nazis were feverishly slaughtering as many as possible, at Auschwitz as many as 24,000 per day. U.S. imperialism posed as being anti-fascist, but it was U.S. imperialism which had helped put Nazism in power. Henry Ford was an important early backer of Hitler, and by 1924 had started pouring money into the tiny Nazi party. Ford's portrait hung on the wall in Hitler's party office. Every birthday until World War II Ford had sent Hitler his personal greetings, and a gift of money. Even during the war the Ford Motor Company delivered vital parts to the German army through neutral Switzerland. On October 20, 1942, the U.S. Embassy in London complained to Washington that Ford was using his plants in Switzerland to repair 2,000 German army trucks. Ford was just one example out of many. GM President William Knudsen told a press conference on October 6, 1933, that Nazism was the miracle of the 20th century. GM in Germany contributed 0.5% out of all its employees' wages as a weekly mass donation to the Nazi Party. While the Allied powers wanted to defeat Germany, it had nothing to do with being anti-fascist. Both President Roosevelt and British Prime Minister Winston Churchill favored Mussolini and his fascist regime in Italy. Even after the European War broke out in 1939, Roosevelt privately urged Mussolini to be neutral and try to mediate a British-German détente. Churchill, for his part, wanted to preserve the Mussolini fascist regime since the alternative to his rule might well have been a communist Italy. Churchill saw fascist Italy as a possible ally. He later wrote regretfully about Mussolini, "He might well have maintained Italy in a balancing position, courted and rewarded by both sides and deriving an unusual wealth and prosperity from the struggles of other countries." Even when the issue of the war became certain, Mussolini would have been welcomed by the Allies in Italy, Greece, and other nations. The liberating U.S.-British forces put the local fascists back into power while savagely repressing the anti-fascist guerrillas who had fought them. In Greece, the British had a problem since the German army had pulled out in September 1944, harassed by guerrillas who had installed a new, democratic Greek government. The Allies invaded already liberated Greece in order to crush the independent government. Greece was liberated from democracy and returned to being a fascist neo-colony of Britain and the U.S. The mercenary collaborators and the fascist security battalions organized by the German occupation were preserved by the British Army, which used them to conduct a campaign of terrorism against the Greek people. By 1945 the British were holding some 50,000 anti-fascist activists in prisons. The Allies killed more Greek workers and peasants than the Germans had. The main focus of America's military interest had nothing to do with democratic or humanitarian concerns, but with expanding the empire at the expense of its German and Japanese rivals. Not only was a stronger position over Europe aimed at, but in the Pacific a showdown was sought with Japanese imperialism. In the 1930s both U.S. and Japanese imperialism sought to become the dominant power over Asia. Japan's 1937 invasion of China, Korea was already a Japanese colony, had upset the Pacific status quo. Giant China had long been an imperialist semi-colony, shared uneasily by all the imperialist powers. Japan broke up the club by invading to take all of China for itself. The Roosevelt administration, the main backer of Chiang Kai-shek's corrupt and semi-colonial Kuomintang regime, was committed to a decisive war with Japan from that point on. Both the U.S. Empire and the Japanese Empire demanded in secret negotiations the partial disarmament of the other and a free hand in exploiting China. The Roosevelt administration and the British had secretly agreed in mid-1941 for a joint military offensive against Japan, the centerpiece of which was to be a new U.S. strategic bomber force to dominate the Pacific. We know that President Roosevelt's position was that all-out war in the Pacific was desirable for U.S. interests. His only problem was, the question was how we should maneuver them into the position of firing the first shot. Political necessities demanded that Roosevelt be able to picture the war as innocent self-defense. The New Deal started embargoing strategic war materials, notably scrap iron and petroleum, going to Japan. There was a coordinated Western campaign to deny Japanese imperialism the vital oil, rubber, and iron its war machine needed. With 21 divisions bogged down trying to catch up with the Red Army in China, Japanese imperialism had to either capture these necessary resources in new wars or face collapse. The move was obvious. To make sure that this shove would work, Roosevelt asked U.S. Admiral Stark to prepare an intelligence assessment of the probable Japanese response. In his memo of July 22, 1941, over 4 months before Pearl Harbor, Admiral Stark reassured Roosevelt that Japan would be forced into a fairly early attack to seize British Malayan rubber and Dutch Indonesian oil, and that an attack on the U.S. Philippine colony was certain. The New Deal wanted and expected not only an all-out war for the Pacific, but a surprise Japanese attack as well. Their only disappointment on December 7, 1941, was that instead of concentrating on the Philippines, the Japanese military struck first at Hawaii. There was no question of self-defense there. The Pacific War was the mutual child of imperialist competition and imperialist appetites. To President Roosevelt the prize was worth the risks. China was his first goal, just as it was for Japanese imperialism. A friend of the president recalls, at the White House, the making of FDR's China policy was almost as great a secret as the atom bomb. Roosevelt saw that the sun had set on the old European colonial rule in Asia, and that the dynamic expansion of the small Japanese empire proved how weak and rotten European power was. In his mind, he saw that if China were nominally free but under U.S. hegemony, via the Kuomintang regime, it could be the center for an American takeover of all Asia. FDR was always appreciative of China's potential value because of his family's direct connection. Roosevelt often mentioned his family's long friendship with China. On his mother's side, the Delano family fortune was made through a leading role in the opium trade in 19th-century China. British Prime Minister Winston Churchill, after meeting with Roosevelt and his staff, wrote a British general in some alarm, "I must enlighten you about the American view. China bulks as large in the minds of many of them as Great Britain." Some confusion about the nature of the Second Imperialist World War has arisen among comrades here because the war was also a patriotic war of national defense in some nations. Both China and the USSR, invaded and partially occupied by Axis powers, made alliance with competing imperialists of the Allied powers. There is nothing surprising or incorrect about that. Taking advantage of this, the revisionists claimed that democratic-minded people in all nations should therefore support the Allied powers. But why should the anti-colonial movement in an oppressed nation that was invaded and occupied by the US, or France or Great Britain, support its own oppressor? One might just as well argue that the Chinese people should have supported the Japanese occupation during WWII because Mexico was oppressed by US imperialism. In fact, the Japanese Empire advanced such lines of propaganda. Contrary to the revisionists, World War II was not a war of democracy versus fascism, but a complex struggle between imperialist powers, and between capitalism and socialism. The New Deal was prepared to do whatever necessary to modernize and stabilize U.S. imperialism's home base, because it was playing for the biggest stakes in the world. In the Pittsburgh Courier's words, the stake is the right to exploit the darker peoples of the world. 3. The war on the home front. As Euro-American settlers gathered themselves to conquer Asia, Europe, Africa, and hold on to Latin America, they started their war effort by attacking the oppressed closest at hand, those already within the U.S. empire. In Puerto Rico, the colonial occupation tightened its already deadly hold on the masses, so that their very lives could be squeezed out to help pay for the U.S. war effort. It is to the eternal honor of the Nationalist Party, already terribly wounded by repression, that it resisted this imperialist mobilization as best it could. The Nationalist Party denounced the military conscription of Puerto Rican youth, who were to be cannon fodder for the same U.S. Army that was oppressing their own nation. On the eve of selective service registration in 1940, the Nationalist Party declared, "If Puerto Ricans are the first line of defense of democracy in America, we claim the right to fight in the front line, and for that reason we demand that democracy be a reality in Puerto Rico, recognizing our national sovereignty." The newspapers on the island were afraid to print nationalist statements for fear of U.S. prosecution, a fear that the U.S. government said was well-founded. Some members of the Nationalist Party began openly refusing to register for the draft. Juan Estrada Garcia told the jury when he was tried that his concern was for the masses who lived dying of malaria, hookworm and tuberculosis for lack of food. This was a just concern. Puerto Ricans had the highest death rate in the Western Hemisphere, thanks to the Yankee occupation that robbed them of everything needed for life. Every year 3,000 died from tuberculosis alone out of a population of 2 million. Over half were totally destitute, on relief. 80% of the population had hookworm, and the life expectancy was only 46 years. Small wonder, when even those lucky ones who had jobs didn't earn enough to ensure survival. In 1941, the jibaros, the sugar cane workers, labored for an average of only 14 cents per hour. The war effort only intensified the misery. The relative prosperity that delighted Euro-Americans with the war was reversed in Puerto Rico. Starvation grew much worse. The New Deal WPA jobs program closed down in 1942. Unemployment more than doubled. With food shipments deliberately restricted, prices soared 53% in less than 1 year. A Presbyterian woman missionary wrote Eleanor Roosevelt, the U.S. President's wife, in despair from Mayaguez, "The children in this region are slowly starving." U.S. Governor Winship made it clear that the New Deal's policy was not only to help subsidize the war effort out of the misery of the Puerto Rican people, but to use starvation to beat them into political submission. In his 1939 report, Winship proudly announced that the colonial administration was already extracting millions of dollars from starving Puerto Rico for the coming war. $10 million worth of valuable land had been given by the puppet colonial legislature free to the U.S. Navy for a naval base. Puerto Ricans had paid for dredging out San Juan Harbor so that it was deep enough for U.S. battleships. New U.S. Navy repair docks in San Juan were also paid for involuntarily by the Puerto Rican people. Further, local taxes had also paid for the construction of new U.S. military airstrips on Culebra, Isla Grande, Mona Island, and elsewhere. In desperately poor Puerto Rico, the local taxes collected by the imperialist occupation forces were used for their own military needs rather than clinics or food. This policy was actually quite common for WWII. For example, both the Nazi and Japanese armies also forced the local inhabitants in conquered areas to support military construction for them. The U.S. imperialists were in good company. While it may have seemed like bad propaganda to so obviously increase misery among the Puerto Rican people, the New Deal believed otherwise. It was economic terrorism. U.S. military officials said that the nationalist resistance to the draft had been broken. They admitted that the reason hungry Puerto Ricans were submitting to the draft was that even army rations were pay and food exceeding prevailing island wages. It appeared to the military, however, that only 1/3 of the eligible men could be used due to the widespread physical debilitation from disease and malnutrition. Still, America's war to save democracy was off to a good start. The war further accelerated the trend towards settler reunification. The stormy conflicts between settlers in the 30s had a healing effect, like draining a swollen wound. The war completed the process. Fascist and communist, liberal and conservative alike all joined hands to follow their bourgeoisie into battle. In one small California town, the press discovered that the first man in line to register for the draft was James Remo Chiaretta, a veteran of Mussolini's fascist black shirts, who proudly told everyone that he was now 100% American. The impact of America's entry into the war snapped the Italian and German communities right into line. The Italian-American petty bourgeoisie had been both loyally pro-U.S. imperialism and pro-fascist Italy. Up to Pearl Harbor, 80% of the Italian community newspapers had been pro-fascist, with almost every Italian store in New York having a prominent picture of the Italian dictator Mussolini. Only the radical political exiles, most of them trade unionists who fled Italy just ahead of the Black Shirts, were openly anti-fascist. But once the U.S. Empire declared war on the Axis, every Italian community newspaper became anti-fascist overnight. Every Italian was now 100% American. In recognition, Italian citizens in the U.S. were removed from the enemy alien category by President Roosevelt on Columbus Day, 1942. This growing, settleristic unity promoted by the war sharply increased attacks on the nationally oppressed. This was one of the major social trends of the war period. While the tightened oppression of the Puerto Rican masses was a policy of the imperialists, these attacks came from all classes and sectors of settler society, from top to bottom. On the West Coast, the settler petty bourgeoisie, primarily farming interests and small merchants, used settler chauvinism and the identification of Japanese as members of the rival imperialist power, to plunder and completely remove the Japanese population. Just as the Chinese had been robbed and driven out of mining, agriculture, and industry in the 19th century West, so now Japanese would be driven out. As everyone knows, some 110,000 of us were forcibly relocated into concentration camps by the U.S. government in 1942. Settler rule had restricted and hemmed in Japanese labor into the national minority economy of specialized agriculture, wholesale and retail food distribution, and domestic labor. In 1940, these three categories accounted for 84% of all Japanese employment. But even this little was too much for the settler petty bourgeoisie on the West Coast. The Euro-Americans not only wanted the Japanese removed as competitors, but they wanted to take over and annex the agricultural business so painstakingly built up by the Japanese farmers. The typical Japanese farm of the period was very small, averaging only 42 acres each, less than one-fifth the average size of Euro-American farms in California. But these intensively developed lands, which comprised only 3.9% of California's farmland, produced fully 42% of the state's fresh fruits and vegetables. The settler farm lobby wanted our business, which was too valuable to be left to Japs. Austin E. Anson, representative of the Shipper-Grower Association of Salinas, told the public, "We're charged with wanting to get rid of the Japs for selfish reasons. We might as well be honest. We do." Through their political influence, these interests got U.S. Senator Hiram Johnson to pull together the West Coast congressional delegation as a bloc and push through the concentration camp program. By military order, enforced by the U.S. Army, the whole Japanese population was forced to leave or sell at giveaway prices all we had: houses, land, businesses, cars, refrigerators, tools, furniture, etc. The Federal Reserve Bank loosely estimated the direct property loss alone at $400 million in 1942. The real loss was in the many billions, and in lives. But it was no loss to settlers, who ended up with much of it. West Coast settlers had a festive time, celebrating the start of their war by greedily dividing up that $400 million in Jap property. It was a gigantic garage sale held at gunpoint. This was just an early installment in settler prosperity from World War. For Hawaii, a U.S. colony right in the middle of Asia, no such simple solution was possible. Early government discussions on removing and incarcerating the Japanese population quickly floundered. Over one-third of the working population there was Japanese, and without their labor the island's economy might break down. The U.S. Army said that the labor shortage make it a matter of military necessity to keep the people of Japanese blood on the islands. Army and Navy officers proposed that the Japanese be kept at work there for the U.S. Empire, but treated as citizens of an occupied foreign country. The patriotic American war spirit congealed itself into the usual racist forms. Chinese were encouraged to wear self-protective placards or buttons reading "I'm no Jap" to avoid being lynched. The Kuomintang-dominated Chinese communities were lauded by the settlers as now good Asians. Life ran an article on "How to Tell Your Friends from the Japs the Chinese Expression is Likely to Be More Placid, Kindly, Open." The Japanese more positive, dogmatic, arrogant Japanese walk stiffly erect, Chinese more relaxed, sometimes shuffle. Of course, these imaginary differences only express the settler code wherein hostile or just victimized Asians were bad, whereas those they thought more submissive, who shuffle, were temporarily good. Every effort was made to whip up settler chauvinism and hatred, an easy task. The famous war indoctrination film My Japan, produced by the Defense Department, opens to an actor portraying a Japanese soldier bayoneting a baby, with the commentary that all Japanese like to kill babies. German fascist propaganda about the racial crimes of the Jews was no more bizarre than American propaganda for its own war effort. The Euro-American working class, now reinforced by unions and the New Deal, brought the war home themselves in their massive wave of hate strikes. These were strikes whose only demand was the blocking of African employment or promotion. They were a major feature of militant industrial life in the war period. A reaction to increased wartime employment of Africans by U.S. imperialism. In the auto industry, which was the heart of war production, the hate strikes started in October 1941. There were 12 major such strikes in auto plants just in the first 6 months of 1943. Dodge, Hudson, Packard, Curtiss-Wright, Timken Axle, and many other plants witnessed these settler working-class offensives. The UAW-CIO and the Detroit NAACP held a brotherhood rally in Detroit's Cadillac Square to counteract the openly segregationist movement. That rally drew 10,000 people. But shortly thereafter 25,000 Packard workers went out on hate strike for 5 days. An even bigger strike staged by UAW Local 190 brought out 39,000 settler auto workers to stop the threatened promotion of 4 Africans. These hate strikes took place coast to coast, in a wave that hit all industries. In Baltimore, Bethlehem Steel Sparrows Point plant went out in July 1943. In that same area a major Western Electric plant was so solidly closed down by its December 1943 hate strike that the U.S. Army finally had to take it over. The same thing happened when Philadelphia municipal transit workers closed down the city for 6 days in August 1944 to block the hiring of 8 African motormen. 5,000 U.S. Army troops were needed to get transit going again. The U.S. government calculated that just in the 3 spring months of 1943 alone, some 2.5 million man-hours of industrial production were lost in hate strikes. Mob violence against the oppressed was another war phenomenon, particularly by Euro-American servicemen. They now constituted an important temporary stratum in settler life, drawn together by the millions and organized into large units and bases. Attacks by settler sailors, Marines and soldiers on Chicano-Mexicanos, Africans, and Asians on the West Coast grew larger and larger in 1943. The climax came in the Zoot Suit riots in East Los Angeles on the nights of June 2 to 7. They were so named because Euro-Americans were infuriated that the hip clothing styles of Chicano-Mexicano youth expressed disrespect for American culture. Groups of settler servicemen would beat up and cut the clothing off Chicano-Mexicano men. The June 7 climax involved thousands of settler GIs, who with the protection of the Los Angeles police and their military commanders invaded the barrio, destroying restaurants and taking movie theater goers captive. Streetcars were seized, and one African who was pulled off had both eyes cut out. Finally, the social chaos, and the intensely angry wave of anti-U.S. feeling in Mexico, grew so large that the U.S. military ordered their troops to stop. Similar incidents took place throughout the U.S. Sailors from the Naval Armory near Detroit's Belle Isle Park joined thousands of other settlers in attacking Africans, resulting in the citywide fighting of the 1943 Detroit race riot. 25 Africans and 9 settlers were killed, and many hundred seriously wounded. The growing African resistance and community self-defense there was also seen in the August 1, 1943, Great Harlem Race Riot. Oppressed communities in the major urban areas had now grown so large that ordinary settler mob attacks were less and less successful. The New Deal didn't need the northern industrial cities burning with insurrection, and so moved to cool things. Bourgeois historians in writing about the various multi-class settler offensives on the home front, invariably relate them to the tension and uncertainty of the war. But these government-sponsored attacks and repressions were not random explosions of tension. They had a clear direction. It is easy to see this by contrasting the above events to the treatment of the thousands of German POWs brought to the U.S. after their defeat in North Africa. These enemy soldiers met no mob violence or other attacks from tense Euro-Americans. In fact, the German army prisoners were widely treated with hospitality and respect by Euro-Americans, and fed and housed like settlers. Many were let out on work release to join the civilian U.S. economy, with some even going off on their own to live on small, Midwestern family farms. While overseas they were enemies, here in America they became honorary settlers, since they were fellow citizens of European imperialist powers, in contrast to the colonial subjects. Literally, captured Nazi officers were freer than Albizu Campos or the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. One African in the U.S. Army wrote about how his unit was sent in 1942 to open Smoky Hill Army Airfield in Salinas, Kansas. They discovered to no surprise that they were barred from the town's best movie theater, the hotels, restaurants and grills, and so on. Their only real surprise came when they saw a restaurant serving 10 German prisoners with the distinctive high-peaked caps of Rommel's Afrika Korps. No guard was with them. The owner of the restaurant rushed over to remind them that no Africans were allowed inside. Nazi soldiers ranked far above African GIs as far as settlers were concerned. The race riots were the war, just on the home front. This was not the only development in the relationship between the U.S. empire and the nationally oppressed. Underneath the violent surface, not separated from the violence but drawing power from it, there grew a trend of neocolonialism within the U.S. empire. 9. Neocolonial pacification in the U.S. 1. Forcing democracy on Native Americans. We don't have to look across the world to confront neocolonialism, since some of the most sophisticated examples are right here. The New Deal reforms on the Native American reservations during the 1930s are a classic case of neocolonial strategy. The U.S. empire has always had a special problem with the Indian nations, in that their varied ways of life were often communistic. As the U.S. Commissioner of Indian Affairs said in 1838, common property and civilization cannot coexist. The U.S. government enacted a genocidal campaign to erase Indian culture, including prison schools for Indian children, suppression of Indian institutions, economy, and religion. And still the Indian nations and peoples survived, resisted, endured. An AIM comrade has pointed out, the founding fathers of the United States equated capitalism with civilization. They had to, given their mentality. To them civilization meant their society, which was a capitalist society. Therefore, from the earliest times the wars against Indians were not only to take over the land but also to squash the threatening example of Indian communism. Jefferson was not the only man of his time to advocate imposing a capitalistic and possessive society on Indians as a way to civilize them. The bad example was a real threat. The reason the eastern Indian nations from Florida to New York State and from the Atlantic to Ohio and Louisiana are today so racially mixed is because indentured servants, landless poor whites, escaped black slaves, chose our societies over the white society that oppressed them. Beginning in the 1890s we have been red-baited and branded as commies in Congress, see the congressional record, and in the executive boards of churches. That was a very strong weapon in the 1920s and 1930s, and in the Oklahoma area any Indian traditional who was an organizer was called a communist or even a wobbly. So we have always defined our struggle not only as a struggle for land but also a struggle to retain our cultural values. Those values are communistic values. Our societies were and are communistic societies. The U.S. government has always understood that very well. It has not branded us all these years as communists because we tried to form labor unions or because we hung out with the IWW or the Communist Party, but because the U.S. government correctly identified our political system. It did not make that a public issue because that would have been dangerous, and because it has been far more efficient to say that we are savages and primitive. Not only did the Indian nations resist, but this resistance included the determined refusal of many Indians to give up their collective land. This rejection of capitalism was a hindrance for the oil corporations, the mineral interests, and the ranchers. Characteristically, the New Deal decided, in the words of the U.S. Commissioner of Indian Affairs, that, the Indian if given the right opportunities could do what the government had failed to do, he could arrange a place for himself and his customs in this modern America. 322 The New Deal pacification program for the reservations was to give Indians capitalistic democracy and self-government. Under the direction of the U.S. government, bourgeois democratic, that is undemocratic, tribal governments were set up, with settleristic tribal constitutions, paid elected officials, and new layers of Indian civil servants. In other words, Indians would be given their own capitalistic reservation governments to do from within what the settler conquests had been unable to completely succeed at from the outside. This neocolonial strategy was led by a young, liberal anthropologist, John Collier, who had been appointed U.S. Commissioner of Indian Affairs in 1933 to reform the reservation system. Unlike the openly hostile and repressive pronouncements of his predecessors, Collier spoke sweetly of how much he respected Indian culture and how much Indians should be freed to change themselves. Honeyed words, indeed, covering up for a new assault. In the past, the government tried to encourage economic independence and initiative by the allotment system, giving each Indian a portion of land and the right to dispose of it. As a result, of the 138,000 acres which Indians possessed in 1887 they have lost all but 47,000 acres, and the lost area includes the land that was most valuable. Further, the government sought to give the Indian the schooling of whites, teaching him to despise his old customs and habits as barbaric. We have proposed in opposition to such a policy to recognize and respect the Indian as he is. We think he must be so accepted before he can be assisted to become something else. There is the smooth talk of the welfare administrator and the colonial official in those words. Notice that the old law gave Indians only one right, the right to sell their land to the settlers. Having worked that strategy to its limits, the U.S. Empire now needed to switch strategies in order to keep exploiting the rest of the reservation lands. Now Washington would pose as the protector of Indian culture in order to change Indians into something else. Officially, Indian culture would become another respected ethnic remnant, like St. Patrick's Day parades, that would add color to settler society. but instead of Indian sovereignty, culture, economy and national development, tribal government was local government according to the rules of capitalist culture. It was a partial reorganization of reservation life to capitalism. The 1934 Wheeler-Howard Act repealed the 1887 Allotment Act, authorized elections to pass new tribal constitutions to set up the new neocolonial reservation governments, established a $10 million loan fund to support the new governments, and officially gave Indians preference for employment with the U.S. Indian Service. The campaign to twist Indian arms to accept this new arrangement was very heavy. U.S. Commissioner Collier himself admitted that while the government had the power to force the reservations to accept these bourgeois governments, for the strategy to work at least some number of Indians had to be persuaded to voluntarily take it in. Large numbers of Indians were hired to work in the Indian Service, their numbers reaching 40% of the total employees by 1935. 19,000 Indians were hired to work in various federal programs, while an additional 14,000 worked in the Civilian Conservation Corps relief camps. Close to 20% of all adult Indians were temporarily employed by the federal government. The distrust and resistance were considerable. The New York Times commented, "This difficulty has been recognized by the creation by the Indian Office of an organizational unit of field agents and special men who will cooperate with tribal councils, business committees and special tribal commissions in framing the constitutions now permitted." Still, some 54 reservations, with 85,000 Indians, voted against the new tribal governments. History has proved that the main economic function of the neocolonial reservation governments has been to lease away, usually at bargain prices, the mineral, grazing, and water rights to the settlers. Great amounts of natural resources are involved. A very conservative Euro-American estimate said, Indian lands are estimated to contain up to 13% of the nation's coal reserves, 3% of its oil and gas, and significant amounts of other minerals including uranium and phosphate. Instead of the old practice of individual sale of small plots of land, which could be blocked by an Indian's refusal to sell, the new, capitalistic tribal governments signed wholesale mineral rights leases with major corporations. The Navajo tribal government, led by the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, signed leases as late as the 1960s that gave away Navajo coal for a mere 2% of its market value. So the impact of the 1930s self-government reforms was to step up the economic exploitation of Indian nations. At Pine Ridge the Sioux families were encouraged to end their subsistence farming and move off their land and into government-built housing projects, and then lease their useless land to the settler businessmen. Those Euro-American ranchers pay an average of $3 per acre each year to possess Indian land, far cheaper than buying it. While the Sioux who insist on staying on their land are deliberately denied water, electricity, seed, and livestock, so as to pressure them into leaving their land, the Euro-American ranchers who use Indian land receive constant government aid and subsidies. Control of the land and its resources still remains a steady preoccupation to the settler empire. Even most of the food production of the Indian nations is taken by settlers. In 1968 the Bureau of Indian Affairs said that the reservations produced then $170 million annually in agriculture, hunting, and fishing. Of this total the BIA estimated that Indians only consumed $20 million worth, while receiving another $16 million in rent. 75% of the total reservation food production was owned by settlers. U.S. imperialism literally created bourgeois Indian governments on the reservations to give it what it wanted and to disrupt from within the national culture. These are governments led by the Dick Wilsons and Peter MacDonalds, of elements whose capitalistic ideology and income was tied to collaboration with the larger capitalist world. It is also telling that those professional Indians whose well-being is dependent upon foundation grants and government programs, such as Vine Deloria, Jr., author of the best-selling book, Custer Died for Your Sins, praised the collier reorganization of the 30s as the best thing that even happened to them. When Native Americans overcome the neocolonial rule and assert their sovereignty against U.S. imperialism, as AIM has, then the fixed ballot box is reinforced by assassination, frame-ups, and even massive military repression. The U.S. military moved in 1972 to prop up the neocolonial Dick Wilson regime at Pine Ridge, just as in Zaire the neocolonial Mobutu regime had to be rescued in both 1977 and 1978 by airborne French Foreign Legionnaires and Belgian paratroopers. 2. The rise of the African nation. The new African national struggle moved decisively into the modern period during the 1920s and 1930s. It was a key indication of this development that thousands of African communists took up the liberation struggle in those years in which many African workers and intellectuals dedicated themselves to the goal of an independent and socialist African nation. The masses themselves intensified their political activities and grew increasingly nationalistic. In this period nationalism started visibly shouldering aside all other political tendencies in the struggle for the allegiance of the oppressed African masses. Armed self-defense activity spread among the masses. This was a critical time in the rise of the African nation. And a critical time, therefore, for U.S. imperialism. There is an incorrect tendency to confine the discussion of African nationalism in the 1920s and 1930s to the well-known Garvey movement, as though it was the sole manifestation of nationalist consciousness. The Garvey movement, whose specific impact we shall cover at a later point, was but the point of the emerging politics of the African nation. In labor, in national culture, in struggles for the land, in raising the goal of socialism, in all areas of political life a great explosion of previously pent-up national consciousness took place among Africans in the 1920s and 1930s. It was a time of major political offensives, and of embryonic nation-building. This outbreak of militant African anti-colonialism did not go unnoticed by the U.S. empire. Even outside the national territory itself, U.S. imperialism was increasingly concerned about this activity. One 1930s report on radicalism among New York Negroes noted, "The place of the Negro as a decisive minority in the political life in America received increasing attention during the early post-war years." The Department of Justice issued a 27-page report on radicalism and sedition among Negroes as reflected in their publications, and the New York State Laws Committee for the Investigation of Seditious Activities published a complete chapter in its report entitled, "Radicalism Among Negroes." The general anti-labor, anti-radical offensive of government and employers was also leveled at the trade union and radical activities of the Negro people. For a time censorship of Negro periodicals became so complete that even the mildly liberal magazine Crisis, of the NAACP, ed. edited by W. E. Burgard Dubois, was held up in the mails during May 1919. In August 1918, the editors of The Messenger, the African trade union magazine of A. Philip Randolph ed. were jailed for 3 days and second-class mailing privileges were denied the magazine. 325 The revisionists in general and the Euro-American left in particular have falsely portrayed the African people within the U.S. empire as having no independent revolutionary struggle at that time, but only a civil rights struggle. Falsely they picture African labor and African socialism as only existing as minority parts of the Euro-American labor and social democratic movements. While the history of African politics lies far beyond the scope of this paper, it is necessary to briefly show why U.S. imperialism was threatened by African anti-colonialism in the 1920s and 1930s. What is central is to grasp the revolutionary nationalist character of African political trends. In 1921 the African Blood Brotherhood, ABB, the first modern African communist organization in the U.S. empire, was formed in New York City. Defining itself as a revolutionary secret order, the ABB raised the goal of liberating and bringing socialism to the African nation in the Black Belt South. The Brotherhood soon claimed 2,500 members and 56 posts throughout the empire. Most of these members were proletarians, as were most of the Garvey movement activists, miners in Virginia, railroad workers in Chicago, garment workers in New York, etc. These African communists focused heavily on education work and on immediate protection purposes, organizing armed self-defense units against the KKK revival that was sweeping the empire. Soon the police and press spotlighted the Brotherhood as the supposed secret organizers of African armed activity during the Tulsa, Oklahoma riots. The birth of modern African communism within the U.S. empire was the most clear-cut and irrefutable evidence that the African nation was starting to rise. It was significant